And we're live. PKA episode 210. We have Kyle, we have Taylor, we have Wings of Redemption, and the famous Drew.
But most importantly, we have our favorite sponsor, DollarShaveClub.com. That's right. Don't you hate fighting traffic to the store, dealing with that big locked plastic razor fortress? Why don't they lock them up? Like, who's stealing razors? After all, it's going to set you back $25. So if you want to be done with the hassle forever, you want to join DollarShaveClub.com. For a few bucks a month, DollarShaveClub.com delivers great razors and shaving supplies right to your door. We all actually signed up. I got my stuff the other day. Let me put myself on screen so I can show you what I'm showing you. I have not tried these one-wipe Charlies yet, but I plan to the next time I poop, which will be in the morning around 9 a.m.
Good to know. I'll be out the window.
But
Shave Club gives you like butt wipes.
Yeah, that's one of their products. So like
one-wipe Charlies.
I got this razor, and I was pleasantly surprised.
The great thing about one-wipe Charlies is you won't have to trim your fingernails before you use them. It will never puncture. You won't ever get fingernail in your asshole getting shit under there, ever. Very thick, sturdy ass wipes.
You are a hardcore butt wiper. I'll just point that out. If you're leaving with like fingernails filled with poo afterwards,
one of the things that you have to be. I learned that one of the things that you have to worry about in Guantanamo Bay is the inmates will put shit under their fingernails and give you a shit scratch, so it gets infected.
Oh,
so if they could just get these one-wipe Charlies to those poor guys down in Gitmo, then we'd solve that whole problem. They could scratch.
Are you being serious?
That's 100%
a shit
true.
Scratch?
A shit scratch. I don't know if that's the technical term, but yeah, that's it. So what I was most surprised with, honestly speaking, was like, oh, sorry. Is it hard to?
Yeah, you're not showing the product at all.
Yeah. No, you can totally see it. Come on.
You can't. No, not over the internet. It's all blocky and yeah.
It's really heavy. It's all metal, and that's what I was impressed by. Like, this feels like something that's valuable. I like it. Yeah. And the razor seems to have. Let's see how many. Focus on the blades.
It looks good. You did mention that you used that on your pubic area before the show. How did that work?
Well. You guys were rushing me around, and I really didn't have time to get any water, but luckily I had this shave butter handy. And to be honest, I've been readily applying that shave butter to some other areas, like while I've been doing this whole ad read, and it's effective at that, too. I'm really impressed with the shave butter. You get
you're masturbating with it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Spelled it right out there for the dim ones. But the shave butter was cool. It really did help you get a better shave, and I'd never used anything like this. I always just used, I actually use women's shaving cream because it seems like that's the way to go, right? Like, why would I want some, less than 100% effective shaving cream? I feel like women's shaving cream is the most effective. And yet, the shave butter, I think I do prefer it. And I got this post-shave moisturizer in my kit, too, so that my balls won't get all dried out and crinkly now. They'll be
great. Can you hold up the one-wipe Charlies?
I thought you wanted me to hold one of my balls up. Yes, I could.
Dude,
should I get one out?
Get one out.
Is good. It really is quality stuff.
Chamomile does say that. It's
so
nice, fancy.
My son is in this room with me all the time, and he puts his feet on the walls. There's this loft bed on the top. He's always doing pull-ups. Everything is dirty. I don't know if you ever you buy a light switch or something, it's totally messy. I use one-wipe Charlies to clean my room now, and it works.
So, what's that on? Is that a stain already?
No, that's my thumb. That's where my thumb
put that back?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I tore it. I did tear it. I will say that. But okay, so the first thing I'm noticing is I'm smelling some peppermint. So I like that I like that my asshole is gonna smell like peppermint after I use this stuff. And it's you can tear it in half, but you're definitely gonna poke your finger through it. I guess it needs to be terrible so it's flushable, right? Because I know, certain baby wipes, you're not even supposed to flush those, are you?
Certain baby wipes are not flushable. These things are rated as flushable, but they're strong.
Yeah.
I'm looking around my room for stuff that I can put in to demonstrate the strength of it, and everything here is either really light or really expensive.
I like supporting companies like Dollar Shave Club because they've got cool advertising. Not just speaking of myself right now, but I'm going to read you what it says on the back of the One Wipe Charlie. Congratulations, you get it. Your ass is a major part of your life, and you recognize it deserves the same level of care and service as the rest of you. One Wipe Charlies were designed with the understanding that your ass is a key player, and you want it to last, feel great, and smell great. I love that. I love the whole thing. There's a little butler there, like with a tray, like offering you like an ass wife. It's hilarious, the whole thing. So go check them out, DollarShaveClub.com.
There's a butler there.
Yeah, there's a little butler. He's got like a silver tray. He's presenting you with some one wipe Charlies. It's a little picture on the back. But
can you imagine something more uncomfortable than a butler offering you an ass wipe, like right after you're finishing shitting?
You know,
like, oh, wipe for your ass, sir. Like that would be so uncomfortable.
I think once you get used to it, it's not a big deal. Like,
I'd have that motherfucker come wipe my ass for me. So I'm paying him enough.
there you go.
There it is.
Right. He did 90% of the work. He got you all the way to here. Just didn't finish it up for me.
So it's DollarShaveClub.com/PKA. That's the link. I think that's all I got.
All right. Hey, quick word on WoodyCraft. I just want to throw this in there. I know I did last week, and we got a lot of people. We're doing another event. We're doing an event on Sunday, and then the Sunday after that. So at least 3 in a row. It's a creative server build-off type thing. So it'll be 3 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday. If you're a builder, or maybe you have aspirations of getting on the WoodyCraft build team, there are tons of people who would just... That's a dream job. We usually look at the top guys in our build contest and use that perhaps as a recruiting platform. There'll be prizes for the winners and stuff like that. So when we can, we'll get a post on the WoodyCraft homepage explaining it. Hopefully I can link it here. But I just want to throw a quick pimp out for our building event. Sunday at 3 p.m. on WoodyCraft.net. So best of luck to you guys.
3 p.m. on Sunday. And I've also heard that Woody is more likely to get you involved if you're an active subscriber of the Dollar Shave Club. So look into that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I could talk about Minecraft forever. People don't want me to. But, dude, building is interesting. Like, people earn real money at it. I pay for every build that goes live. But it's also work. Like, like people are like, yeah, I love building castles. Can I be a part of your build team? No. We need real maps and like map design that people want to play on. We need lobbies that instruct people on how to play the game and how to get into the next one and stuff like that. You're a doodler. We need professionals, and we do that. But anyway, that's a thing.
So I've been absent for a long time. What are some of the topics you guys already talked about that's big hitters?
Ferguson beat that to death.
Beat Ferguson to death. Obviously, probably Eric Gardner too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woody beat Robin Williams to death.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
That never happened. I'd remember something like that. Yeah, when Robin Williams died.
The black woman with the little baby.
Huh?
What's
this one?
Oh, the one in Africa.
Uganda. Rwanda. Rwanda.
Yeah, it was in Rwanda.
What happened there?
You didn't see the video?
Oh my God! Something bad happened in Rwanda.
A babysitter was babysitting like a 4-year-old child, and the child was sick and didn't want to eat, and essentially she put the fucking smackdown on it, literally beat it down.
Like Sergeant Slaughter, like she went full.
You guys want to watch the video?
I do.
Yeah.
Link it up.
All right, yeah, let's make
Find it real quick. Babysitter Beatdown.
We also covered.
That's a great search string.
We also we thoroughly covered cum snorting last week. So if you had
oh my God, the cum snorting.
That was
was
honestly
hard
one
to
of the
watch.
worst videos I've ever had to watch. I hated every second of that. That was awful.
I went into it with enthusiasm, but it was not sexy to me. I'm not turned on by the cum snorting in the slightest. I mean,
I was very upset.
Yes. Not only was I grossed out by it, but I really felt bad for this woman. I feel like sometimes you see like a big bukkake scene or something, and you're like, well, yeah, but she's digging it, right? This is like her thing. This was not this woman's thing. She very much wished she was somewhere else.
It wasn't long. It wasn't long after the show aired when like a girl that I know said. She was like, yeah, let's do some cum snorting. And I was like, absolutely not. There will be no cum snorting.
What is cum snorting? What is that?
Well, that's when you snort some cum.
She
like literally cum, like the kind of reproduces children?
Dude,
yeah,
yes. I swear, I'm choking up just thinking about it. But it looked like it was more than one guy's delivery there.
Oh,
like,
yes.
Yeah, like she had the equivalent of a good half a dozen
guys.
people, 15 guys. Okay, Kyle produces less than me. And
it was, dude. Did you get a bedpan full?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, first she started.
It was so horrible.
She has a bendy straw going from her right nostril to this bedpan full of semen, and she's like all teary-eyed, and she could tell she's nervous about doing this.
No, not just teary-eyed.
She's
Hold
crying.
on, hold on. A girl asked you
To
if you
fit
wanted
this
to partake in cum
amalgamation of
snorting.
loads into her nose.
Yeah, she was up for some cum snorting, and I immediately shut that down. I was like, no, that I don't.
Where's the game at, Kyle? We like, I'm not up to snort cum, but I will, donate to the pile.
There's not gonna be any cum snorting in my private life. None. No cum snorting.
Yeah,
But this chick snorted the cum right up into her nose, and if you've ever
You gotta ask what did she get out of it? Did you ask that question? Did you at least ask?
it's a porno. There's a guy pointing a camera at her, and they're
She
like,
got money out
keep
of it.
going. Like she
Yeah.
had, it took her like 4 or 5 solid snorts to
Oh,
get this pan of, and she's coughing it up after because it goes down your nasal passage into the back of your throat.
And
So
she's like vomiting. Like, she did,
Like
I don't know if
coughing
she
up
actually vomited, but she was definitely like dry heaving and I mean I almost I was swallowing it down. It was dreadful. It was hard to watch because it was gross, and I feel like she was really unhappy about the situation. Like I could see a gross
she was
thing.
definitely unhappy.
Yeah, like do you guys remember Two Girls, One Cup? Right?
Absolutely.
As dreadful as that was, those two girls appeared like that was their thing. Right? I mean, like, yeah.
And they were
like,
doing it for coke. This lady was doing it for some other valuable white substance.
So Woody, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that what you really didn't like about the video was that she was such a shitty actress.
That's it. They need
She
to
choked
hire
up like a champion. You've been
classically
cool
trained
video.
women for my point.
How dare you come to my cum snorting studio with that half-ass shit?
Do you
Get
want
out
to
of
watch this
here.
thing?
Yeah, I'm queued up at 0 on this
All right.
babysitter beatdown.
Do you want me to
I'm not
call
gonna
the
watch
ball?
it with you guys. You guys can watch it.
Really? You're not? All right.
Is that bad?
It's bad.
The name of the video, in case you want to do this too, is called "Disturbing Hired Help Nanny Beats Toddler."
All right.
1 minute, 58 seconds long.
Ready, set, play. All right.
And it should be noted, this is in Rwanda, of all places, just when you thought it was safe,
It's a nice room, though. That furniture's better than mine, I think.
It is a nice couch.
I suppose that's why they're able to hire help. This is not a poverty-stricken household. Oh,
Yeah,
shit!
this is one of the
shit.
14 people. Oh, she just popped that kid.
Wow.
That wasn't even an open hand slap. That was like an open hand hit and push.
It was like a cup hit thing.
Aw.
How much is left? There's still a minute and a half, and
Yeah.
It's got to escalate from here. Right now, she gave the kid 2 solid smacks, a third
the
there.
backhand to the chest there. The kid's like defending herself.
The little girl is
toddler.
maybe like 3.
Woody's got a kid. Look away in like 30 seconds, Woody.
Really?
You have a kid. I saw it once. I've got 2 kids. I saw it once and ran.
I've got 2.
I have no children to my knowledge, so
I'm from
fine.
the internet, and while I don't have any children, I feel I can handle whatever she's gonna do to this kid because it's on YouTube. But
There's only a minute left.
she really
There's a live leak watermark, though, so it could be pretty intense.
The kid!
Oh shit! Oh, the rebuttal is going
Oh my god!
Oh, that's awful.
Wow.
So the kid just sat up, projectile vomited, then got pushed off the couch, and
What is
now
she beating
the
with? Is
nanny
that a
is
trophy?
grabbing some
That is a flashlight. That's a rechargeable flashlight.
Ow! She's beating the kid with a flashlight.
And she's still
she's
and
like,
she's stepping on the couch. She put all of her weight
she
on
kicked the kid, and then again in the face.
Oh no!
This got dark.
Oh no! Does the baby die? Is this the baby murder? Everybody watching
Oh my
baby?
God, she's gonna.
Oh
It's tough, man. Kyle, you're sweating, dude.
no!
Oh my god.
Holy smokes! That was
And she wasn't even-
terrible.
She wasn't even stomping with her whole foot as to distribute her weight evenly. She was throwing heels down, just pop.
I want to put this out there, but if anybody's out there on the fence of watching this video, maybe didn't watch it with the fellas, I've watched Nick Berg get his head cut off and gargle on his own blood, and that is easier to watch than that video.
Yeah, that was rough, man. That baby. I'm surprised that baby didn't suffer major injuries like internal bleeding and die or something.
There's a happy end of the story. The
What did
baby
they do to that woman? Did they burn the woman?
Stoner?
The father actually put a big smackdown on her once he's seen the secret videotape.
Go
Is
dead.
there a video of
Go
that?
Is there a video of that? It's probably not.
There's
What was
not.
like, you know that video of the female lion getting like a bunch of female lions getting picked on by hyenas? Are you familiar with this?
Yep. We've
Yeah.
watched it on the show before.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
and then the male lion just runs shit,
Dude,
runs
the
over. And
best
it's like,
part,
all right,
the male
enough is
lion
enough.
comes like his shoulders are all like with every step coming in, and the music changes, and it's like or whatever, and then it's like smack that bitch up, and the lion just starts like I always wondered what guy lions were for, right? Because the women lions, they raise the children, they teach them how to hunt, they bring in all the food, and the men just lay around like the glorious creatures that men are. And I'm like, well, what like useful purpose do they have in evolution? Like why do men lion exist at all, with the exception of the sperm donor thing? And then it's like, aha. When real ass kicking needs to happen, they call in the boys, and he he went straight for the leader of the pack, and it was glorious.
And the way the herd leader, whatever they call him, pack leader, pride leader, that's what it is. The way the male lion ran over there, it wasn't like now it's time to show my worth. It was like a son of a bitch again, and then he has to walk over there. He doesn't walk, he saunters. He saunters slowly, letting the hyenas view him in his majesty, just slowly walking. Like, are you gonna back out now? No, well, I'll keep walking. That's fine. And just fucked him up. Excellent.
I don't have
Top
kids,
notch
but I'd have
evolution.
to palm me a basketball when I grabbed a hold of that bitch. I don't know.
Yeah, that was not cool.
I would drown her in the bathtub. and
Although
then
I
give her
will
CPR.
say, like when that kid puked, I was like, "Oh, the carpet!" It was white carpet, and this
wait,
kid vomited like
was it?
green carrot.
In my head, it was a hardwood floor. Am I crazy?
No, it was a carpet. The finest carpet in all of Rwanda.
This kid projectile vomits orange goo. It was pretty nasty. Probably had something to do with the beating she just had taken, but still, like that was gonna be a mess to be cleaned.
Yeah, she hit the kid in the stomach 4 times. It's a toddler and just ate. What did she expect? And then she delivered a pretty
Oh, she
solid
beat that kid
Even
terribly.
at the
That
very
was
end, when
awful.
she picked the kid up by the arm, we hurt
Yeah.
Hope doing that once. The situation was different though. Like Hope, yeah, it was,
so-
yeah.
Hope
No,
had just thrown up all over our bed. And
she was a little kid, and she wasn't like a very good walker yet. Like she was younger than that toddler, and she was walking down the stairs, and she was falling. Like she was going to take a headfirst tumble down these. Like it wasn't a lot of stairs; it was like 3, but they were cement. And it was actually Jackie. Jackie grabbed her by the upper arm, and what seemed like a save. You know, she stopped the kid from tumbling. And then for the next couple of days, Hope just held her arm across like her chest, you know, and only used one arm. But she was hardly vocal because she was just a little kid. Like she could talk a tiny bit. And we took her to the doctor, and they fixed her up. All they did is they put her arm in front, and they did that motion, and you know, after that, she just became like instantly fine. But yeah, for days she was injured. Now I know.
That's the last time I picked my kid up by the arm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can't
right?
do that. I mean, not little ones. Yeah, that you can break
You
them.
can't, you can't
I
put the
thought
beat
they were
down
like
on
a
me either
orangutan.
before you do
I
that.
gotta stop beating my finger.
Yeah, if you're gonna do the Rwandan thing, you have to just leave it to the smacks and the kicking, but don't pick her up by the arm.
Yeah, that was rough. Wow, I had no idea that she was gonna beat the child with a flashlight and then stomp on it. I could have used. I
no,
could have
it
used
was
a little
mainly
warning.
the kicking and the standing on the little kid and the stomping that was bad. Because like, even the flashlight, she wasn't putting that much muscle behind it. Even if it was a heavy flashlight, maybe some bruising. But the walking on the lower part of a child's back, just putting all your weight there, that's fucked up.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Like even the flashlight, at least it was right on the tush part that you sit on. Like as rough
I
as
hit her
that
in the
is.
back a couple times.
Oh, okay.
was
As
pretty
I was
rough.
watching it, I thought she was just hitting her on the tush, which is mean and it hurts the kid's feelings and et cetera, but doesn't really injure somebody. You typically don't.
Yeah,
injure
I don't
somebody.
know, man.
We're all okay with what she did up till the stump, right?
No. None of what that lady did to that kid was appropriate, even a little. Even the way she fed that kid was inappropriate.
What is appropriate? What kind of corporal punishment? And Kyle, you're a Southern guy.
Not for a toddler. You don't beat the toddler. Like the
Okay,
kind of
keep going.
If you were literally gonna punish that toddler, like I don't know if that's a thing that you do. Like
Can I give some backstory?
It would be this. It'd be like this. Like
Because you guys haven't read the article, the toddler was actually she was called in knowing the toddler was sick. She was upset. She wasn't pulling food down.
I heard the toddler was a real troublemaker.
oh yeah.
The toddler was sick during the time, And force feeding is actually what caused it to vomit. Her trying to force food into its mouth.
That's even darker.
So here's
But why does this woman babysit? Like, why do you babysit if you don't like children like this?
Yeah, a lot of the hits didn't look like she was mad at the kid. It looks like she was just outsourcing frustration of something else just onto the kid. Just like, goddamn taxes, son of a bitch. Fuck you. Eat your fucking kid.
So here's the rule. At our house, when we had kids like that, we would do timeouts if they were like openly bad. I know that kid might be too young, I forget. But and then the length of a timeout is generally about a minute for every year-old they are. And that's about what they can take if they're actively being defiant or bad. That's how
really? That's like a parent rule? I didn't know that.
Yeah, we read it on the internet. It must be right. So, but we just rolled with it for a long time. A minute for every. If they're 4 years old, they might get 4 minutes of timeout.
My parents didn't put me in timeout much because I would peel the wallpaper off of every corner they put me in. And that solved the problem.
That's awesome.
They'd put me in there and they'd be like, Taylor, you just beat your brother up. You sit there for 5 minutes. They come back and it's ruined. Like a whole square meter of the fucking wall's ruined. Like, God damn it, Taylor.
Taylor's like, they put me in a corner once. I tunneled out.
Yeah.
I didn't really have too many timeouts. I would lose privileges or like toys and like things, and I would definitely get a lot of spankings. Like if I did something wrong, it was gonna be a spanking. My dad would sort of like just kind of like grab me like by the shoulder and like maybe like slap me on the ass a few times with his hand. My mom, however, being smaller and weaker, she had to like resort to weapons. She'd arm herself like some sort of corporal punishment ninja. Like whatever it might be a belt, it might be 2 belts. She might go dual wielding. She might get a hanger out and she'd have to chase you because I'm not running. You've really got to intimidate me. As I'm talking about like 8-year-old me or 10-year-old me who just has started a fire. You really got to intimidate me to like get me to actually stop and wait for you to come like whip my ass. Like I'm gonna be shifty, like bobbing and weaving, crawling under beds and stuff. You're really gonna have to work for it, Mom. So
that's true. I don't understand why moms went through that much trouble. All they had to do is say, "Go to your room and you wait till your father gets home." And then it was like, "Oh, I done fucked up. I done goofed. I pushed the limit." And now I'm going to pay the piper. Or at least that's how it was for me.
Yeah,
as soon as I heard your dad's coming home, I knew I was fucked.
My mom pulled the wait till dad gets home a couple of times, and then he'd get home, and he had like a totally different view on how, like, can you believe it? Little Woody knocked over the flower pot, and there was dirt all over the carpet. And he's like, kids do that. Like she totally like they just weren't on the same page. Typically, dad, with the benefit of a few hours to cool down, wasn't such a big deal.
Yeah, I remember she would say that to me, and I'd be like, good, because he's not fucking crazy.
Yeah.
He'll like, wait till he gets here and he sets you straight, Mom, because this is insane. like, you're the nut here. Like, my dad and I have had many private conversations where he's like, Kyle, your mom was crazy, I love her, but you know that, right? Like,
with Hope, this is the coolest. So I don't really punish Hope. At least corporally, I'll yell at her. But Jackie does, and we used to give her the soap. That was our thing, right? When she was like 5 years old or something, she'd make Hope. I don't want to say eat soap, but like you either put a bar of soap in her mouth and hold it there. And the first time ever, Hope is screaming at Jackie, right? She's just defiant and yelling and holding her ground and being a fucking ginger. And she's yelling at Jackie. And Jackie had threatened the soap a good like 12 times and never followed through on this. And now Hope thinks that it's all malarkey, that this is never going to happen. And right as she's in mid-yell, like, Jackie, like a ninja, she has like a soft soap, like not a bar, but like the liquid soap. And she reaches in on her tongue and goes, whoosh, right? And coats her tongue with soap, right? And Hope is like, and bubbles fly out. And that was the greatest part ever. The bubbles came out and popped in the air. And Hope hated it. And we gave her the soap.
Cartoon.
She got the soap on and off all the way up through like 12 years old or so. But we tried it on Colin. And he had his technique was better than Mercus in the wallpaper. He'd just be like, not bad. Like no impact on him whatsoever. He didn't care.
No, it's like that scene from Super Troopers.
and I had a way out of that. I got soaped once in my whole life. I was at my grandparents' house when I was like 9, and they gave me a full bar of Dove soap, and they made me sit in the bathroom by myself, and they said, "You better leave this soap, the bar of soap in your mouth. If we walk in here and this bar of soap isn't in your mouth, you bet your ass you're gonna get beat, get a bad spanking." And I was like, okay. Sat there over the next half hour. I ate the entire bar of soap out of spite. I ate the whole thing, and when they came in and asked about it, I told them I had eaten the soap, and I never got it again. It was awesome. Rough, but I ate the whole fucking thing.
I'm like, why did you my kid? I could just see you drinking the liquid soap.
There was an unopenable window, and it was a big bar. I just had
bathrooms don't have windows, Kyle.
Yeah, shaving it off like a bar of cheese. You know, just very slow process.
Oh, that's
not rewarding.
Great. That's disgusting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know Drew's history. What was the practice with you, Drew? Was it timeouts? Was it babysitter beatdowns? Like, how'd it go down?
I had a hot babysitter, man. That worked out great. No, I got the spoons. My mom's 5'2". I got spoons, bottle, whatever was within reach. I got that, and then by the time I was like 13, there were no more spoons in the house.
Like, what was that, knuckles?
Yeah, like wooden spoon, like cooking spoons.
What do you have to do with it?
I got hit with it.
A wooden spoon doesn't have enough weight.
It bashed you with it.
Oh no, I got smashed with like utensils, cooking utensils, and then it went to like bottle. It was fun because my mom when she gets mad, it's run. That's why I still run a 4.540. So I'm Mom gets mad.
Were your mom's utensils? Was she using the wooden spoon, or did she have those spoons that were metal with the black plastic coating around it? Because those ones were vicious.
No, I got that. After I honestly, the spoons started breaking. Like, we have no more wooden spoons in the house. So then it was metal. Actually, this is funny. In high school, one day she got mad. She went up and swung. I remember just instinctively kind of, tuck, and she broke her hand on my forearm. Went into school to drop something off. She had a cast on her hand and told everybody in the office I broke her hand. So I got called in the office for that one. After that, we started negotiating. Then it was all negotiation.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. At what point at some point, moms can't beat their sons anymore, right? At some point, typically, the sons pass them athletically.
Right.
Was that the passing of the torch there?
The broken hand probably put my mom more toward rhetoric than Rwandan corporate justice.
Nice.
Corporal justice. Yeah, that was it. Then after that, I started hitting the weights, and then it was all good for me.
I got my fucking ass beat, son. I call beatdowns.
What'd you get?
Huh? Well, I got the belt. That's what I got.
Was it mom or grandma? Who raised you?
My grandparents raised me. That's my grandpa.
Where was mom all this time? Was she out and about?
My mother had me when she was 16.
Uh-huh.
So she was not really mature enough to actually have a child. So my grandparents took over the responsibility. And by the time my mother got of age and where she actually wanted me back or felt like she was, financially secure enough to be able to raise a child, she had another child at this point because my brother's only 2 years younger than me. I didn't want to go. So she allowed my grandparents to raise me until I was about 14.
And then you went with mom?
Yeah, well, I went with mom, but my grandmother cheated on my grandfather and left him. And then that just left me with my grandfather, and he was going down in health.
Okay.
So your mom had you when she was 16 and brother when she was 18?
Correct.
And that's young.
Same dad?
No.
Oh.
Oh, so is your sister your full sister?
No. All my siblings are half siblings.
Yeah.
Half siblings, okay.
Is your sister a full sibling to your brother?
No.
Okay.
I just ask it. My mother got 3 different baby daddies.
It's nice.
I've got a half brother and a half sister to go along with my full sister. So I'm in a slightly similar situation.
That's good because you hate your full sister. Maybe the other ones are better.
They kind of suck too. So I like my half sister. I like my half sister. She's pretty cool. She's the one who I told the story last week maybe about how the guy she married really became like Superman,
right.
super husband at like 18 years old. She got pregnant right out of high school and he worked multiple jobs for multiple years and now they have this whole business together and with daycares and.
So how many sisters do you have?
He basically won the pussy lottery.
How many sisters do you have? 3?
I have one sister that's my full
Right.
sister. I have one half sister, and I have one half brother.
Now the half sister and brother, are they full or they halves too?
To each other.
Yeah, to each other.
I think they also have. I think it's 3 different moms. My dad's been married 3 different times.
God, this is like a math problem.
Yeah. So
There was babies being had. This ain't the biblical times. Casual sex happens.
So your father's been married 3 times. You know that stat where they say half of all marriages end in divorce?
Mm-hmm.
It's not actually true. Well, maybe half of all marriages. I'm not sure. I have to think that through. But the deal is that not half of all people who get married have a divorce, because a lot of the people that get divorced get several of them.
Multiple divorces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it might be, I'm making up numbers at this point, but it might be like a third of the people get divorced. It's just some of those are racking up
Over
3
and
and
over
4
and
of them.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of them are just like chronic divorcers, where they're
So-
just over and over.
So, Drew got the spoons, Wings got the belt. I got a mixture of implements. It sounds like Mirka had to choose between eating household cleaning items and burrowing out to safety. And
I also got a switch. We had a willow tree in our backyard, and those switches were pretty terrible. Also, the
They
spoon.
make you go pick the switch yourself.
Yes.
what
That
kind of
was like
sick
my
shit is
grandfather's
that?
favorite stuff. He's like, go
Yeah.
get me a switch, and if you don't get me a good switch, I'm gonna go get the switch. You don't want his
Oh,
ass
that
to go
was
get the switch.
that was the
Don't get
worst.
one
I know
who needs 2
exactly.
hands to take him
You
out.
couldn't make me do that shit. I was not like as a kid. I remember I've been told to do that shit like 3 different times by like 2 different adults, and in every situation I was like, "You mean you're sending me from your presence right now, and you think I'm gonna come back with a weapon for you and receive a beating? I'm going out there and not coming back for a while. In 3 hours, you're not going to be into whipping my ass. I'll see you later when you're tired. We'll see how much gas you got in you, Mom. I know you worked all day, and now you're cooking and cleaning. I'm going to go
Well,
play.
see, I didn't have that foresight. I thought, like as most kids, that like when Dad came home or Mom was home, that their mission was to punish you. Their mission was to find out what you did and spank you or something. And so I would be down there at the willow tree looking at it like, oh, this is a really nice girthy switch. Oh, that'll hurt like a bitch. Well, I can't take this little undergrown mutant one or they'll know. And then you got to find a nice middle of the pack switch.
You fuck up every now and then as a kid, and you get the little one thinking it doesn't hurt as much. You get the bigger one. The little one fucking like whips around and like brings blood.
That's a switch
I-
veteran move right there.
Hey, you,
I had
you
to-
gotta get one that has some girth to it because it just hits you and just leaves a surface area.
I had the benefit of, we had like roughly 100 acres there. So like, if I had some shit with Mom, I'm just gonna go like get on my 4-wheeler or, in a truck or go. I'm gonna drive away. I'm just gonna leave.
Like 10, you jump in the truck at 10 and just drive away.
Yeah, on the farm. That was when I finally got around to taking my driver's test. There was a kid in there who had never driven a car, and I'm just like, fucking, all right, let's go. I'm just fucking like.
So, what point in life did you forget how to drive?
Oh.
I was. I'm an excellent driver. You don't even want me to start about your driving, my friend.
Start on it. I want to hear it. I don't know
about
anything.
driving. How it's excellent.
Wings drives like a grandma. He's always talking about horsepower and yeah, man, I got that 375 gear ratio. It takes off at this much torque, and it's like, dude, you should just get the V6 and just putt along because that's all you're doing.
Yeah,
Just going
there's people with Priuses like, hurry up, Wings, honk, honk.
He's just Wings wants that. Wings does not go fast. It's easy to leave him behind, and I do go fast. I drive fast.
It does go fast.
Kyle goes
But-
so
Worse
fast.
than me? I don't drive that bad.
My favorite part was this. I was with Kyle, and I was like, hey, what's the fastest you've ever been in a car? And he gives me some number I don't recall. And I'm like, oh, yeah, for me it's 122. He's like, we're going faster than that right now.
We were on this crazy long straightaway.
And we were not. We were not. There were red lights there, and he was weaving in and out of traffic. And yeah,
That was
it was. There was an
going
underpass,
75
so you
on back
couldn't
roads
see far.
with a truck.
It was great. Now I guess he had the skill because we didn't die. But yeah, he was definitely moving quickly. I think the car was. I don't want to say new to him, but he had it for a couple of months, and it was still a novelty.
I had my first bout of road rage actually 2 weeks ago.
Oh, what happened?
I get him every day.
Oh man, dude, I was going to get over because I wanted to get over to a lane to get to a turning lane, and this bitch, she almost paced me. Like I turned my signal on and she wouldn't go. She wanted to pass me, but she did it so fucking slow. Like it was just putting along. I wanted to put her right into the guardrail. I'm like, my first thought was like, I'm just going to run you off the road, bitch. It's going to happen.
You should have.
Should have.
So what did happen?
She eventually got past my ass, and I just gritted my teeth.
That'll show her.
Shake the fist.
Do you
So,
get
yeah,
road
Cap-
rage very much, Drew? It seems like usually like trainers, people who work out all the time, don't get as aggravated over little menial things like that because you're like, whatever, I can take them. Like you just let it happen.
I'm always sore and tired, man. I don't have the energy to get road rage. It's just I'm laid back. But
See, that's what I mean. Those guys who like UFC fighters, personal trainers, they don't give a fuck. They're like, I got a six-pack. I can go home and look at it. I don't care.
I always figured it looked like this. Like you don't beat a 6-year-old up because like, I could take the 6-year-old. What purpose is beating him up?
Do you actually have that thought in your head? You weigh the options of beating a 6-year-old up?
Well, I'm
can
just thinking. I was thinking like, man, if I could fight as well as like Joe Lozon, like I'd be arrogant. I'd be like, grabbing bitches' asses and shit, and like, what are you gonna do about it? And I'm like, why would he do this? And I'm like, well, he knows that you could probably just beat him up anyway. There's no challenge. It's like a woman that wants to fuck.
If Wings ever gets a 6-pack, the next day is when he gets shot.
So I used to train MMA, and my instructor was a pro fighter. He wasn't on Lozon's level, but still, like compared to a normal person, he was ridiculous. And so anyway, there was this situation, like someone cut him off, and then he went and like cut the other guy off, like in return, like he got cut off. So then he went and he got in front of the guy who just got in front of him. And I wish I could tell the story as well as him, but the guy gets out of his car and runs up to my MMA instructor's driver's side, and he starts banging on the like the window on the side of it, and he's like, get out, I'm gonna kick your ass. And to hear my instructor tell it, he's just like, I didn't know what to do next. I was like, I figured I'd go out, I'd take him down, he'd roll over, he'd give me his back, I'd choke him, and then he'd come to, and that would be awkward because I'd have to explain like what just happened as he dealt with the memory loss. And it was like, man, how nice would that be? Like to just like fully know how this is going to go. I'm going to go for a takedown, 100% chance that'll work, choke him out, and then there's that awkward, this is what just happened, memory loss.
And when you're a professional athlete like that, like I bet his primary, like if that happened to me, my primary concern would be like, all right, I got to win this. Like I got to find a way out. But for him, he's probably like, God damn it.
Woody did it.
Yeah. He's like, bank closes at 5. It's 4:43. If I can take him down in a minute and a half, I can maybe get there. And so that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
Pencil in that ass whooping and then get to the bank.
Yeah.
So he ended up just driving away. He's like, forget it. Like, and it's kind of cool. There's like a nothing to prove type thing going on there. So.
Yeah.
I've been like, I'm glad you asked today, sir. It's like, we'll get out the car.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be right with
Lay back.
Yo,
I'd probably get out the car at 400 pounds. I'd probably hit him with a fucking car door.
I can see, I don't know, there's this temptation to roll down your window like, oh, you like fighting? You're in luck. I'm a fighter. Here we go.
Right.
You know? It's
Hit him
your
with the
lucky
edge of the
day.
fucking mag light. Bam.
No, I'm the one causing road rage. I'm the one who's always zipping around trying to get somewhere. So I might be on the other end of that.
Yeah, this
No, you're
motherfucker
probably not
go
bad.
85 when you quit.
Usually it's not the aggressive drivers that cause road rage, or at least it seems that way.
It's
It's
the
the
slow ones.
passive people that irritate everyone.
I irritate everybody. I get passed like 4 times going to the gym every day.
Oh,
Because
God, I
the
would
road
be-
that the gym's on is 45, and I go like 48, and I just set it to cruise control.
Nope.
Every-
65.
Everybody else
Get
is
there.
going 65.
65. I got to get there.
yeah. Anything less than 5 miles over the speed limit is too slow.
I
Yeah,
usually
of course.
see what the traffic's doing, and then I lock my cruise control in to ride with them as long as it's fast enough. And if it's 10 miles over the speed limit, then that's just what we do. There's a road not too far from here where the speed limit is 65, I think. I think it's 65, and it backs down to 55 occasionally, but mostly 65. And everybody does 75 or 80 on it, and you just got to run 75 or 80 if you're going to be in the left lane.
I proved you wrong on that.
I don't think we went on that road. The road you're thinking about is 70 miles an hour, and you were confused about the actual speed limit because in South Carolina, I think it's 65, and you weren't used to the
65 in South Carolina, so I was going like 73.
Yeah, it's the speed limit's 70 on Interstate 85 in Georgia. So
here's the thing: I hate cops, so I try to avoid having confrontations with them because I will talk shit.
I think that that would be pretty cool. I think that you should try to have these confrontations with cops and then just like film them with your cell phone. I'd love those videos.
The last time I got pulled over was at the school, and it was by the same cop, but the tickets were 7 years apart. And it was
Did he remember you?
Yeah, I remember. He lives right there.
Did he remember you?
He remembers me. I've known him since I was a kid. It's Eli.
Oh, all right. I think he meant like 7 years, one ticket.
And so the second ticket, he rolls down the window. He's like, "Do you know I pull you over there?" So I'm like, how sorry do you have to be still working trooper duty after 7 years? You're still doing the same job you pulled me at 7 years later.
You said this to him?
I said it to him.
That's a poor move.
You opened with that? Did you open with that?
I opened with that before I knew what I did. 41 and 35.
So how did that little scenario end? That was when you got a ticket for speeding in the school zone, right?
Yeah, my last two were the same school zone by the same cop.
Mm-hmm.
And it pissed me off because he did the same fucking trap to me. I got pulled for 41 and a 35.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that seems a little silly.
You gave me an $80 fucking ticket. It was 2 points. I couldn't get the 2 points dropped because it was a school zone. I'm like, fuck you.
Now, I could be wrong.
Upset.
Was that towards the end of the month?
That was toward the end of the fucking school zone. You know, it was a school zone time from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. He pulled me at like 2:54 or something bullshit like that.
Wings is like, it was gym class. Those kids are agile. They've got out of the way.
The fucking buses were gone. All the people would pick the car riders up. It was like,
give me
I
that
didn't realize it was
school
still
zone
school zone time.
Shit. I love that.
That's what I opened with, dude. I talk shit to cops. I can't stand them.
I think
such
that
a terrible plan.
No, stop, Woody. Let him go with this. I like this.
This is going to cultivate future stories if he continues to berate law enforcement.
I would love to see like a series of videos that you did. Just here's what you could do, Wings. Imagine this as a little video series because I love these anyway. What if you went out and did things that would get you pulled over but technically aren't illegal, like warning people by flashing your lights of speed traps and stuff like that, and maybe go to like those roads where everybody goes 20 over and actually doing the speed limit, congesting traffic, but get pulled over and have one of those confrontations with the cops where you're really just a complete asshole with them. That'd be great.
Am I being detained?
Am I being detained?
Am I being detained?
Am I free to go? I'd love
just don't be one of those assholes who gets pulled over and they're like, well, under Article 3, Section 1 of the Constitution, and they're just rattling off things that have nothing to do with the situation.
The car with my last thing, the last time I had a thing with a cop was at a Scotchman. He's like, can I talk to you for a minute, sir? I go, no, and walk out. Fucking ignore his ass.
What's a Scotchman?
Scotchman is a chain of convenience stores down here in the South. They're kind of dying out.
Gotcha.
Hey, where's everybody from? Like, Kyle, I know you're from Georgia.
Yeah.
North Carolina for me.
St. Louis for me.
Oh
damn.
shit. So y'all must have been hitting that Ferguson up hard.
Oh, yeah.
I heard they give your cops rocket launchers like standard issue now instead of the shotgun.
They are. Yeah.
I didn't
I'm
feel
sure
like
that
Taylor
situation's
added
calmed down.
enough to the whole Ferguson discussion. Like you're like, yeah, that area's quite bad. Well, yeah, I know, but like, what's it like? Have you been there? How far are you from there?
I have. I mean, I've driven through it before. I've never hung out because it's one of those areas that when you drive through, you're not like, hey, there's a diner. You know, let's stop in. Like, no, you're trying to get the fuck out of Ferguson. It's a terrible area. North County's rough. East is even worse. But apparently what didn't get too awful in East St. Louis, aside from what's always happening there, which is just murder. Someone got beat to death by people with hammers. Like ball peen hammers apparently a week ago.
No, I think Kyle discussed that more people die by hammers than assault rifles.
More people do die by hammers? That's hilarious if that's
more
true.
people die a year by hammers than assault rifles.
Hammer time!
Outlaw hammers. Make
the
them
hammer
safe.
is just a tool. It's really the person that's killing them.
Y'all guys talked about Eric Gardner, right?
Woody, you're not thinking if they made smaller hammers, would he be able to?
if they made hammers with fewer shots between reloads.
Yeah, you can just only make the little rock chisel hammers from Shawshank Redemption legal. Little lower hammer-related deaths and injuries.
Hammers fucking suck, Mike.
Go fuck yourself.
Y'all did talk about Eric Gardner in extent.
A bit, you know. Like, here's the thing.
A little bit.
Eric Gardner was doing the whole like, you can't touch me, don't touch me, get your hands off of me, which like in a peer-to-peer situation should really get the guy to stop touching you, right? Like if Merca's roughing me up and I'm like, hey, back off, man, get your hands off me, then he should, because he's just a regular
I took that
person.
completely differently.
But if it's a cop,
you're recognizing Thor. I took it differently. I look at it as like this is like the third time this week they fuck with him, and he's tired of it and he's frustrated. That's why I look
succeeding.
At that
like just the day before he was like selling Lucy cigarettes or something like that. The guy had 30 arrests. He had 30 arrests, including felony. There were felonies like assault, of resisting arrest, which who knows what the fuck that is. False personification, something close to that. I might be saying it wrong, which means that when the cop arrested him, he gave him the wrong name. He's like, yeah, my name's Lewis. Louis Stronghold.
He's obviously dark black. Has a lot of running with the law. But I don't want to talk about the Eric Gardner case as much as the prosecutors. Because this is like the second and possibly third no indictment that's about to come out. You got Tamir Rice coming, and that's going to be no indictment as well.
That's the thing, man. So what happens is over time, the police and the prosecutors get like a chummy relationship because most of the time they're on the same team, right? You know, we're both trying to lock up this drug dealer, this rapist, this murderer, etc. Me and the prosecutors work together as a pair. It seems like we need special prosecutors to attack police, like an internal investigations department of prosecutors.
There are special prosecutors, but they just don't bring them in for these things, it seems.
I'm saying, like, one kid prosecuted from like 2 states over.
I don't think there are special prosecutors that specialize in police. They may be higher ranking ones, but they need like non-corrupt prosecutors who focus on police, because in all these cases it's like, oh yes, my good buddy John over there, right? We've put away many a criminal, he and I together as a pair, where he was my expert witness and we're friends, and now John's on the stand. Funny enough, John never even gets acquitted. Or no, he always gets acquitted. He never even has to get a trial. And we just need prosecutors who are cleaner.
Prosecutor over 2 states and bring him in like the motherfucking Pope mobile. Bulletproof, you can't see him, nobody can talk to him, he has no contact with the public. He goes into court, does his job. After the job's concluded, he goes back to fuck home.
I don't think they're ever going to do that.
Well, they have to. That's the way you fix that problem.
I think the Pope mobile's just...
Well, you don't have to be the Pope mobile. It could be like a
Mobile just draws more attention.
You know.
The Pope mobile is essential in this plan. They have to get here.
If there's not a Pope mobile, then I'm not on board.
Wings is sitting over there like, no, you don't understand how integral this part is. We need the Pope mobile. A Lincoln Town car isn't going to do it.
Didn't the Pope get rid of the Pope mobile? I don't think that's a thing anymore.
I think that he's refused to use it.
How can a Pope mobile be a thing? A guy that tells you that heaven's this great thing, but protects himself from going to heaven at all costs?
It's not his time.
Well, I mean, he's got to chill out, you know, tell more people about the great beyond, and sit in his bulletproof car while he does so.
You must really want to go to hell if you try to kill the Pope.
New Pope, to be fair, the new Pope, I know there was a thing where like his life was threatened at an event, and he refused to go into the Pope mobile. He wanted to be in like an open air thing. Like I don't think he's into all that stuff. I know he rides around on a Ford Focus. I don't like all the lauding of
choice
the
right
Pope.
there.
Like, just not being abjectly evil makes him good. Like, he's effectively the CEO of the largest, wealthiest organization on the planet, tax dodging in every country on Earth, tax-free, just has his own little Vatican City. And just because he's not saying, hey, rape people to get rid of AIDS, he's great. Like, just because he says condoms are okay, just basic things that people have known for years, he's this, like, great pope.
He's hit.
Like, what has he really done other than not worn jewelry?
Yeah,
like his claim to fame was like, oh, I'm not wearing jewelry, I'm not wearing the goofy hat, I'm down to earth, I'm like you, I'm a multi-billionaire, but you can relate. Like it's
like a politician that has an old van. I got this old van.
He's like, I have a modest throne, aren't I great?
Yeah.
It's just a chair. He's got to have a chair. I bet a lot of CEOs have more expensive chairs than the Pope.
I don't know.
The Pope doesn't use anything more than a 3-carat diamond on his modest throne. Very minimal gold inlay as well.
Look, I like
have cubic zirconias on his scepter.
Yeah, his scepter.
Look, they're not hiring popes out of like the general population pool. Okay, you got to be one of the cardinals, and to be one of the cardinals, you've got to. There's a very short list of people they had to choose, and I think they made a good decision based on this guy's actions so far.
Best
I'm sure there was
decision in
like
decades. I'll hand them
there
that.
was probably there was at least one or two rapey cardinals they could have picked. There was a couple of them who would have been all blinged out and obnoxious, and there was a couple of them that would have went and burned some gays somewhere or went back to stoning women. Who knows? I think that given the alternatives that we could have ended up with, this is a pretty good pope.
I thought this was like a changeover pope. Somebody put in office just to kind of.
That's who the last pope was. That's what the last pope was.
Is Pope Benedict still in?
I don't know.
The last one died.
No, the last one didn't die. The last one quit for health reasons.
Yeah, the one before the last one died at like 110 or whatever.
Who's the pope now?
I don't
Pope
know.
John Paul the 90th.
I call him good pope.
Good pope.
Wow.
So Benedict's not the pope anymore.
He's a Pope Classic.
The throwback pope.
You know the guy who looks like the fucking
throwback pope.
emperor from Star Wars.
That's the one before. That's not the current pope
Yeah, that
anymore,
guy.
Wings. There's a
Yeah,
new
that
one.
guy's out. They got rid of the chancellor.
The chancellor.
Hey, I got another topic.
I want to talk about this since we got all the guys here
All right.
and Drew's here, so we have a nice Latin connection to this one. What is up with Latin men in Ford vehicles?
That's fucked up, man. 'Cause you know I drive a Ford.
Yeah, I do know this.
All right, I have no idea where this.
This is something I wasn't even aware as a trend.
I did not
Kyle
know.
obviously knows this one. You got some Spanish people in Georgia.
Yeah, there's a very huge Mexican population here. Yes.
Do they all
But
drive Fords?
they don't all drive like F-150s and Expeditions?
They like to drive lower down like Chevys and Fords with louvers and spoilers and shit and all tinted out. I've noticed that. But as far as picking a brand, like I think they're usually just happy to get their hands on a running vehicle. I've seen a lot of them with those cars that have like a screwdriver key. It's just a screwdriver jammed in the steering column. So I don't know too many of the picky.
Those are classified as rentals. That's not theirs. That's a rental. That's different.
You know what?
That can be any make or model.
Have you seen the vine of like the Latin dude that used the jack as like a spare tire?
No.
Jack, is it what?
Yeah, he used like a floor jack, a 2.5-ton floor jack as a spare tire. He like had it rinsed onto like the axle.
Oh, so those little wheels
Yeah.
work. That's all right. For the record, because I don't know any of y'all know me. I'm not that kind of Hispanic. My Ford has 4 tires.
For the record, we didn't know you were Hispanic.
Yes.
See? Leaps and bounds, baby. Leaps and bounds.
You'll always be black to me, Drew.
Yeah.
When people describe like he's got to meet Woody, I remember that was like last year.
Yeah.
You got to meet Woody, and something about Woody isn't like black people, and I don't want to touch it. Lefty like black people. He's past him. All right, then we're good.
Wait, what?
Don't worry, Lefty's not here to hate on you, man. We got rid of him. You don't have to worry about that.
I've been thrilled to meet him, man. Been like road rage. I don't get fucked with on the road like that.
Yeah, you seen when I first met Drew, everybody's like doing Lefty jokes, like racist Lefty.
Oh yeah.
I never knew who this Lefty was, man. It sounds like a boxer, so I kind of stay quiet about it.
If I'm
big
going to
guy.
generalize about Mexicans, this is my favorite aspect of Mexicans. They help people who are having trouble on the road. I've had 2 situations where I needed a hand. So just like a week ago, actually, I was near my new house. I was at a gas station, and there was a woman there, and she was like stranded because her tire was flat. It just so happens that my truck, because I did off-roading, has an air compressor under the hood. So I'm like, all right, cool, I can help this lady out. And so I'm like pumping it up, doing my thing, giving her gas, and it is leaking. I figured it was a slow leak because it's not at her house, right? She's down the road. How fast can this leak be? Fast. And now I'm stuck because I've like started to help a person, and I want to be like, oh, look at the time. Can't help you.
Committed.
My idea ran out. You're on your own.
It was like, well, I was kind of a one-trick pony. I was gonna, put air in your tire and then let you get wherever you're going and to where it's gonna. But the sidewall had like it was I don't know, but picture a spike or something had gone in the side. It was big enough that you could almost get your pinky in it. So a couple Mexican guys see me, like, not knowing what to do next, and they start grabbing a tire plug, and they manage to, like, jerry rig it. You just, like, stuff it in the side of the hole. And
That's how tire plugs work.
and it didn't do a good job or anything, but it let her get to where she was going.
Worked, right?
Because they stuffed it full, and it was like, I don't know if you know what a tire plug looks like, but it's like a thick tar string kind of thing. And they had like 3 of them stuck in there, and it was coming out of the side of the tire by like half an inch going down the road. It wasn't like a permanent repair, but they got her going, and I was grateful. And it was like, not everybody just like freaking chips in when that happened. And then another time is a couple years ago, actually. This lady, I think she was just out of gas, but she was only like 30 yards, 40 yards from a gas station. And she's driving a smallish car. And she's stuck there, and her blinkers are on. She's stopping traffic. And when I saw her, like I looked in her eyes, there was like this panic going on. Like she didn't know what to do or how to handle this, and people were honking at her, and she was in kind of a bad way. So and she was older. So I pulled into the gas station, and I ran out, and I started like to push her to the gas station. That was my intent. I was going, it's not that big a car, I'll just push her. Well, as you age, certain shit's just taken from you, and there's no letter or anything letting you know that, like, hey, your ability to like push a car uphill into a gas station, that's not yours anymore. So so she lets off the gas, and I push, and it's a little uphill, but it's just about a standstill. Like, I'm not going anywhere. I make like a foot of progress, so I've got 90 more to go, and I'm like, all right, hit the gas again, or hit the brake again, because we're about to roll back. And now again, I'm like committed to help this woman, and I don't have the ability to do so. And just then a white pedo van with like a half a dozen Mexican guys in it, I think they were carpet installers, they come pouring out of like every door in this van. And now it's me leading a team of guys pushing the car, like, all right, we're going to the gas station. And they're like, all right,
Andale.
yeah. And then we all go, and we get it up to like a jog, and we're going and we glide her into the gas station and put her next to the pump, and she's good to go. And I can't tell you how many people passed us. I'll make up a number, like 175 people passed us. A van full of Mexican pulls up, and now I have a team of car pushers on my side.
That could be true, because speaking on behalf of me and Kyle, I know that neither of us would give a second thought to getting out and helping that person. Yeah. I would look at them with a little bit of derision, kind of like, fucking idiot, you can't fill up before you leave, and then drive. That's what I would have done.
I'm pretty unlikely to stop and help most of the time, because I don't, especially if I'm in my car, and especially if it looks like they're probably going to handle this situation on their own. Like, if I saw like an emergency, of course I'd stop. But if you just ran out of gas, it's every man for himself.
I stop.
Sometimes I'll fantasize about what would happen if I did help, and then like by the time I'm halfway done with the fantasy of what would happen if I helped, I'm like, oh, that was 10 miles ago. Whatever. And then
dude, so
I think it's almost like it's contagious. Like I came from the gym one time when we had an ice storm, and a tree had fell over the road, and everybody was like stopping and turning around and going the other way. I go to turn, I pull up and put the hitch back there and hook a chain to it. Well, everybody starts getting out their car and start helping move the fucking tree up the road.
So I stopped another time. This was a couple years ago too. But they're driving this like a big old square car. I don't know what to call it, like a Lincoln or something, but it's like from the 80s. It's not nice or anything. And the lady is like waving her arm in the air. And she's on the side of like a busy road, and I'm like, all right, maybe I can help her, because I'm pretty handy. Like, I've done a lot of automotive repair on my buggy, and I maintain my own cars, and I'm like, yeah, we'll see maybe I can give her a hand. And so I pull over, and I'm like, she's got the hood up, so I'm looking to see what the deal is. I ask her about the symptoms, and then this guy comes like to the scene too. He's with her, but they kind of hid the fact that they were together. And this guy is sketchy as fuck. He's I don't know how to describe. All right, he's white trash. He's got like a denim jacket that's old and worn. He has like long, straggly Scooby style hair, some sort of unkept beard, and he has homemade tattoos on his knuckles. Like, not his knuckles, nice. But like this part of his hand. And
Jeremy's got some of those.
Does he? They look like jail tattoos. Like someone had just made them like I honestly think he had jail tattoos. He had a lot of homemade tattoos, like from I could only see like halfway up his forearm, like as he worked on stuff. But like on the back of his hands and on his fingers, he had all these tattoos and stuff. And now I'm like, what the fuck did I get myself into? Like, I think this guy's a felon, you know? And I'm just, you know, and it doesn't take too long before you figure out her alternator doesn't work. But if you could put a charge in her battery, then she'd probably get down the road. So the fix for this is to line the cars up, charge her battery, and then explain to her she's got like 10, 15 minutes before the battery dies again. And that's just, you know, how this is going to be. And but I don't know that I want to hang out there for like 10 or 15 more minutes. And luckily, a cop came up. And now it's me and the cop and her and this guy. And the cop is like, I'll tell you what, I'll call a tow truck for you, and Woody, you can get going. And I'm like, that's a good plan. So that's how that ended, and I wasn't raped at all.
So Woody, that's like 3 stories where you help people, and then someone else shows up and finishes the job, man. You're like the bat signal or something.
Yeah, I'm completely incompetent,
Have you
right?
ever actually helped someone?
You just let people know someone needs help, and you just hold it down until.
You should put some flares in your truck, not a winch. You should be over there.
Yeah, that's right.
She needs help.
Yeah, but the cop wants to call a tow truck. If that woman is with a guy that has like fucking denim jackets and Michelob breath, she can't afford a tow truck.
It's a Michelob.
Michelob.
Yeah,
He's not
Michelob
that
breath.
highbrow.
Yeah, that's Pabst Blue Ribbon breath.
Maybe a natty ice.
Red Dog.
But I do like picturing the image of Woody getting out like a good Samaritan, walking up, seeing he can't help, and then kind of just be, hey, everybody see, this person needs help. This person, hey, this guy. Get over here.
I wish you were smoother about it though, because I feel like he gets there, realizes, this isn't in my expertise, and he's kind of gets stuck. I wish that he would walk up and be like, oh, you're fucked. I'm out of here. Like, I don't know shit about that. You got a mechanical problem. You need a mechanic. See ya.
I feel like every one of Woody's stories, he gets like 8 minutes into like the event you're talking about before you realize like, fuck, I shouldn't have stopped. God, again, I can't help. Again, I'm just standing here with
That's not true.
convict.
The alternator chick, I totally would have gotten her back to her house safely had there not been a felon loitering around.
Or back.
The flat tire person, it was a reasonable assumption.
A human being.
And the push the car person, like you assholes just haven't got old yet. You'll see. Like this is
The only thing I'll think about during that story is I had to push my truck like at Kyle's house in like the red Georgia clay. And pushing a truck on grass is different than pushing a truck on road.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, I used to be able to do front handsprings, right? Pretty much an infinite amount of front handsprings. Like, I bet I could do front handsprings for a block. I just, like, you know, at first I could do 1 and then 2, and then it got to be I could do them until I was dizzy. I haven't tried that in a long time, but I'm pretty sure that the universe has removed that from my list of shit that I can do. You know, like there's just my strength to weight ratio isn't what it was at 17, and you know, no front handsprings for you. That's what happened with the car thing. I've pushed cars a bunch of times.
We gotta see. Can you try one?
I don't know if he's got a room.
There's not enough space in here. I could theoretically.
Not for a safe one anyway, but maybe
Woody,
an
are there
extreme
Hispanics
one.
nearby, Woody?
Is there a what?
Are there Hispanics nearby in case
To
it goes
spot me
awry?
and help me finish the front handspring.
Yeah.
Like they
Track
do with
full of
kids.
Hispanics. I'm not that close, but there's got to be someone else around. They got your back.
You could speak some like in Spanish to them to kind of encourage you.
Yeah, I'll talk someone through it.
That's next time. If I ever see you in person, Drew, we'll get it on film. You can spot me and like whip my legs around, and I'll complete the series of Hispanics helping me with shit I shouldn't have started.
Speaking about aerobics, you've been wanting to do something that was impressive. Have you ever tried doing the kip up to the handstand?
Kick up to the handstand.
Yeah.
Which one?
The only one, the kip up to the handstand.
I don't know what a kip up to a handstand is. I know a power up on one of those bars, right?
Show me that.
Or muscle
I'll
up,
try
I'm
it.
thinking of. Yeah, I think we should just Drew do athletic shit as a segment of the show tonight. Can you do a standing flip or
watching it
back
right
flip?
now, so let me figure this out.
Here's the one I want. Right here.
Give it. Oh, is this Link 30? No,
I'm putting on right now.
Oh, yeah, that's not happening tonight.
Yeah. Let's go and back it up here.
Oh, a kip up to a handstand. Exactly what it's called. All right, so let's see what this is.
I saw this earlier. Yeah, that's incredible.
All right, I got a new goal. That's not
Holy
happening
smokes!
Fucking ninja.
Good lord.
Actually, I might be able to do the no foot plank.
That guy's
Feet
triceps
up
are
and anchor right on.
ridiculous.
That's crazy.
The no foot plank.
Yeah, you see how he balances? He's got his hands like kind of under him, but like in an underhand fashion. His elbows are like leveraged into his hips or his ribs. You can almost balance that way. It takes crazy strength, but it's also a nice little balancing act.
One thing me and Drew talk about when we're sitting bullshitting while we're working out is how to get famous on like social media and things. And he's like, well, how you do it at a fitness level? I'm like, well, you ever see the video of the guy that like does like the 6 foot fucking push up where he like jumps up on boxes and like pulls himself up? You guys familiar with the video I'm talking about?
I can't really picture it.
What does he do again?
Well, he's on the ground and then he jumps up onto boxes that are like 4.5 feet high and he
Okay.
pulls himself up.
Oh yeah, like what football people do in the combine.
Kind of like that, yeah. When you start, it's like a push-up, but when you finish the push-up here, you leave the ground, both hands, both feet, and then almost land onto platforms that are higher up in the ground. It's tough. It looks great on camera though.
I would argue that's not the way to get big on social media. Like I think that if you're going to do it just via athletic feats, you need to be so outrageous, and even then, I feel like it's kind of a one-trick pony
you've
situation.
seen the video then, Woody, because this is crazy what he does.
Call it like a
All
box
right.
jump push-up or something. I mean, it's impressive.
Link
It
it
is.
up.
very
I'm sure it's
impressive.
impressive, but I'm waiting. I bet I can make a point. when this is
I don't
over.
know. I'm in learning mode every time we talk about social media and YouTube and everything.
I mean, I think you'd do much better with a little motivational talk and connecting with people than like big push-ups. But let's see this video.
Thank God, because I think I'm better at that than
Yeah.
I don't think this is the one I'm talking about, but he does basically the same thing.
that's the one.
And I was there talking to Drew. I'm like, what is that man's name, Drew? Don't fucking know. Have no clue. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. If somebody would put his name like on the bottom of the video or kind of tell you it isn't the video I've seen, but it's the same idea.
Yeah, same type thing. I mean, it's tough. But Woody, let me ask you something, man. What?
Yeah.
Because I maybe I'm too jaded or too desensitized to like fitness and things like that and working out. What would motivate somebody who's trying? Like, what would motivate somebody better from an outside perspective? Because I think I know, but then again, people who are in the gym all the time are like, I don't need fitness motivation because I'm in it all the time. I don't know if we work out the same amount of times per week. But what would motivate you, man?
I mean, I guess I'm thinking to myself, what would motivate me? If the speech that I think would work well would be the like get started, the just do it kind of thing, right? You know, the guys who are in the gym all the time who do this stuff on autopilot in the same way that just about every adult kind of goes to work every day and they don't decide whether they're going to work or not. There are people who go to the gym like that. Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm at the gym. And I'm not making a conscious decision. I'm not weighing the pros and cons. It's just part of my routine. The people who don't have that habit, like convincing them to like, hey man, just do day one. Just get it started. Just get it going. That and I think talking to the guys who aren't already converted would be a much bigger market. And then some success stories would be cool too. Oh, and an educational part of it too. So Lozon taught me this. I don't know if you know. I have a friend, Joe Lozon. The UFC was telling him that every time you do any social media interaction, whether it's Twitter or YouTube, etc. Let me see if I can get it. There's 3 things that you can do, and it should always do one of them. You can educate, you can motivate, or you can connect, right? Every video, everything should do one of those. Educate, motivate, or connect. And I think you can focus on one of those, or you can just spread it across all 3. But it shouldn't be worthless, right? Every time someone hears a tweet from you, every time someone sees a video from you, they should either be learning something, liking you more, or just learning something. Motivated, right? Where they get something for themselves. And if you follow that model, I think it works super well in the fitness thing. Educate, motivate, or connect with people, and do that until you build a following.
I'll try it out.
Yeah,
I like that. Motivate, educate, or connect.
Where are you from, Drew? We were talking about where we were. Yeah.
Well, it's like a Forrest Gump type story, man. All right, short version is I was born in Central America, Honduras, and then I grew up in Connecticut. I went to college in New York. After New York, I came down to Charlotte, lived in Charlotte for a little while, about a little under a year, but I traveled, so I was never really in Charlotte for an extended period of time. My parents retired to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I followed them here and then got into service industry because it's a tourist town, so it's the easiest way to make money, like that. And then got into fitness, and fitness turned into helping, like keeping in shape, but then helping other people keep in shape, and then it was getting out of hand, so I started just, instead of helping people, charging friends, like, listen, 20, 30 bucks, yeah, you can come work out with me all you want. To actually, like, all right, this could be a legitimate business, and then kind of got stuck here. So, I mean, I've been all over the place, man, but...
How old were you when you left Honduras?
6 weeks. I was adopted, so I was a baby. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. It wasn't a. That blessing was a choice made for me.
My grandmother's third husband was from Honduras, and he would always tell me stories about his childhood there, like the tarantulas that would live in the holes under these trees, and how they'd get a stick with bubble gum and lure them out, and the bubble gum would stick to the tarantula. They'd get it out and roast it over the fire, and how he saw them. He talked about like a banana farmer who got bit in the arm by like a snake, and then they like chopped his hand off with a machete to prevent the poison from spreading. So I was hoping you'd have some legit crazy Honduras stories, but
nah, that's 6 weeks, man. I went from a mud hut to America real fast.
Yeah,
do you know anything about your parents?
Say what?
Do you know anything about your parents?
Biologically, no. I was the youngest of 9.
Jesus.
Well, actually, I mean, I'll tell you, it's funny. Actually, I just learned this year, this part here. I was the youngest of 9, that I knew. The 8th child, I think it was going to be a brother. So my closest brother was really sick before I was born. So, like my mother was pregnant. So anyway, I was scheduled to be drowned at birth because she couldn't keep the 8th child, so the 9th one's not going to have a chance. She knew a lawyer's assistant who, obviously, she said, all right, well, listen, this babe, we're drowning this kid, so would you take him instead? Because the lawyer has connections with adoption agencies, stuff like that. Meanwhile, in America, my parents were working to go through the church to adopt a child, realized it's easier to go to Central America and get one. All the paperwork was done. They've been trying this for years, so they had their process expedited because they had all these paperwork, everything was already lined up. They just had to put an international application in. So at the same time, if my parents didn't have that quick expedited process, because the assistant, I guess, couldn't keep me for very long because it wasn't legal to just keep me like that, I probably would have been drowned. But that's all I know.
So they would have drowned you to avoid legal complications.
Say what?
They would have drowned you to avoid legal complications?
No, they would have. The assistant wasn't able to legally keep me, so they would have gave me back to the mother, who planned on drowning me because she couldn't keep up with 8 kids. Number 9 apparently was just not. It was just beyond feasible.
But you're saying drowning like it's so blasé, like, oh, they were just going to drown me if they couldn't, like, is that like, what you do there? Like, fuck. Overshot it again, drown the kid.
No, I don't know, man. Honestly, I get a funny perception about it just because.
Yeah, because Papa,
but it wasn't.
Papa never mentioned these infant drownings when he regaled me with tales of Honduras. Okay, like they were always sort of adventure stories, and they ended happy in the end. And now I'm hearing about all this baby drowning, and I don't like it.
Hey, man,
are you sure you weren't just caught up in the excitement of it? Like, oh, we went whitewater rafting and mountain climbing. A couple babies got drowned. Then we saw, and like, just missed it.
The funny thing
I almost went whitewater rafting, but I missed that too.
Based on what I learned in this show, you're better off in Rwanda than Honduras.
Yeah. You mentioned being smuggled, on a ship at one point. So maybe it was a little rougher than I remember.
Might have been. Say.
I gotta ask. I don't know how to ask. Not racist, but were your parents wealthy white people from Connecticut?
Not wealthy. I mean, they worked. They both worked.
His parents are white. They called me Ray off guard. You get invited back to your house, and it's like, white people are there. It's like, oh.
My dad, my parents are both white, but they both worked, so it wasn't like I didn't. I mean, it was obviously a better situation than being drowned, but no, they worked, and I had an ideal childhood, man. I can't complain a bit.
Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Childhood.
Yeah, it was blue collar, but
You're higher in blue collar.
we're very privileged. You know, I can't. It was I got a lot of opportunities. I very honestly I was spoiled to cut to the chase, but I never heard no a whole lot, which is why I have this crazy mindset and think I can do everything because I never heard no as a kid.
Did you have any brothers and sisters?
No, I got one sister and then I have two. They're kind of like brothers. We're all raised together-ish. That would again another like I said, Forrest
Sounds
Gump
like you
type
did
story.
have brothers and sisters.
Yeah, but not 8 of them.
Oh, I don't
Not
know.
8.
Okay, so you had what'd you have? One brother and 2 sisters? Is that what you
One
said?
sister, and then I had two younger friends that we grew up so close that I call my brothers, but one sister.
Gotcha.
Yeah, everyone's got those friends that it's like, oh, it's my little brother, it's my little sister. So those two are mine.
Cool.
Fair enough.
Do we need a whole new topic?
I want to hear about how what the workout is like for wings and what's the progress there. What's going on?
Well, you want it from my perspective or Wings' perspective?
Both.
Both of them. First you.
You go
You
first.
want the first crack?
You go first.
You want
'Cause
me to get the first
mine's
crack?
always dreary.
You tell the truth. Tell the truth, man. Lay it out like it is.
Don't pull any punches.
Oh, I got no problem being honest. That's funny. Punches is how it started, actually. All right, well, in a nutshell, but here's what happened with Jordy. Jordy's pitfall is not working out. That's not his problem. That's probably the easiest thing we do is to train. I put together some really, I try and keep it fun and new so it's not, you don't get that mundane, stale feeling. You always want to keep him guessing, keep it energetic. We box, we do a little bit of cardio, but I want to watch his joints because at his weight, that could be more counterproductive to get him to start walking over a mile or running at all. So we do stuff to keep his heart rate up so he burns fat, but at the same time protects his joints. We do a lot with weights, but honestly, the fitness part is a secondary result. All my goal is to get Jordy to enjoy something, get a positive experience. Because when we talked earlier this year, he was really, really, really depressed. And I realized, and there's a lot of people that go through that kind of rough stuff. I don't know how bad any of you guys have had it or how bad Jordy had it compared to me. I don't know what he felt, but it sounded like he was going through some stuff. And number one is to get him around positive environments, positive interactions, and that will bring the enjoyment out. Working out, I understand the endorphins, the dopamine, I understand the feel-goods that come with it, but he wasn't at that point. So now what we do is a lot of stuff that he enjoys, and that's necessary. So we have upper core day, upper core push, upper core pull. So those are two comparable movements. So you can do one, the next day you can do the other, and then legs. But in that, I got to find what he enjoys also, because some stuff no one's ever going to enjoy. I'll throw out, for instance, I hate fucking burpees. They're effective as hell. I can't stand them. It's not going to, if I can get away from doing them, I get away from doing them. But there's things I enjoy. So I want to find what Jordy enjoys, and then once I have a library of what he enjoys, I start designing workouts around that. So like we used to box a lot, and then I learned that you didn't really enjoy boxing.
I enjoy cardio, period.
So we haven't really boxed a whole lot as much. But he loves bench press, so we put together a whole bunch of fun stuff for bench press.
Well, I like weights in general because when you're lifting weights, you're not a 400-pound man anymore.
Right.
Because the bench is carrying most of your weight, or you're sitting down. And the only fail point there is you. So the only person you're responsible for is you. It's not like you can't do this workout because you got 200 pounds hanging off the front of you.
Right.
You can't do this workout because you can't do this workout. And I really like that, and you see progress really quickly.
Yeah, and it's exciting. It's fun to watch people grow like that. I mean, Jordy's strong. The problem is he's carrying a lot of dead weight with him, so he doesn't get to enjoy that strength. But like, tell him about the bench press, where you started and where you're at.
I started at 45 pounds.
Which is just the bar.
It's just the bar. The bar is 45 pounds by itself. No weights on it.
Which looks really manly in the gym.
Those are hard days when you only can do the bar and you got other motherfuckers walking around. It's not a day you want to be there.
Is it bad though? Like, because you've got Drew there, right? Like,
yeah, but it's a pride thing. You're a guy and you're like, man, this is 45 pounds. You feel like a woman.
Right. Well, I'm there, but if I'm helping him with the bar, that looks worse.
He did have
no, but you're. To me, it's like, well, I could do more. I just have my trainer telling me to do this. We're like I didn't choose this. Someone else chose it for me. That's why.
I'm lying to you. The bar day was the sorest day I've had in the gym.
I've had more than one first day at the gym. I can come away, if I'm dumb enough, pretty much handicapped. right? By day 2, you know, like
You can't wash under your arms. You're all like, it's
like your grand plans of like, I'm gonna go to the gym every day. I'm gonna go, you know, not even an off day. No off days for me. No cheat days. I'm not a bitch. And then you go, just blow yourself out one day, and you're like, fuck this. I'm fine the way I am.
I went as a teenager once, and we didn't know what we were doing. So we worked every single muscle group, and especially the bench press. We were all about the bench press, you know, just benching as much as we could. It was our favorite one. And then the next day at gym class, I could hardly do a push-up. I was so sore. Me and my buddy were looking at each other, and it was a type of handicap. Like I was physically disabled. I did it to myself.
Well, I mean,
But anyway.
I've come a long way. We've been working, 5 weeks now, 5 days a week, about an hour and a half a day. I'm 3-rep max is probably 175, and I'm repping 135.
Yeah, so it's,
That's good. So what are you down to now?
I'm not. I've actually gained 10 pounds.
Gain 10 pounds. So do you think it's muscle, or what are we doing here?
the misnomer there is it's the weight in his situation is it's lean muscle mass. Now he's lost inches off his waist, and his arms are completely they're completely different.
My arms are not what Kyle had.
Feels different, all that. So
there's no flab on my arms hardly anymore. I mean, like they're filling out.
Well, show 'em, man.
I can't really see because I still got fat. But like, you know,
It's different. It's different. You can't really. It's
Welcome
not.
to the
it's
gun
not
show.
pinchable. Actually, you know what? Here, go closer. I can't really pinch it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's.
Yeah.
There's no handful of flab anymore.
That's great, dude. Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
It's funny, like as Wings was trying to battle these demons without Drew, everyone was like, you know, you need to see therapy, right? You need to talk to someone about what's going on in your head. And in my head, from a distance watching this thing, it's like he got a therapist. Not a doctor, but you know, like I've watched some of the videos. I hear Wings talking to you, you know, while you guys are having a meal together, saying you like, you know, how do you do this when you're not motivated? And you're like, not everything I do is fun. You know, sometimes I just wake up on autopilot and do good things. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's
yeah.
You nailed it.
Yeah, you know,
What
and
keeps me going to the gym is the depression. Like if
Say
I
it
miss
again?
2 or 3 days, I slip right back into depression, and like it's like mind blowing. It's like night and day seeing me as a person.
yeah, and when you go to the gym, you feel successful, right? Like, and you feel proud of yourself.
Well, it all depends what day. Like I did fail one day at the gym. We did these 35-pound squats, which essentially he wanted me to do. He essentially wanted me to do like 110 squats in like a 10-minute time frame, and I failed on it.
I got a little excited. It was 100% my fault. I wanted to way too much. That was all me. But what we did was we had kettlebells in the gym, and I lined up different decreasing weights.
Yeah.
But you had to keep the same reps. So you start heavy, but then you get tired. So by the time you're doing, you know, a 4-pound kettlebell, it feels like a ton because you have nothing left, you know, in the tank. But again, you failed because I set you up for that. You were prepped for probably half.
Does Wings ever give you like a barrier when you ask him to do something? Like sometimes, whether it be exercise, food, or you know YouTube, we'd have a suggestion, and sometimes he would adopt it weeks or months later. But right off the bat, his first reaction were finding reasons why he couldn't do that. Do you run into that a lot?
I do give him barriers, but the barriers are more like, can you run? No. Do you want to run? No.
Well, let me ask you this: Have you been dragging any people? Have you been keeping up with your Jeremy pulls? That's what I want to know.
I could beat Jeremy right now. Like if Jeremy did a tug of war, I would whoop his ass right now.
I don't know. Jeremy's got a whole baby mama situation, like, and I haven't been able to reach him on the phone. My cousin hasn't been able to reach him on the phone. He's on total crisis lockdown mode with the new girl. I think she's keeping him at home and not letting him out at all. So.
Because I almost could beat Jeremy at the tug of war when I didn't have my upper body strength.
It was really fun to watch. That was my favorite thing we did was the tug of war.
I mean, like Jeremy can do about 200-pound press. What do you think Jeremy can do?
I think he benches I honestly don't know. I don't think we've ever put all the weights on.
I mean, he used to bench you, but you were like halfway leaning on the machine, and like so it was like 170.
Yeah, he could definitely bench 200 pounds. He's a strong guy.
That's solid. By the way, mate, congratulations, and you need a little shout out, Kyle, for how long were you guys together on that? It was weeks, right?
A month.
It was a month. That's serious dedication for caring about somebody else, man. Because
that was fun. See, I like doing stuff like that, not because I'm a nice person. I want to help anybody. That's not true. I really did enjoy helping Wings. That was the goal from the outset. But an unexpected bonus that I got out of it was all the stories and the experiences I got just hanging out with Wings and doing that whole thing. That was ridiculous. I am glad we did that. At first, I was like, what I got myself into? But definitely looking back on it now, I'm definitely glad we did that.
It's pretty easy. I'm self-maintenance.
Yeah. You were fun to have around. It was always interesting. Like I'd look and Wings was like pissing with the door open or something. Kitty's like,
I still do that. But right before Drew came, I was taking a shit with the door open. And I started thinking like, I would want me to shut the door. I actually had that thought.
I bet Drew wanted you to shut the
I'm over
door
here
too.
the iPad and shit. I'm like, the door's open.
He was like, man, everybody wanted you to close that door. We talked about it extensively.
Yeah, I can't believe Wings of Redemption. You're a man who I bet can pollute a bathroom. Like you shut the door, turn the fan on.
Is it common for you to shit with the door open, Wings?
No, the bathroom is like right across the hall. I don't bother. Just like fucking plop down, open up a John's bathroom reader, and just do my business.
I cannot do that. You have to have the door closed. You can't just be. If you're shitting in an open door, you're basically shitting in the hallway and in your living room.
I sleep naked with the door open if I'm not in a place at somebody else's house.
Whew.
Kyle, did you sleep naked at your place?
You need to use the access of your grandma when you call her.
The room he was staying in at my house actually doesn't have a lock on the door. I realized recently because I stayed in there, and I was surprised. But nobody. I never barged in on Wings. I don't know if he slept in the nude. I always knocked, made sure that I announced myself before I went in there. So I don't know if he
took a pistol and he like got all uptight about me having a pistol in the room.
I didn't get uptight. I was just like, man, you really don't need to be armed. My fear wasn't that you were gonna. My fear was this. That because like I get up late at night or early in the morning, however you want to look at it, and there's that door chime that goes off at my house if if any door or window opens, and I was worried that you could get startled or maybe like have a nightmare and all of a sudden wake up in this strange environment and be like, where am I? And all of a sudden like I'm coming through the house like 4 a.m. like coming in drunk or something. I'm just like wearing a big coat. You're just like blasting away with a 1911 in my living room, man. That was my fear, and that's all it was. So yeah, gun worried me a little bit, and also I felt like
I don't like sleeping with the door closed because like it takes. When you close the door in a room, it makes the room hotter because it takes away the circulation from the house.
Oh, your room was so fucking hot?
It was so fucking hot, dude. I had to keep the fan on like full blast, and then like they had like this stand-up like fan designed to like clean the air. I put that bitch in the room too.
Yeah, and it wasn't that like the reason was because like he had so much electronic equipment crammed in that room, all those monitors and his PC and everything. And the bed was pushed up over the vent, so it was
fantastic.
It was an inferno in there. It was like you opened the door and the heat radiated out, and it was just.
You could lose weight just sitting in the room.
Yeah, I lost a lot of weight.
Sauna the shit out of
yourself. I went from like 442 to like 403.
But that doesn't explain why you shit with the door open at all.
That comes from not having any like.
Well, after he'll go unconscious if he's in there with those gases for too long. So, he's got to air it out.
Like Zyklon B.
I didn't think of the chemistry.
It's true.
I did hear about one time in a Mexican prison where they were on this diet of like nothing but like cabbage and beans, where like a man on the top bunk died of methane poisoning because of the gas in this 4-man cell he was in.
They were keeping them living on cabbage and beans.
Yeah, and this is a true story. This really happened. There was so much flatulence that this guy on the top bunk was overcome by the fumes in the night and never woke up.
Did he have like breathing problems or something, or is it like a healthy man?
It's methane. It all rose to the.
There's 2 people on the top bunks in a 4-man cell. One survived.
Look, man. I mean, maybe he was a little dude. I don't know. I don't know how much methane you can take before you're out. I don't know how much cabbage you've got to eat before you fart a man to death either. But maybe he was. Maybe he was producing most of the methane.
Atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlivable.
I remember that news story. It's a few years back, but that totally happened.
So have you got yourself a new Jeremy?
I don't have a new Jeremy, and I need one. I
hear the Jeremy Wheel of Pain has not yet happened. I remember it being created.
I wanted to do the Jeremy Wheel of Pain, but you need a Jeremy to do the Jeremy Wheel of Pain. I sent him text messages, I left him voicemails. He's not into it. He doesn't want to do it.
They got like $200 up for grabs.
Hey, all right, I'm gonna have to hear it. This sounds like a $5,000 porno offer. I gotta hear.
No, well, the Jeremy Wheel of Pain was this. It's a wheel that you spin.
You don't have it anymore?
I've got it here somewhere. Like I mean, it's in the room somewhere. But basically, there's like 6 or 8 different slices of this pie, and it spins, and there's one of those things that it's like Wheel of Fortune.
Right.
And it stops on one of them, and in between cash prizes, like $100, $200, there are like punishments. Like you have to. I think one of them was 5 pickle shots, which is 5 shots of tequila and 5 shots of pickle juice. One of them was like getting hit with a stun gun, maybe getting maybe like a pepper spray burrito. Getting shot with a rubber, like a beanbag bullet, like crazy shit like that. Like getting a tattoo. One of them was getting a PKA tattoo, and I thought it was funny, and I think it would be pretty hardcore if we actually did it, and it wouldn't be that expensive. But he wasn't into it. He didn't want to do it.
I can't imagine why.
I mean, he's got an FPS Russia tattoo,
which is awesome.
But I don't think I can get down there in time.
Russia tattoo because he was proud of being a part of something.
Well, he got the FPS Russia tattoo because, like, I mean, I asked him if he would. It was kind of the package when we pepper sprayed him, we shot him with a police taser, we shot him with rubber buckshot, and then we put an FPS Russia tattoo on his back. That was a video we did.
He did all of that without the wheel?
He did all that for like $250. I just paid him. I paid him $250, and he had fun afternoon. And he got to be on the internet. He was cool. It was a good deal.
How long ago was that? Is that recently?
2.5, 3 years.
All right.
The video's on the internet.
I will say 250. So if we calculate inflation, I would probably do that for about 25 grand.
The video's on the internet. It's called like tased, pepper sprayed, and shot, or something like that. And
I'd have to negotiate the price. I mean, like,
I'll check it out.
I would do that stuff without the tattoo for like $500.
Why wouldn't you get a tattoo?
I don't want a tattoo.
What if it was something different?
I don't want a tattoo. Period. It could be a straight line.
Wings, we almost got you in a porno, and then you got cold feet. I don't think Drew knows this story.
I've told you about the porno, haven't I?
You gave me the broad
strokes.
strokes.
This story, really.
I mean, I just didn't like. I don't foresee YouTube being like a major part of my life in the foreseeable future, and I feel like being a part of a porno would hurt any kind of job acquiring activities later on in life.
Unless it's also in porn.
Well, I can get that if you're trying to be like a teacher, but
not nowadays. Nowadays you can do that.
There you go. See, Wings, no problem.
Yeah, man, get tatted up. Come on, let's get some teardrops on those eyes for like. Let's get a big like tribal thing on your head.
I'm trying to see his testicles.
Oh, that'd be good. Or get those head ones like Juice and Sons of Anarchy. Just those weird side head tribal stripes that look kind of douchey.
All right,
top notch.
Someone's got to bring me up to speed on this porno thing because I heard vaguely, and then I actually caught one of the earlier PKAs about the $5,000. I think the guy's name was Abe, but I didn't get all the blanks from there.
Long story short, we got it hooked up so that Wings was going to be in a movie fucking a porn star, female, hot chick, and he was going to get $5,000 for his appearance.
And we had asked him prior to this, like, hey, how much would it cost?
Per his request. Yeah.
It's like, would you do it for $15,000? And he's like,
it was a hypothetical.
Yes.
They took literal.
Yeah. And then it was like, well, would you do it for $10,000? He's like, yeah. Would you do it for $1? No. And then the number was like, yeah, for $5,000, I would do a porno for $5,000. And he started thinking about it. At the time, he had 2 trucks, and one of them had a loan. And he's like, if I had $5,000, then I could sell my truck for less than the loan, get completely out of debt, have a couple grand in my pocket. It would be life changing. All I need is $5,000, and I'll get out of the financial hole I'm in. And so then we set it up, you know, and like a friend of a friend was able to like get him in a porno and make the whole thing happen and get him $5,000. And then the cold feet came in.
Yep. I can't blame him. I would not want. I don't think I'd want to appear in a pornographic movie either. But
Oh,
I
come
think
on, you've been in a few, right?
My stomach.
it's. I think it would have
It
been.
would have been awkward. Like even if the bitch was like sucking my dick, I'd have to be like, hold my stomach up and shit.
Yeah, that would have been great. Maybe you like let it go, let it slap her in the head, like knock her backward. like have fun with it, like
There's
totally.
like a whole category for that, man.
Hey, I ain't working with my penis. I got a beautiful penis.
Yeah, we get
thick
some
six.
lighting down there. Get some light bouncing up on those
What do you
balls.
know the name of it? See?
Yeah, the
What's
Thick
the name?
Six. His penis is named the Thick Six. Wings, are you about to pull it out? You look like you're about to yank this thing out.
6 in the gruesome twosome.
No, I'd be so far off camera right now. I mean, I love you, but I'd be so far off.
Wings is like, yeah, you know the Thick Six. Wait,
Jesus.
where are we going with this?
So. Hey,
So, did you get to see the person that you would have been fucking before, or
No,
was it just like here's $5,000, you have to do it?
We were, it would have been somebody hot. We'd have been, it would have been
it would have been a female. That would have been the requirement.
It would have been a fit
No,
female.
no, it
Like,
would have
it wouldn't
been-
have been
it
a,
would have
a
fit-
freak
yeah.
show. It would have been, someone new.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been anything weird. It wouldn't have been anything weird. It was gonna be a hot fucking porn star. Like actually, I think Wings requested that she be like 160 to 180 pounds or something.
Yeah.
And we were gonna, and they were like, done, done.
If they said done that fast, that's a red flag in my book.
No,
Yeah,
they
they
got a whole stable
No,
of
it's like a
these
porn
women.
studio. Like we got a stable of bitches. Like you want them 95 to 495. We'll make it happen. Like they got them.
Exactly.
Stable
I
of
probably
bitches.
I
The
probably would have
Rolodex is full.
That's not surprising. I mean, once
was there any point in your life you would have done a porn for $5,000?
Any point in my life,
Any point in your life?
looking back now,
Yes.
I had that phase where I would have done something just because it made a good story. Yeah, I would have regretted it now.
I don't know if you know.
I like
There's a
that
guy.
I hated it now.
There's a guy named on YouTube. He's pretty
I'm
big.
still in that phase.
What's his name?
Get that man 5 Gs.
What's that guy's name? It starts with a V. Bitsy TV.
Big star.
No, not Big Star. He's not. He's like a comedy guy now.
Vitaly Z.
Vitaly Z. He was on Bang Bus.
Really?
Yeah. That's who I was thinking about the entire time. He lived down the porn.
Yeah, he's
Right.
embarrassed by it. It's been brought up. It got brought up in an interview he was doing, and they hit him with it cold. They brought up this whole Bang Bus thing. It was pretty cringeworthy because it was he's not proud of it, and
And he doubled up on a chick on that one. It wasn't just him and a chick. It was
he couldn't get it up. He was in he was in like a moving vehicle, and he can't get it going. And I'm not saying I could either. It was a
could do it.
really odd scenario, dude. It
I
was like
could.
daylight. Like they're sitting in the passenger seat, like
They're
butt
driving
naked.
around. Like,
There's a driver laughing and a camera.
All
in
these
the
details
passenger
are just
seat,
turning me on, Kyle.
Yeah. No, in all seriousness, there's a 0% chance I couldn't succeed in that environment. I would
Alright,
tap
well,
that.
I was trying to be polite to Vitaly,
try.
but all of you apparently are going to put me in a corner where I have to also say that I could. Yeah, I'm man enough. I'd be hard too. Like a goddamn bro.
Kyle, we know you got a secret weapon. You got Cialis in your back pocket.
I do not have Cialis in my back pocket, but
We don't need Cialis aside from Woody. We're in our
You're
20s.
the one who told me that Cialis really messes with your eyes on certain lighting.
That's
did
Viagra, right? Does Cialis do
That's-
that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
said,
same
I
thing.
think Kyle gives a pro tip. He goes, if you got Viagra or Cialis, you always choose Cialis. It's better.
Yeah, that is true. Now I have taken both Viagra and Cialis because
Why?
I feel. Why not?
Why is Cialis
first of all,
better?
I imagine myself like a fucking race car engine, all right? I don't put that 87 octane bullshit in here. I'm running a 110 octane racing fuel. It's pure alcohol in there.
Yeah, but I always was under the impression that those kind of pills are not good for you if you're still a young, virile
No, that's
male.
bullshit. Those things are good for men. They're good. They're good for women too. Viagra, it
Get
makes
a
your
big clit erection.
yeah, more blood flow to her vagina. That's exactly what she gets. Yeah, like a lot of women can't get the blood flow to their clitoris to make it fully erect and make them be able to attain orgasms easier.
As punishment to my ex-stepfather.
What?
He was hounding her for sex. So what she did, she took a Viagra and crushed it up and put it in his morning orange juice and then sent him to work with it.
That's awesome.
That's terrible.
Who is this that did this to who?
My mother did that to my ex-stepfather.
Cheer.
All right.
So, but the difference between Viagra and Cialis is this. So I've taken Viagra before, and it makes I think that what it does is it's making like all the blood vessels in your body swell and fill with blood. And one of them it does that too is your fucking eyeballs. So my eyeballs like all swollen and bloodshot, and like lights that are just normal incandescent lights are all of a sudden like giving off all of it like a big halo, if you can imagine. And I'm just like, Jesus, am I turning into Dracula or am I getting hard?
This is Viagra we're talking about?
Yeah, but what it does do is it allows you to like have sex and you know climax, and then 5 minutes like immediately you're 100% fully like as good as the first time erect again, and you can go again and again. You go 4 or 5 times, and you go all night.
Does it do something with the color blue? That's what I heard. Like some people see blue in a weird way.
Nah, I didn't have any color issues. It was a little dim in the room to begin with, but with the Cialis, I didn't get headaches and I didn't get the light sensitivity.
The next day, was your dick sore?
Well, I don't recall, man. I mean, this is a sexual encounter I had like a year and a half ago, but I don't think so.
I hate when your dick gets sore. You ever fuck so much your dick gets sore?
I don't remember.
You gotta remember that shit.
It happens.
If it's anything like me, I gotta beat my dick at least once a day.
Oh, okay.
Once.
Now, has that come already today? Have you already taken care of
It's
it?
usually right when I go to bed.
Oh, okay. So we're building up to it right now.
We're almost
And then
there.
you just sleep in it,
We gotta
right?
stop
You just
talking
sleep in
about
it.
Viagra. Yeah, it's almost bedtime.
Wings, Wings. Is it true that you just ejaculate and sort of let it, go all over you and just?
No. That is not me in that vine. I mean, like
He lets it age overnight.
he's
and then
picturing
in the morning.
that stupid guy that was like at the computer smoking a pipe.
Yeah, that guy smoked and he was like 40, and everyone said it was Wings.
It comes all over his beard, and it's clearly not Wings. Oh god!
But he was also
Part of me
heavy,
wants to
and
see
Wings
this
had a
and
beard at
send
the
you.
time.
Part of me doesn't.
So
I
Wings,
almost can guarantee I can put Wings of Redemption in on a search engine, and it's one of the gifts.
Wings, I got a question for you.
What's up?
What did you do to collect the spunk while you were staying at Kyle's house?
What did I do to collect the spunk?
Mm-hmm.
Use socks.
Socks, okay.
Whose socks? Kyle's.
How many socks did you bring?
I bought a whole pack of socks.
And then you just filled up one sock slowly over the month, or spicing it up, moving it around.
No, you
Spicing
have a
it
dirty,
up.
bro, you bring a dirty clothes hamper, dude.
In Kyle's dirty clothes hamper.
It was not Kyle's dirty clothes hamper. It was my own.
Oh well, then this.
Kyle's
no
a
problem.
full of shit. Look at him.
He's
Yeah,
trying
got
to
a little-
think, like, I lost 17 socks for no reason.
Check it out.
Kyle's wondering why all his gold toes are crispy.
Oh my god! Yeah,
Kitty, are you starching my socks? They're all kind
Yeah.
of... they stand up on their own now.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask about some of that, but I didn't want to know. When you made it my house, it made it so personal.
No. What did you use for motivation? I mean, did you have a laptop there? Did you?
You don't need motivation. Got imagination.
Sometimes imagination is the best tool.
All right, so you have a library mentally.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna say like I don't look at porn, but like most of the time, it's too much of a hassle.
I remember there was some talk of him finding a woman on like Plenty of Fish while he was down here too.
Yeah, we had that talk.
Yeah, like he was talking about like maybe bringing some Plenty of Fish women back to my place, and I was kind of iffy about that, As you can imagine.
So
Because
Wings,
I'm just imagining some angry lady in my kitchen just freaking out and half naked and breaking things. And
Now, dog, you know Jordy eats the pussy better than that.
no, I don't know. Jordy eats the pussy
Let me
better
tell you
than
a
that.
story. Let me tell you a
No,
story.
Kyle, you know.
You remember
Jordy might eat
Charlene?
the pussy, and then she wants some money all of a sudden out of nowhere, and we're just shocked that she turned
That ain't gonna happen.
before you get
I
to your
thought
story,
Plenty of Fish is
So-
a Christian site,
so Wings,
isn't it?
you say that you don't use porn, right? Do you
I
just
say I don't use porn. I don't need it every time.
do you have like a mental library of everyday experiences that you draw upon? Like I picture some woman feeling two
I most
cantaloupes
likely
at the
would
produce
pick, like,
section.
females in my everyday life.
I picture a woman with like two cantaloupes at the produce section, kind of feeling them out, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna save that one for later, and then
Yeah,
night.
things like that. Sometimes I'll just watch that video we started the show off with, like, yeah, hit her with that flashlight, and then just replay that few seconds over and over until I finish.
So you say you could jerk to that black woman that beat the baby up?
Yeah, absolutely, regularly. It's a favorite. I'm on my favorites list.
So Wings, what was the story you wanted to tell?
You guys remember Shalene?
Yeah, I remember.
I threw Shalene out the house.
All right.
Like, I literally threw her out my house.
That was
you're
girlfriend
saying,
number
like,
one,
physically.
right?
Physically.
It sounds like
She
you
lived with me for like
physically-
2 years. And we literally, I'm like, I got sick one day. And I was bedridden. I was throwing up and shit. I'm like, and she's over driving my truck and shit. And I'm like, can you make me a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup? And she goes, no. The bitch looked at me and said, no.
While you're sick.
While I'm sick. I'm in the bed. I'm throwing up. I mean, bed, toilet was my whole day that day.
Living in your house.
Living in the house.
What a cunt.
I called my mother up, and by the time she got back from shopping, her shit was packed.
I'm about to say that's.
But your boy Jordy can eat the pussy so good. She came back 6 months after the fact.
Jesus. To get her pussy eaten?
She did that because of the pussy eating, or for the free house?
You gotta get that thick six. Huh?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
I threw a girl out of my house, and she still came back for 6 months just because it was so good.
Wait, so you guys broke up and then you guys got back together for 6 months after?
Yeah, friends with benefits.
Which one was that?
That was one that lived with me. That's one.
Was she the one?
That's
she
one
had kids?
Kyle and Woody met.
Yes, I remember
She
her.
had the kids, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And you haven't talked to her in a long time now? Cut her out of your life?
No. Like, what
No more
happened
of
one
that.
day is, like, we went to the mall, and, like, she was reading 50 Shades of Grey.
Wings, you're off camera.
Oh. We went to the mall, and we were reading 50 Shades of Grey, she was. So I said to her, she's like, can you read this to me while she was driving? So I started reading 50 Shades of Grey to her. And she's like, I gotta fuck. So we go back to my house and we fuck. And that's the last I ever hear of her again. Like, literally after that day.
Maybe someone doesn't lick the pussy quite like they said they did. Huh? She's like, so we went down and she never called again.
Yeah, but I got 6 months out of it.
Now, when you said you literally threw her out, I thought you meant literally.
I didn't literally pick her up. She was like a 350-pound woman.
Yeah. I just imagined her like rolling out the front door, just throwing her down the steps or something. We've been watching a lot of, Woody likes it when women get beat up, so we've been watching this subreddit called, like, I don't know, it's like Pussy Destroyed or something. What's it called, Woody?
Pussy Pass Denied.
Woman Beaters Anonymous.
Oh, I got to see this. It's on Reddit.
Domestic abuse. Major league domestic
Denied.
abuse, something like that.
I went through it after we talked about it. Honestly, it's not nearly as good as the Justice
Jerking
one.
off, are you?
Yeah, I like
Looking
the
at the middle
Justice one.
cover right there.
Yeah, typically what happens in Pussy Pass Denied is a girl will hit a guy and then he'll hit her back, or she'll, I don't know, attempt behavior that a guy wouldn't get away with, and she doesn't get away with it either. That's the typical scenario.
So this is what you into now. 77-year-old pussy pass denied.
Dude, I like that one. I actually have
like
it
that
saved
one.
as a topic. Do you want to see it?
Yeah,
Link it.
yeah. Because I didn't like this one. I thought like the cop was a jerk, and Woody was like, "Look at that old granny talking smack. Yeah, get her." And I was.
All right, let's watch it together, and you guys can be the judge.
All right, we're watching this. Let's watch.
All right. So to me, this was a nice counter example. Let me just set it up for 10 seconds here. I've seen a lot of people, typically black people, saying that the police aren't treating them very well. And but then I look at it and it's like, you're not the card carrier for injustice I'm looking for, because you like resisted arrest and you didn't follow instructions and you weren't polite and all those things. And this to me is a 77-year-old white grandmother, and she acts just like the thugs in the video, like disrespectful towards police, etc. And she gets treated just like they do too. So that's why I liked it. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Ready, set, play.
Sergeant Gabe, King Police Department. Touching my laser 66. We need to top the hill back there, and this is 50 miles on through
All
here.
right, let's hurry up. I've got to go to the bathroom.
Let me see your driver license and
I
insurance, please.
have a bladder infection.
Let me see your driver license and insurance,
Well,
please.
you listen to me.
No, I want to see your driver license and insurance, please. Then I'll listen to you.
Oh, you listen to me, young
Why?
man.
Why are you going to wait?
I'm gonna write. Give me see your driver license.
I'll give it to you in a minute.
No, you give it to me now. I'm gonna take you to jail.
Well, go
Right?
ahead.
She wants to be
Okay.
the alpha?
Step out of the vehicle. Get 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 out of the vehicle.
Look at
You
her
want to play
sense
this
of
way?
shock.
Come on. Get out of the vehicle.
How dare you?
Get out of
But
the
no
vehicle.
one's ever said no to me
Get out
before.
of the vehicle.
I'm going to report you hurted me.
Okay. Step out of the vehicle.
You
Get
heard
out of the
me.
vehicle.
She said hurted. Good God.
Get out of the
Reverting
vehicle,
to a
lady.
kindergarten stage.
Get back up.
Oh!
Get out of the car, lady.
Oh, good Lord.
You're under arrest. Get out of the vehicle. Hand behind your back,
He's gonna
lady.
shoot her in just a second.
No, he's not. He's gonna cuff her.
He turns the camera off and he executes her right there.
Yep, he beats her to death with a tire iron and
Rapes
leaves
her.
her there.
Rapes her.
Well,
you
not
can
that'd
see
be a
on the
what's
left
that
If I was
side.
this old woman, I would piss all over the back of the
No,
police
you
car.
wasn't. You
Oh my
refused to
God.
give me your license. Now
I
you're
literally
gonna go
would.
to jail.
He's like, I got
Smelly
a
bladder
put me
infection.
back in there. I would
You
have pissed
said
and
you'll
make
give it to
him
me when
smell
you
it
get
the
a
rest of
chance.
the day.
That's not the way it works.
I've got to take my purse.
I'm like, all right,
I'm
bitch.
gonna take your
Anyway,
purse with you.
Put me in the back of the cop car, please. It'll
I'm gonna take your car.
It all depends. See, she failed a traffic thing, so he has probable cause of pulling her, so she has to show his ID. If he pulled her over and he doesn't tell her or have any reason to, then she doesn't have to show.
Right. So he just randomly stopped her.
No,
What are you
he
laughing at?
stopped her because she broke a traffic violation.
Right, but if she didn't break that, if he just randomly...
If he just randomly stopped her, she wouldn't have to show.
I'm pretty sure you always have to show your ID.
You don't
to
always
cops.
have to show. The cop has to have probable cause you have committed a crime.
Wings is actually right about this. Like, apparently, traditionally, a cop can't just sit there and say, "Show me your papers." You know, like if I'm walking on the sidewalk, a cop can't just demand that I show my ID. But in a traffic stop situation, he can. I don't know why exactly, but
Because he pulled her because he seen her commit an act, or he thought he seen her commit an act that gives him probable cause to.
I think if
to
you're
need her
behind the
ID.
wheel, I think if you're
Well,
behind the
getting-
wheel of a vehicle, you have to prove that you have a driver's license.
yeah.
Get into the
something like
actual
that.
video.
Well,
I think
actually,
I
you don't
liked
have to do
she was
that,
being
Kyle.
a spoiled twat.
She was being a spoiled twat. That's why I liked it too. And she resisted arrest. She's like, "How dare?" He's like, "Show me your license." I'll show you my license in a minute. First, I'm going
Then
to
she
talk about
falls
my
dramatically
pee-pee.
out of the car when he pulls her. Oh, my
Let's be
mission.
let's be fair here. First off, she had to pee.
Who gives a fuck?
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, no. He's like driver's license registration.
Oh, she's
And
the
then
only
the
driver
cop-
that has
here's
to
what
do it.
happens.
You know,
here's
she's
what
the
happened
only
here.
driver that ever has to go to the bathroom when she's operating a motor
She
vehicle. She's the
led
only
with,
person that has to
"Can
deal
you
with
make
that.
this quick because I have to pee?" And he's like, "Just show me driver's license and registration."
be
I will
fair-
when I'm done talking.
To be
Essentially,
fair, she said she had to pee, and she came out with the entitlement right away, and then the cop got the entitlement, and then she went back to the entitlement, and the cop's like, "Well, fuck this, I'm gonna show who's the boss."
it was. I didn't think the cop. It was who's the boss was the thing. I felt she was like, "Hey, make this quick. I'm the boss here." And he's like, "Show me your license. I'm the boss here." And then there was this sort of battle of who's going to lay out how this goes. And the cops rarely lose that. Sometimes I think they're a little douchey. Sometimes I think that they're pushing around people who didn't do
that
anything.
cop was douchey. Like, if that was me, I would have just went along with him. I'm like, okay, give me your ID, and we can speed this along and get you to the bathroom. That's all that has to do. That de-escalated right there.
But it's just part of being a functional member of society. You don't make a scene like that. I wish he just would have just thumped her right in the forehead just to see those eyes go wide. Just no one's ever done
Murder
that.
wants him you just fucking beat him with a baton right there, right in the face.
No, I like his idea that just right.
Just-
on the, right on
I'll
the-
give it to you when I'm done talking, ma'am. Give it to me now.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know, just like that's what she needed. She was just so indignant about the whole thing. Like, "I'll give you my license when I'm done talking. I'm gonna report you because you hurted me." It's like, I just want to smack her too.
After she got arrested, she didn't talk about peeing anymore, so she probably made that shit up when she saw the blue lights.
I was saying that. Like, if I really had to pee, I would have pissed all in the back of that cruiser.
I think she made it up.
She
Well,
might
but then you're
have.
covered in pee and in jail.
I wouldn't have gave a shit at that point.
I don't like being covered in pee personally. Like, and I certainly wouldn't want to in an area like jail. Hey, piss pants!
Oh,
what
man,
you
this-
in here for?
This video kicks ass too. 5 girls are kicking this one girl's ass. This boyfriend comes in and fucking cleans house.
Oh, is this
we
Oh,
like
yeah,
to
that
make
one.
her these
We've
bitches.
That one we like.
We've watched that one before. That guy hits women like they're men. Like, like sometimes when you see a guy hit a girl, it's like, whoa, he hit her, but he was pulling his punch a little bit, right? Like he was kind of, he didn't. This guy is throwing Rocky Balboa haymakers. Yeah, he's tossing them around.
That's a display of love right there. That's love on camera.
I probably would do the same thing. What,
he loves her.
What if like 5 girls beating up Jen?
My sister?
Yeah, your sister Jen.
There'd be 5 dead fucking people.
Would you be pulling punches? Would you be pulling punches?
There'd be 5 dead. And I'm not you. And actually, you can speak to this because they don't know me, and no one else watching this does. I'm not violent by nature at all. I'm actually kind of passive, but that's family. That's different. For a girlfriend, I'll honestly, if it was a girlfriend, I'd pick her up and get her out of there. Because I don't know what those girls got. I don't know how many other friends. There could be 25 people waiting to jump in.
How many? Here's a question then. How many women can you beat up?
How many women can I?
Yeah. If I throw you in the ring with 3 like college chicks, college age women wearing yoga
girls.
Remember I said I could beat up like 5.
God, if only.
0.
No, step up your game.
0.
No, boo, boo. Oh,
I can take 3 at least.
Give me some advice on social media. Talk about how many women you can beat up.
No, all right, here. All right. Well, let's go
what
there.
What level
right.
of fitness girl? Are we talking about like weightlifting girls?
Certain
or
girl.
Like,
Just
you go to the level Starbucks and you just grab the first 4 you see.
All right, well, Kyle. All right, well, give me this. Like, why am I fighting them? Because if it's for just fun, no.
They raped your dog.
My dog.
Yeah.
You walked in and they were sodomizing your pets, and you got to get back at them
with some sort of a device.
Yeah. It was a broom handle. It was very vicious.
Yeah. You walk in, they got the shitty broom handle in one hand. They're all laughing about it. The dog's like, ah! And you just see red. How many of those
innocent girl laughing, cackling maniacally, enjoying the pain of being
A dozen.
How many
a dozen women, huh?
A dozen.
You think is these one-on-one situations or all at the same time?
Same
A
time.
dozen of them. So it
you
would
walk
be...
up in the dog rape room and they're just in there. So it's all 12 of them at once.
See, now you got me all fired up. I'm thinking about my dog getting like sodomized.
Yeah.
About Rufus?
Yeah.
Or no, I had another. Well, yeah, Rufus too. I'm telling you right now, the first 4 go down at once.
What are you
You're
like,
all
Lord?
getting something.
Are you gonna do like a Jackie Chan?
Sauron? You're gonna
Ryan,
hit him with a giant.
You're all getting Dwayne Johnson's Hercules Club. 5 are going down.
There's going to be a semicircle of concussed bitches surrounding Drew.
He's dropping elbows. He's coming off the ropes.
Then it's Tom Cruise style. Then the first one, there, and then the second 2, and then the last 2 just run, and something bad happens on the way out.
I'm thinking that if they were working together, I could only take like 4, because that is a lot of weight coming at you that you just wouldn't be able to overwhelm. But if they're just kind of all like, I don't want to be the one to get in the fight, go with her. Like, I could probably do like 9 or 10. Because that's only like, 18 punches at the most?
Yeah.
It's not, I don't know, man.
I don't know. It depends.
Your dog, man. You get this. That's enough to kick the adrenaline up. You probably bang on at least 5.5.
If you're fighting 12 women, you really have to be on your A game. You can't be going in there and getting like tied up with one of them. You can't have her do that thing. You can't have her pull that move where they like go head forward and like come at you with the claws. Like no, when she pulls that, you have to just like uppercut and like shift to your left and like come up on another one with a hook. Like you got to be ducking and moving the whole time.
I don't think Drew understands what 12 women can actually do.
Die. They can all die.
Let me tell you. Let me give you a story here. When we was in gym class in middle school, we were outnumbered by the girls 2-1 in my gym class.
That's
but
good
as boys, we felt we could beat them all in a tug of war. So you get arrogant. It's like, yeah, we're stronger, we're bigger, we're faster.
Right.
But 2-1 ratio in tug of war doesn't work.
No, but you're not tug of warring then. You're fighting them. But even with 12 people, you'd have to be like the guy from Assassin's Creed, like hitting one over here and then jumping.
Yeah, but what if one of those 12 girls or somebody just like a big fucking dyke-looking girl, like Supergirl, like Boss Battle Girl?
I'm coming after her first.
Boss Battle Girl.
Here's what I'm counting on.
She got like a fucking shaved high top haircut and like no titties because she's been lifting so many damn weights.
I think if you get a woman in a fighting situation, like I'm almost counting on there being a lot of quit in her. Right? Like, a guy's going to take a bunch of shots. He's going to sort of go to the death. I feel like a lot of women, an average sorority girl, Starbucks chick, like, a good shot to the nose that tears up an eye or something, and they change their mind. Right? I'm almost counting on them just, like, not being...
It's going to be like the lady in the video. The lady in the video, as soon as any kind of force was used, it was like, oh my god, I did not realize this was a line that could be crossed. I thought I was immune from this. And so it just goes into full-on panic mode.
Yeah, yeah. There's not, of course, not all women. Obviously, there's pro fighters and athletes and stuff like that.
But the
your
ones in our
typical
scenario that we made.
Starbucks girl that we're talking about here, I feel like when confronted with that much pain and fear, that they'd snap right to, never mind, I don't want to.
Right.
And you just have to convert them as many as you can to that.
Well,
mindset.
you ever see like look at cat fights,
I don't
right?
think Woody ever seen black girls.
Well, it's all slapping or scratching. There's never any serious. I mean, scratching maybe the eyes, but there's not a whole lot of serious danger going on.
You want to wear some goggles.
Wings brings up a strong point. No, I was definitely going for UGG boot wearing, vanilla latte drinking women.
Yeah, white girls for sure.
Sorority girls.
I feel like I can handle like 8 or 9 white girls, but if you start throwing black women in there, I'd take like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Anyone from the hood, you immediately got to cut your number.
I'll put it this way: you go open the phone book and pick the first 4 Shaniquas you find. They'll whip my ass together. I might be able to handle 3 if I could like get a leg kick in, hurt somebody's knee or something. But
I bet I could take a dozen Tiffany's.
A dozen.
Doesn't
at least. It'd be one of those things where you like grabbed heads and smashed them together and I got some Bruce Lee screams in. Like you can have fun with that.
Grab their
But-
ponytails
Throw a
like
handful
handles.
of Jennifers in
but
there.
when
I still
Shaniqua
got it.
shows up,
Right.
when Shaniqua shows up, you better be on your A game. You gotta be like.
Yeah, you got to be careful because Tyreek isn't far away and he'll really end you.
Yeah,
if it's hood, you got to cut your expectations down by a third.
absolutely. Yeah.
Definitely.
So I'm gonna say 9 Shaniquas, 12 Caitlins.
All right. I like where you're headed there.
How many Ming Lees from South Korea? I would. That's at least double that
Yeah.
second number.
It's hard to say. Maybe they're into Taekwondo. Maybe that's what they do for fun. I don't know. What if they start doing like handsprings and cartwheels everywhere, it's spinning in the air and doing that's no good. But if they're like, they just play StarCraft for fun, you could probably take out 15 of those.
So we're fighting Koreans now.
Actually, if they play StarCraft a lot, they probably can work together. They know some strategy, so that could be a bad thing
Yeah.
instead of
I have
just
a
an every
StarCraft
person for
topic.
themselves mentality.
Do you guys want to? I'm going to segue into my StarCraft topic. So,
Okay.
there is a StarCraft player. Her name is Madeline Leander. I'm not a StarCraft fan, but hopefully that's close. And she was playing against a guy named Kaz. Now, here's the deal. It was a pro StarCraft tournament, and she's a good StarCraft player. She's a legit, good StarCraft player. But she was really in the tournament because she was hot. And that's that. So, but that's not unheard of in the StarCraft world. Apparently, there are people who are maybe like legends almost. Like, this is the best StarCraft player of 1999. That's probably too long ago. 2009. And we're bringing him back because people want to see him. They want to know what he's up to, and he's going to play. Well, she was brought in not because she's an ex-legend or because she's as good as the top players, but because she's hot. And I happen to have her Twitter here. And you guys can see her for yourself. It's the girl in this picture, right?
Wow.
She's beautiful.
Very, very pretty.
Yeah, and fit, right? So this is her. Anyway, she went up against this guy named Kaz, and prior to the match, he's like, "I'm about to rape Madeline." I think that's her name, and
Poor choice of words, but
poor choice of words, exactly. Well, the thing is, they kicked him out of the tournament, and they blackballed him. And the whole community, it swung around, if I got the story right. At first, they were all like, oh my God, he said he was going to rape this girl. He's a misogynist. He's terrible, etc. And then they kind of swung in the other direction, and they're like, whoa. People use rape in the gaming world all the time. It almost means defeat. I saw Hutch. People here know Hutch. Drew might not, but he's a well-known gamer, YouTuber. He said this is a few years ago. He took a before picture of his messy room and an after picture of his messy room and said, "Get raped, clutter." Right? It's a gamer thing where it means defeated almost, like get beat. And he said he was going to rape her, but I don't think he was talking about sexual assault. I think he was saying that he was going to destroy her in this game. And it might have had some impact in his career. I definitely know he was thrown out of that tournament. And, in the StarCraft, they have these promo videos that they show. One of the highlights they have is a guy telling another player right after he beat him that he just raped him. He's like, you've been raped, etc., etc. StarCraft made this a tournament highlight when it was a guy talking to a guy, but when it was a guy talking to a girl, it was offensive, and he got kicked out of the tournament. And I don't know. To me, it seems pretty cut and dry. Well, would you punish this guy for his poor choice of words?
No, because he can say whatever the fuck he wants.
It depends. Like that's almost like a business move. Like that probably got a lot of publicity, but as far as morals go, no, because that's. Remember when everyone used to say that's gay, and how offensive that could be in the wrong environment, but everyone still says it. Or even like, all right, well, let's be real here. And I don't use this word at all, so I even abbreviate it here. But like the N word, I don't use it. I just don't. Yeah, thank you. I don't use it at all.
Not even when you're singing in your car. You be having the Ford Focus and your DMX be like, where my niggas at? You know. Do you abbreviate when you by yourself?
If me and my boys are talking about Cat Williams and I got it, and I'm hitting them with Cat Williams, I still don't do it. But I know a lot of people use it, and it's not in an offensive way. I don't get offended if I hear it in a certain way, but at the same time, the wrong crowd, if it's said in the wrong environment or said in the wrong, or someone just wants to make a scene out of it, it sounds like it's just like a business thing. Like if a company wants some publicity, make something a big deal. Anything. Whatever, and he just happened to pick saying rape to a girl, which if she plays StarCraft, she's a professional. I don't think she'd get offended anyway. She probably hears it a lot.
Mm-hmm. She probably hears it in almost every lobby she plays in.
Yeah, if she's active in online gaming, she hears all sorts of ridiculous stuff. I'm certain.
Right. I mean, if some StarCraft pros are at church and say it, that's probably going to come out wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was an interesting topic.
That is.
I mean,
I don't know.
Did you guys see the camper beat up the Rusher at one of those like Korean things?
Mm-mm.
There was a video of this guy. He was camping at one of those little computer labs. He's like in a computer lab, and I think he's in Thailand, to be perfectly honest. And he said gives the guy who he's camping against his address. He's like, "You want to fight me? I'm here." And the guy comes in that was getting killed by the camper, and this is in advanced warfare. And he sucker punches him right in the back of the head. And he turns around and beats the fuck out of him. I'm talking about MMA style. Like he mounts him the whole nine.
MMA has made fighting scarier. Like I swear, like if you go back, into the 90s or something, people didn't like kick down opponents, do Muay Thai clinches. They didn't mount and ground and pound. It was kind of like it was more like boxing. And once you got the guy to fall, you win. Like you sort of throw your arms in the air, etc. Now, once the guy goes down, you like aggressively chase him and keep hitting him until a ref breaks it up. It's like that's fucked up in real life.
Just a random guy to call the fight. Like he's out. He's not tapping.
You know what the best part about that video is? All the other motherfuckers didn't even get off their computer. They kept playing their game.
Like, he gave him the address.
Speaking about people falling and fighting, you all see the Keystar fight?
I did see it. I saw it. Yeah. I don't know what I really wonder what the root cause was. I saw Keemstar being a little shady in he's like, I didn't throw a punch. Keemstar was totally the aggressor in that thing. He chased the guy around saying, "Why are you lying?" I have no idea what he said. I can't possibly know if it's true. And then after asking the guy why he was lying a couple times, he does this like shove move where he's like sort of pushing at his like somewhere between his collarbone and his nose, like just shoving and stuff. And the guy sort of came back. Maybe the other guy, I think his name was Pittsburgh or something, tried to throw a punch. And Keemstar, the other guy was heavy.
His name is Pittsburgh?
Yeah, he's an online guy. I think now I'm going to have my facts screw up. Is he the manager of FaZe or something? Manager of an esports team. And the guy, I think he went to throw a punch or shove back at Keemstar. And Keemstar, for as big a lug as he is, he kind of like threw him down. Like he got out of the way.
Big lug, dude. Keemstar's like dwarf status.
I think he's shorter than me, but he's probably, he's significantly fatter.
He's shorter than Drew.
Why am I the standard of short?
Drew's 5'8". Keemstar's like 5'6". Keemstar's like average woman size.
Right, wait, so Drew, how tall are you, Drew?
5'8".
Oh, I thought he said 5'2" earlier in the show. Yeah, Keemstar might be 5'8", something like that. But he's a
5'8" is huge for a Honduran.
But if I'm being honest,
that American diet, babe.
It's pretty imposing still,
Say what?
I said the frame still looks imposing. You look bigger than you are on video, at least.
I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
Yeah.
So anyway, Keemstar
Mr.
threw the guy
Under.
to the ground, and then he had the. If he wanted to follow up with punches, he was in a position of dominance, but he kind of stopped there, and that's the whole fight. I guess if you had to pick a winner, you'd say Keemstar because he threw the other guy to the ground.
I couldn't bend Keemstar. Once that guy hit the ground, there'd been a knee right in his nose.
Just though, like in the '90s, that would have been fight over, but now it's knees.
I'm saying, like you got to put a clear winner. Like in my world, the redneck world, there's no clear winner in that fight. One guy botched a punch, the other guy dodged it, and he fell.
That's pretty much what it was. Yeah, that guy Pittsburgh looked like he was maybe carrying 100 or 150 pounds of body fat. So
that don't mean shit when you're on your back.
Well, I'm just saying that I think it really it's why he was so easy to use his momentum against him. The guy went to throw some sort of like big loopy hook, and he just pulled him on through, and he was off balance.
Took him right to uppercut world.
Yeah, but you're right though. Nowadays, like chokeholds and guillotines and triangle locks, that's all like common knowledge now. Like everyone's seen it on SportsCenter or seen it on whatever, and everyone knows it. Like kids know how to do that now.
You know what I do? I still rely on the old common sneaky weasel.
I don't want to know what sneaky weasel.
I pretend I'm not mad at you, and then I spot you while you're lifting weights, and then I just drop it on you.
So before a fight, you take him to the gym.
Haven't you kind of ruined the whole approach of the sneaky weasel by giving it away right now?
Yeah. That's the last time we work out, by the way.
Yeah.
Sneaky weasel sounded like some sort of anal penetration move. That's where I thought he was.
Yeah, I didn't know where that was going.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be some borderline rape thing to do.
You pretend that you're really buddy with somebody that you really want to fuck up, and you wait till the opportunity time so that you can beat them down with as little resistance as possible.
Like on the bench press.
Like on the bench press, or carrying the weight. What are you going to do? Are they going to drop the weight while you punch them in the face or something?
Wow.
Yeah, you start them out fighting a guy who's like 7'1", then you slowly work down, and then by the time they're fighting a guy who's 5'3", it feels like a 7'1" guy because you're so tired. It's a great way to work out your fighting ability.
See, in training we call that drop sets. You want to drop set, fight them with a sneaky weasel. See, now we're making up a whole new workout.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Now you just need to find a cacophony of oddly hided friends.
Did you guys see? The CIA terror report that got released?
A little bit. I feel like I've read about it, but I haven't read the actual terror report.
There's they said there was 90,000 pages of actual descriptions of interrogations and stuff that's not been released. But what they did release was examples of things they did, all this. The one guy they anally fed him so many times his butthole prolapsed.
Yeah, rectal hydration they called it.
Yeah. Oh. And rectal feeding. I don't even know how that works. You really got to get in there deep to get some food in there.
I know, right?
He's just ah! If you can taste it, it's so far up your ass you can taste it. It's like a.
The word was that.
In a playground.
I don't think it works. Does it work that way at all?
I don't know what they were doing, but they were putting stuff up these guys' butts and threatening. It was a lot of harsh stuff that is torture. It's
They said Cheney knew about it all. And Cheney was like, look, George W. Bush knew about everything. We had to get his approval to move forward on this. So it seems like Bush was involved, according to Cheney, who, I don't know, I don't trust him. Maybe I only just like what he said, but it was rough.
Believe in Jesus Christ, put that shit up their butt.
And one of the cool things I like, that it's coming out, the details of the fact that they lied their way into the Iraq War, right? It started off with, hey, look, we had a CIA intelligence failure. Sorry about that. My bad. And as the details emerge, there was a willful lying campaign, cherry picking evidence, making shit up. There was it's called a cable. The cable apparently is like an email between countries. And there is this cable between Czechoslovakia and America saying that the people involved in the 9/11 attack met with Iraqi intelligence in Czechoslovakia. And apparently that's total bullshit. It's discredited. Czechoslovakia is I would gladly show you this cable. It's horse shit. And they use that as one of the pieces of evidence that led to the Iraq War. And the United States is still keeping that hush-hush. We lied our way into making excuses for the Iraq War. And I particularly like this. Me personally, I was never on board for that war. I felt like 99% of the country wanted to rush off to war in Iraq. The Bush administration was continually mentioning 9/11 and Iraq war in the same sentence. They said we don't want the next 9/11 to be a mushroom cloud and we have to go into Iraq. And they mentioned 9/11 and the Iraq war together so often that it made you think we were going to Iraq in a retaliation for 9/11. And we weren't. It was horseshit. It was never true. And now that's coming out. And I like it. I think future presidents should know, like, hey, dude, you do this shit. 6 years later, it's going to be common knowledge what a shithead liar you were. Thousands of people died. Thousands of Americans died. Tens of thousands or 100,000 Iraqi people died. The standard of the burden of proof for going to war should be higher than the burden of proof for capital murder, right? Like, if I'm going to put you to the death for the death penalty, we're really pretty darn sure that you did it. Yet somehow, we go to Iraq and kill tens of thousands of people on a hunch, hoping that we find some evidence after we do it.
You know what? Bush don't give a fuck. He still collects his presidential check. He still lives at his ranch up in Texas. And he probably still has the bitches on tap.
Yeah, Laura. Woohoo!
If you think Laura is his only bitch, you're sadly mistaken.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I would guess that the W sex drive is pretty low. Guy's got to be like 70 years old. How old is he?
He's doing a lot of painting now, from what I understand.
Is he really?
Yeah. Oh, you haven't seen his
He's
painting?
a painter now.
His painting.
It's George W. Bush, so he's like painting peanut butter and jelly sandwiches
Oh my
and
God.
Grilled cheese and.
No, it's a lot
just
of portraits.
Posts.
He's 68.
68.
It's a lot of
Yeah.
portraits.
I'm gonna throw up a counterball, Hugh Hefner.
I hear you. Anyway,
What? I couldn't. You broke up there.
he said
Bill
Hugh
Clinton.
Hefner.
Bill Clinton would be another good candidate for high sex drive old age.
I saw some.
Well, he doesn't have an option with Hillary.
Oh man, I saw a picture of Bill Clinton the other day, and it was on Reddit, and he was like looking down this woman's like top because she didn't know a picture was being taken. Still, at like whatever age he's at, he's still creeping on women. I love it. Like you think it's a joke and like a stereo. It's like some SNL like joke, and it's probably not true. But then every time he gets an opportunity, he's just like he's flirting with some woman or looking down some woman's dress. There's like so many times he's done it. It's
The
great.
guy's a dog, man.
Yeah.
This makes me want to go right to Cosby, but I fear you covered Cosby already.
Yeah, we talked about
See,
Cosby's
like that's the
rape.
thing about getting old. Like that's weird. Is like you expect that your sex. Like when you look at old people, you expect like how could they still be interested in sex? How could they still give a fuck about tits or ass or whatever? Like, but in the truest sense, they still do. They still want the 20-something-year-old pussy. They just can't get it. They're interested in it. Like they're just so fucking old. Like Woody, how have you noticed your sex drives change through the decades?
I don't know that my sex drive has changed, but in terms of like what's hot, I'll say this. When I was 15, I thought 15-year-old women, or girls, I guess, were the hottest thing in the world. And when I was like 17, I thought 17-year-olds were the hottest thing. But at 15, I thought 17-year-olds were kind of fat, and like 15-year-olds were hotter. Then somewhere around like 18, 19, then I just started adding to. It was like at 19, I thought 19-year-olds were the hottest thing in the world. But 28-year-olds, not that hot. You turn 28 and you're like, yeah, 18s are still hot up through 28. You turn 40 and like I can really appreciate an attractive 40-year-old woman. So now my range is 18 to 40. I just keep adding to it. I hope that when I'm 60, I'll be like, that's a smoking hot 60-year-old. And my range goes from 18 to 60.
It's like the no MILF left behind act or something.
Yeah.
I've done the cutoff rate. The cutoff 56 for Jordy.
56?
56,
It's
huh?
a very specific
56.
age.
Well, the
I
reason
think there's a
56 is
good reason.
specific age is because like that's I've only met one person that was like 56 that I'd still bang, and like
Who is
that's
that?
where I set the bar at.
Famous or you actually know her? Know her?
Nowhere.
Oh, I thought you meant like an actress.
No, I had to give up the name. Do we know her?
You don't know her now.
How do you know her?
Well, they fucked.
Deals,
What did you say, Wings?
drug deals.
Oh, okay. So, huh.
But I'm just saying, like 50. I mean, she's 56. I'm like, well, if I got the chance, I'd probably hit her. I wouldn't take her around my friends and keep her on my arm or nothing. But one night stand
So
kind of thing.
she was coming around the house to buy drugs.
Yeah.
What drug is it that keeps you so vibrant?
I don't want to say too much on a public forum. I will write it out.
Yeah. Better stop now.
Oh, I don't even know that drug.
Is that a prescription drug?
That is a prescription drug.
What is it? I couldn't even hear you.
It's in the chat.
he
He doesn't
typed
want to
it.
say it. But this is not a. Is it a painkiller of some sort?
It is a painkiller.
Maybe
Is
if I
that the
down
old
some of
woman's
that.
name? That's what it looks like.
I thought it was too. I was like, is it a black woman?
Let's go. Aw.
That's my cleaning lady's name.
I just want to
No,
be
it's
hot enough for
not.
Wings of Redemption to have sex with 15 years from now. That's why I wanted to know. This stuff is the fountain of youth.
56. I mean, like, I've never met a woman that's like 60 or 70. I'm like, I'd really like to fuck her.
Nah.
And I usually go for older women. Almost all my girlfriends have been older than me.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I was gonna ask Woody, if you grew up around, because you keep going to your age or younger, did you spend a lot of time with older women or older girls in school? Like, if you were in 6th grade, you didn't hang out with like 8th graders very much, did you?
No, I didn't really.
So I was listening to you, and it sounds like the same pattern, but I was always around older people, so I always was attracted to older people. Where you had your exact peers, you're attracted to your exact peers. So it's kind of like whoever you're around, that's gonna set your own, your own preference. Like I was around brunettes all the time, so I'm not really attracted to blondes. It just doesn't do it for me.
I prefer brunette too.
I don't really care about the age so much. I mean, obviously they need to be legal. But beyond that, like if they're attractive, they're attractive, and that's all that matters. Like a number would
mannerisms.
What's that?
Like an 18-year-old's gonna want to fucking text all the goddamn time and want attention and shit, whereas like a 28 or 30-year-old woman is more independent.
I mean, it just depends, I guess, what you're going for. If you're looking for like a life partner or a girlfriend or a friend with benefits or what you're going for. I'm single again, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a congratulations? Is that an I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's a congratulations.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Your word is correctly spelled.
Why
So
not?
when did it happen, Kyle?
A couple days ago.
And what was the straw that broke the camel's back?
All I really wanted to do was make the announcement. That's all I really wanted to do. It just wasn't really working out. Just not seeing eye to eye. Just
Taylor had the best comment
trying to
in the
think.
world, right?
I'm trying to do this like a post game MLB player. We one game at a time.
Really good today. Got a good splash in the pit.
So
Did
Kyle's
either one of you
girlfriend,
walk in on the other one in a compromising situation?
Of course not.
No, of course not. Okay.
This is the conversation that I don't know if it was recorded or not, but essentially Kyle had a girlfriend who was beautiful, and we need a new
She
topic.
didn't suck dick in the curve.
You have
I don't
to
think
tell
I was
me
gonna
where
get
you're
into-
going with this.
What's that?
You have to type to me where you're going with this, because the truth is, I broke up with her because it just wasn't really working out.
That's the thing. I can keep going. I think you'll be fine with this. So she was beautiful, and she can cook, and for whatever reason, the two were just not a fit. And when Taylor heard this, he's like, "That had to be some truly awful conversation." If you get a really hot girl who likes caring for you and can cook well, then that must be a lousy conversation. That's all.
Yeah. Those must be some brutal stories to endure, but not anymore.
Just taking it along well. I think it's fair, and I don't think I'm gonna. I'm not looking for anybody else. I think I'm just gonna, be myself for a while and handle it the Wings of Redemption way, right into a dirty sock, and focus on work. I got a lot of stuff going on right now anyway.
He's degrading
You're
my
gonna
sock
fly
technique.
solo
See,
for a few
socks
months?
are white, semen is white. It's easy to hide.
Cool.
Science.
What's that, Taylor?
I said you're just gonna fly solo for a few months. You don't have anybody on the back burner. No runner up.
I think that I'm gonna just calm down and get my thoughts together. Maybe focus on me. Do some things that make me happy for a change.
Get some you time. Get a mani-pedi. Just live it up. Maybe a massage.
Really live it up. No, yeah, maybe Maybe find some really cool redheaded person that I like a lot. And
Ooh, that's my favorite too.
yeah, right. Yeah, I think that's what I need. I need some.
Always in
beautiful
one way or
redheaded-
another, it leads back to my kids. Never fails.
It's not your kid. Your daughter's not the only ginger in the world.
Speak for yourself, Kyle.
No, but I really I do like redheaded women. I can tell that Taylor does as well. He found himself a very nice one. So yeah, I maybe there's a redheaded lady who's in the mix.
Do we have pictures of Taylor's woman?
That seems. Do I?
No, I'm asking Taylor. Does he have pictures?
I got a couple, but Taylor doesn't know.
I'm sure he does. Like,
well, I'm just saying because the forum has been wanting to see it.
I don't
people
think
want to see
he wants
Taylor's
them
lady
to
friend.
see it.
They're around somewhere. Like I don't have any on this computer, but there was a video on my channel for a while.
You have one on like your phone you can like hold up to your webcam or something?
I don't take pictures.
It ain't
Could
gonna
you
be
text?
new.
Could you text Wings a few of them? Because that sock is going to be calling to him in a little while, and
Yeah, I'll find a good folder and just shoot it right over. No, but Kyle, did you do any stereotypical post-breakup things like visit Redbox with a pint of Ben and Jerry's or anything like that?
So I had a bad breakup obviously a few months ago, and after that one, like there was a lot of Redbox, and there was a lot. Actually, Chiz and Woody were my go-to people when I was really struggling with that breakup. Word had gotten to Woody, of course, that like I had this breakup through Kitty, and so like my phone rings and it's Woody, and I'm like, Woody doesn't normally just call me out of the blue, and this is a pretty well he does sometimes.
I almost
but this,
called you today out of the blue, just because we hadn't talked as much.
Yeah,
But I was like, now's a good time. Anyway, I'm ruining your story.
Anyway, it seemed like a coincidence that he was calling me, and I just had this breakup, and I was all melting down. And he's like, "Hey man, how you doing?" And I'm like. And he's, yeah, I feel you. All right. And he was.
Did Mexicans come and help?
What's that?
Nothing.
I think he asked if Mexicans came to help.
No Mexicans came to help. Woody was there for me, and Chiz was there for me because I couldn't sleep for a long time, so I'd be up all night playing video games with him. So that breakup was rough, but this one was just kind of a parting of the ways.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Not rough. And now, don't you like? Isn't there a good feeling post when it all happens? When you're like, God, I have so much time. I don't have to pretend to be interested in this nonsense. I don't have to go do all this stupid shit.
I don't really do much of that anyway.
I don't do that either. That's just you.
I have listened to more than my share of stories that I don't give a crap about. I think it's just part of being in a relationship.
That might be why me and Kyle are single.
Yeah, right? Maybe there's a trend here. Drew, do you have a girlfriend, significant other thing going on?
No, sir. Single, busy. I like it that way. I just got out of something. I got out of something that tested me. Actually, Kyle, I was listening to you, man. It really tested me, and the only way I was able to pull myself out of it was take all the energy that I used to put into that mutually destructive, mutually abusive relationship and do something productive.
Well, here's my thing. Like, I still haven't got over Brandy yet. Like, every time I go out with another girl, I always compare her to Brandy. Like,
Brandy's the one that had the like giant sexual appetite, right?
Yeah, she's the one that got me like a buffet worth of sex toys for Valentine's Day and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have those? Could we get those out? That'd be fun.
I really enjoyed looking at some of those.
those because I left them at her house and we got upset at me and she threw them all away.
That's a shame. Woody, I tagged you in the
Still
chat.
have the video though.
Can you describe in explicit detail what they are and what you did with them?
I have a video where I showed them all off at my
Well, I
grandma's
don't
house.
want that much. But was it just vibrators, dildos, some flavored shit?
It was like cock rings. It was like good head. You had multiple like. There was Viagra there. There was like different kinds of lubricants.
Oh, like the flavor, the good head flavored stuff?
Yeah.
Did you, Wings, didn't you tell me, or maybe you said it on the show, that you and your significant other would groom each other down there?
That was Shalene, yeah. We do that.
Now, I think we need to get you signed up. We need to make this happen. So I think you need to sign up for DollarShaveClub.com. Now it starts out at $3 per month. Signing up only takes about 2 minutes. and then the blades start arriving. So no matter how fast the bush grows in, the blades just keep coming. There's no membership fee, no commitment, and they have a money-back guarantee. So you just go to dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. We could probably hook Wings up with something.
I picture Wings of Redemption mutually shaving him and his girlfriend's private parts with a GoPro on his head.
Absolutely, I would love that. And we just blur out we're really careful.
I had to blur it out. My fucking stomach would cover it.
Oh,
Bingo!
Like that.
This is video gold.
Where's that shave butter at? I'm starting to enjoy this.
Little shave butter. It functions.
Little shave butter.
I wonder. I bet you can't use this as lube. I bet you there's sugar in it or something.
I bet we could try.
What is your dick diabetic?
It's an issue, dude. I don't know. Here's the deal. People don't know. A lot of times when you have these, a lot of times when you have these edible lubes, like, well, I don't know, like, oh, the Wet Platinum. We got a thing. So Wet Platinum sent us a bunch of lube, right? And I had like several lifetime supplies. So my wife gave, I don't know, like one of each. Like there's the black one, and then there was another one that was cherry flavored to our neighbor who she's friends with. And the neighbor reports back that she got a yeast infection. And apparently, it's supposed to be common knowledge that if you have these like good tasting lubes, that oftentimes they have sugar in them, and then that can breed yeast. Yeah, see, Kyle knows this too. So I'm looking at this shave butter, and I'm thinking you probably shouldn't coat your dick with it right before you have sex.
Yeah,
well, no, not before sex. This isn't sex lubricant. This is for
That's
your
what I'm
own
saying.
personal me time.
That's what we were talking about. You can't use it for sex. Like that'll throw off their pH balance.
What do you smell this? I mean,
Did you just say smell this? We're doing a podcast.
Well, he has some too.
Oh, he has it. I didn't see Woody had the kit.
It's sort of
put your hand up. I want to smell it too.
See if you can get in there.
Oh, look at this. Look, on Wings of Redemption every night.
Oh, that's disgusting. But it smells kind of like mentholated. Like maybe it would burn. Maybe it would burn if you had if you got on your pee hole, basically. I don't know if I would want to use this on my penis at all. I'm gonna wipe this now.
Probably wouldn't work.
It's my Halloween costume. Who do you think I am?
Oh wow, that's great. Oh, that's just disgusting.
You ain't got a black dress sock too. You can't do it that way.
That's fancy. That's an anniversary.
It's like a Nike ankle sock.
Yeah, it's actually exactly a Nike ankle sock. See, Nike and the thing and dry fit.
Regardless, it's black, and that's contrast.
I'm higher class than that. I just jack off straight into those like nice high top Van Heusen black ones.
So don't waste your money going to those stores and trying to get into that cage full of razors they've got down there. Just sign up for dollarshaveclub.com/PKA.
I think we've
Sign
taken
up, but
the
do not
mid-roll.
use the shea butter for lube because it'll
Do
throw
not
off your pH balance.
I think you
and
probably
the shit is like-
masturbate with the shea butter, but do not use it for sexual lubricant.
Why do they cage the condoms? I've always wondered that.
I think anything small and expensive like that is just a target for being stolen.
Yeah, I think when something's unit price or like price per ounce
Yeah,
is
but they
so
give
high,
condoms away at like the free clinic. You can go there and get a bag full of them motherfuckers.
they're cheap.
but those are terrible.
Yeah,
And they're not giving them away at the store. And if people
I
are going to
understand
steal,
that, but I'm saying, but like, why would you steal condoms with something? Why would you steal something you can get for free?
people who steal, I don't think they think that through. You know what I'm saying?
And the ones you could steal are much better. Like cheap condoms really are cheap condoms. Whereas like if you get a big box of like Lifestyles or something, like they're much nicer condoms. I like Lifestyles. I've made the switch from Trojan.
What's the difference?
You like the skins?
Like, what's the point? What's the reason?
Yeah, I do. I like the packaging for one thing. Let me go grab them. I like the packaging of these things. They really do look slick.
What are we talking about? The packaging of what?
Condoms. You don't know anything about this, Woody.
I would say, I wish me and Kyle had this talk like 3 years ago.
Do you still use condoms? Woody don't use no condom.
No.
You got 2 kids.
Oh, speaking of packaging, check out this Dollar Shave Club packaging right here. Red works for Rudolph,
Excellent
not
segue.
your face. We got a stack of these razors.
I thought Dollar Shave Club had the one-bladed razors. Wasn't that their selling point?
So they have, I don't know if any of them are one-bladed for sure, but they have a couple, like there's a Dollar Shave, a $3, and like a $9, about. I might be messing up the price points. But you can choose which level of razor you want. The top one, which is like, I don't know, $6 or $9 a month, is like every bit as good as the $25 razors you get at the store.
They must be doing well because I've seen Gillette trying to sell free razors all year.
How many razors are on there?
$60
Is
a
it like
year.
the one blade, 2 blade?
Did you want to give out your business idea?
Mine has
The laundromat?
We
looks
can't.
like 5 or 6 blades. It's a
Right
lot.
about these guys.
I don't like
I think it's a good
any
idea.
more than 2. I don't like.
As soon as Kyle shows me these condoms, because I love my PPS, but I'm done it too.
So I got the variety pack here. So you get like a little bit of everything.
Everlast.
Ultra sensitive.
Yeah, there's Thins Extreme, Flavors and Colors, Skin, Everlast Intense, and Ultra
I'm
Sensitive.
gonna let you know, I'm a little bit of a punk. I like my condom to kill the feeling a little bit because it makes me feel more of a stud.
And like they come, like the skin ones come, and you feel like you're like fucking royalty or something breaking out of rubber. Like they just look cool. They're all black and gold. But then there's all these fun colors. Like there's these green ones and these purple ones, and I think these taste like strawberries. Like
So those are for the younger chicks.
The
condom ones are for the younger chicks.
I had a girl offer me a
Yeah.
blowjob with a condom, and I was
18
like,
or over.
and I was like, I'd rather not have a blowjob.
You know,
really, you literally turned down head with a. I think I would.
She would only give me head if I wore a condom, and I'm like, I don't think I want this.
That's something that prostitutes do. I think that's a real prostitute move.
And it wasn't a prostitute.
Huh. Fair enough.
You know,
I
about
believe you.
prostitute dinner, but you know,
Well, I don't think I would want a. I don't think I'd want a blowjob with a condom on either. I don't think I'd want. Yeah, I don't don't think so.
I mean, like,
it really seems like a waste of time.
Situations never come up for me.
I wouldn't think so. No,
Yeah.
that's
it's a
not a
waste
fun
of
time.
condoms, is what that is.
Yeah, that's a waste of time.
I feel like I'm saying too
there's
much.
something
Here.
like
How about
just do a
instead your
virgin.
boyfriend fucks you while I stand on the other room? You want to do that? Pretty much the same thing for me. I really enjoy. Like,
Yeah,
Sure, some
Kyle, I
15 year
want you
old
to-
there's a
I want you
virgin.
to
Like,
open
I
one
won't
of
take a
them.
blowjob with a condom.
Right.
Open
No.
one of them and see how big you can blow it up.
okay.
Make sure it's unlubricated. If you have unlubricated condoms, who the hell would buy those?
I know. I don't think I have any non-lubricated ones, to be honest. I'm checking though. I think I could feel it.
We're
If
gonna
they
do
were.
it when you blow it up.
Actually, then just do it with a flavor one and review the flavor as well.
It's hard to tell which ones are flavored, to be honest. Lubricated, latex.
Shouldn't it say it on the
lubricated-
front, like
It
banana?
should, but because it's a variety pack, I don't. Everlast. Okay, here we go. There's ultra thin, ultra sensitive.
I would think the colored ones would be more likely to be flavored. Start with
I'm
the yellows
on
and
Woody's
pinks.
team with that. I would agree.
False. Everlast intense. So
Hmm.
let's see. I'm still
What's
digging.
intense taste like?
Here is.
Is that a
like
lemon flavored?
vanilla? Here's vanilla.
All right.
All right, hang
Taste,
on.
taste the non-flavored one right after, just to compare. It's also a bar line.
He should definitely go the
this
other
one
direction.
tastes like spermicide.
Yeah, he should have
Kyle,
spermicide
close your
flavor
eyes.
with an orange chaser or a vanilla
Yeah.
chaser.
Get out of here. So let's see this thing. So
Close your eyes. It'll be like a taste test.
It'd be nicer if you get Katie to come downstairs.
Nice. I love that he threw it in there like bubble gum from the cone heads.
Oh, go ahead.
Go get him, Mr. Aykroyd.
Yes.
hang on, I got this. I got this. Hang
Oh,
on.
but I really
got
like where
this.
you're headed with this.
Never.
For everyone listening on their car on the way to work right now, we're watching Kyle blow up a condom and eat it and taste it.
Like bubble gum.
He just popped it in his mouth like bubble gum. I
You
think
have
he
an
just
amazing
unrolled it so he
commute
could
working
blow a
for this
better
for him
bubble.
still listening in your car.
When this
He
thing
didn't
comes
throw-
out, I see a GIF in our future.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Try it again. You can get this. All right.
It's really.
He didn't put that in his mouth like he was not wanting to do it. He put it in like he's been fiending for that all day.
So this is what happens when those e-cigs.
So first of all, let me just say it tastes very good.
It does. That's crazy how big you can blow those
Yeah,
things
I
up.
just want to point out how
not
many
good at
people say their penis can't fit in a condom.
Well, it's just a marketing ploy
It's
to get
not
into
about. It's not about this pair. It's
different
about the
brands.
rim, dude.
It's about what?
It's about the rim. It gets tight.
They're the same
Well,
width.
yeah, they're all like that. They're all terrible.
They're the same width, though. They're just a little longer.
So you
Wow.
gonna put that over his head? It's going over.
That was a really good off-the-cuff, just condom blow.
He's tying it off. He's tying it off like a balloon.
No, it's going over his head.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh, did that hurt? That looked like it hurt.
I think he broke it.
All right, I'm gonna try one more. But
Yes.
my goal is to put it over my head.
Kyle, oh, he can't hear me. I want to say, I think it's got to go over your head first.
Yeah, you have to like roll it down over your head and then like blow it up from there, I think.
Yeah, in my dreams, he puts it over his head and then inflates it with
And then
his
he
nose.
asphyxiates on camera. That's the video.
All right, so this time, this is a ultra-sensitive condom. I don't know. It looks exactly the same.
Condoms are fucking expensive as shit, so he's destroyed like $10 worth of pleasure.
Actually, it was about $10, I think, for a 30-pack. And
damn. And the Magnus cost like $34 for a 36-pack.
Well, you got to buy them bulk.
I don't know. I wasn't
18
joking when I
$18.
said I prefer these lifestyles. So
I think
the
it's
trick
18
is going to be getting this thing, like the base of it, around my head, because that only goes so big. So let's see here.
Put it on your foot and see, or put it on your hand and see how far it'll go up your arm. Because this probably won't work.
Nah, you're going to have to seal it.
It's gonna break.
So is this like a myth buster right now? Because I've seen other people do it. It doesn't look possible.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. We try and shake things up here, Drew. Try and keep up with our fast-paced,
He's like a
action-filled
sexual unicorn.
podcasts.
Yes!
Holy
Oh,
this is
so
So close. I'm going to try one more. It was so
Oh,
close.
you were right there.
I lubricated my head with some wet platinum.
I know a condom joke.
Please tell
Go for it.
All right, so there's a kid at the pharmacy, and he's there with his parents or his mom, whatever, and says, "Oh, look, condoms." And she says, "Well, why do they come in a 3-pack?" He goes, "Oh, those are for high school kids. One for Friday, one for Saturday, one for Sunday." He goes, "Oh, I see. Why do these come in a 6-pack?" And she goes, "Oh, those are for college kids. One for every day of the week, and then you rest on Sunday." And he says, "Ah. And this 12-pack, that must be for married people, right?" And she says, "Yeah, the 12-pack's for married people. One for January, one for February, one for March."
Well, that's a sad
And I'm
thing
going
to
to
think
attempt this
about.
one more time, and then I'm going to stop wasting condoms and time. But if it happens, I've never done this before, but I've seen it done.
Yeah, I've seen it done just on like internet gifs.
I think you're going too much
no,
back
it's
of the
real.
head.
Yeah, I think too much back of the head because right now the condom tip.
Pulling it from the bottom. You got to get that top going too. Start from
You
the
have to
tip.
get the reservoir tip incorporated somehow.
You think that's the real secret?
That's the
I think you
crux of
started
the
too
matter.
low in the back of your head.
There you go.
All right, I'll try one more. I'll try one more since we think perhaps I was misaligned. Let's see. We're gonna go with the whatever this one is. This purple one. This one seems to be more robust. This one's okay. This one is studded.
Way more than that.
Studded.
Ooh.
Oh, please get closer to the camera with that.
Hey, see those?
So
Yeah.
there's little studs on there.
I like that. I like that.
I'm a fan.
So what is that for?
Let's
If you
see
want
if
your dick to mimic chicken pox or something? What is that?
You know, it's texture, so it feels good. You know, for
It's on the outside, right? The studs
yeah, it's on the outside. Yeah, you feel it.
That's
Makes
right.
sure.
You turn them inside, they're now for him.
So I'm trying
Oh.
to think, how should he have started? Should you start on the forehead and pull back?
I think you should try and start on the middle of the head
And
because
pull
he's been
straight
kind of like
down?
pulling it either back like that or like that. Maybe try and just straight down.
I'll try.
Yeah, and focus on the... he lost his headset. Focus on the front of your face, right? If it's high in the back, but you get your nose, that's still a win.
And you got to grab that middle and...
Oh, that's true. You just got to get your nose in there for the blow-up effect.
If I could get my hands in here and really spread it.
It's a goatsy right here.
Look, if I could. That's not right.
Oh, so
I don't know
that'll...
if it's gonna
You
work.
gotta-
cause certain death. Don't do that.
Call one of your manservants over to help you.
Carlton.
Chesterfield.
Where's that one-time Charlie Butler? He can help you out.
Yeah.
Send Emilio in with the lubricant.
Tell me, who's that guy again?
That's Larry Evans.
Oh, did it break though? It looked like it's still intact.
This studded one. Maybe this increases the resilience.
Oh.
Nope, definitely not.
Nah, he didn't get it. I don't think he realizes what's happened.
All right. So
Kyle, you gave it a good try.
too much of it. Yeah, it's not gonna fit on my skull there. Maybe if I shaved my head, lubed it up very well,
I'm
think.
thinking you dunk your entire head in a the remnants of shave butter, so it slides on nicer.
You could.
Oh yeah, there's strawberry.
And you can start right now.
I'm gonna pass on that.
What are those? Cherry?
Well, strawberry. Strawberry. I found some strawberry ones in there. That's pretty cool.
Same though. You're single now.
Pop that in your mouth. See what you.
I'll pass.
See
The
what you find
vanilla. The vanilla definitely seemed like the way to go. A real massacre down here. There's like 4 used condoms on the floor. This is gonna look great. I think I've told the story plenty of times before, but I had a cleaning lady once, and she was already kind of expensive to clean my house, but she had a checklist that she brought herself, and she would write all the things that she had done that day, and then there's like a sum total of what she's owed at the bottom, and I noticed that it was like $100, or it was like $50 more expensive, and that she had checked and written in that she had picked up a used condom, soiled condom, and it was $50.
Soiled? That's what she wrote?
Yeah, if I had known that removing a soiled condom from my floor was going to run $50, I'd have done it myself.
Yeah.
I feel like she should have been like, hey, just so you know, if I clean this condom, it's going to cost $50. And I'd have been like, fucking leave it there.
Yeah.
Like if you start digging
it might cost you $250.
Yeah, you start digging.
Fair, though, do you leave those around often? Because I never just throw it and leave it. It's kind of gross.
The ceiling
They
fan.
smell bad.
I don't remember the exact scenario. Don't judge me. This is like 3 years ago. It was like 3 years ago. You know, I mean, I had used a condom and it was on the floor. You know, it's dark at night, and maybe I didn't feel like securing it to where it needed to go. Maybe I ripped it off in the heat of passion, like finished on someone's head. I don't know. Like that's probably what happened. Realistically, it probably wasn't even all that soiled, if you will. But regardless, it cost $50, so I fired her ass and found someone who would not charge me $50 to clean up a used condom, or at least
$50?
What?
Did you pay her the $50?
I don't remember. I think Kitty was writing her the checks at the time, so like maybe not. Like I don't know. We fired her after that though. I didn't want her coming back. Yeah, I thought so.
$50 for that? That's highway robbery.
Yeah.
Kyle, I'll clean up your condoms for $10 a pop.
I'm gonna say for $50, I'll clean up every condom you got. I know what gloves are.
No limit.
I get on my hands and knees and look for condoms. Yeah, you can go under my bed. You can pay for a vacation or something. It's not like that. That's not how it is. Jesus.
Oh, have we been paying attention to the Sony hack stuff?
No.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned it, but it's really funny, and I think that some of the stuff that's been exposed is pretty interesting as well.
I didn't realize that the studios were ever that self-aware. Like, you know, Angelina Jolie. I don't think she's an especially talented actress. I think she's just an ex-hot girl who's really, really famous. And they're like, you know, why are we devoting resources to this woman? She's not good. Her movie won't be good. It's not going to fly. And it's like, I didn't realize. I thought studio execs had their head up their ass for some reason. But all these things, Adam Sandler, they're like, there's a situation that is wildly unbalanced. And Adam Sandler gets tons of money, and you know we're lucky to break even on his films. Let's drop this guy. He's not hot. And it's harsh, and I guess it's private, but it's been interesting to me.
I didn't catch any of that. That's interesting. I was hearing some other stuff. I really don't even remember. Just like financial dealings and stuff like that. But the root cause of it all is what's really interesting. It's because Sony is, you know, the studio behind The Interview, the Seth Rogen film about attempting to assassinate Kim Jong-un. So North Korea, the state, like the country, has hacked Sony. It's ridiculous. I can't wait to watch that movie now. Like that movie is gonna be great.
North Korea didn't hack Sony, dude.
More than one person is taking credit for that.
They might take credit for it, but they didn't do it. It was most likely some other group that did it that's putting it on North Korea. We're talking about people that can't give everybody in the country a bowl of rice, and they have elite hackers that can break down Sony's encrypted firewalls.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they do. I think the reason they can do that is because they don't have enough money to give their people bowls of rice. Instead of that money going to rice, it's going to hackers.
The security professionals are saying that Sony is not very secure. that like, look, everyone gets broken into, but once you get into Sony, like, there's no additional security measures. 1Password works everywhere, and they're just they're kind of following, like, not even hitting minimum standards in terms of security practices, and that's why once they got hacked, there's just been so much to release and to talk about. Sucks, I guess. I don't know.
I think it's interesting.
What's that, Wings?
It doesn't affect me. I got an Xbox One and a PlayStation 4.
Dude, I guess I shouldn't say that. I played my Xbox One a little bit the other night. I played some Assassin's Creed Unity. So I played it a little bit.
How is it? I still haven't played mine.
I'm having a hard time getting into it so far. The first mission, I was a child, and I followed another child, and then I stole some apples. And then the grown-ups were very angry at me, so I had to hide in this room. And I was gonna.
So far, this is the plot to Aladdin.
I was gonna cut my own wrist in real life because I'd been running around as a child stealing apples. But then my father died, and like time advanced like 15 years, and it's so much like a movie that I don't get to fucking kill shit. Like I just want to stab the people and assassinate things, and I feel like
I heard this shit runs at like 20 FPS.
Dude, it froze up a few times.
Pilfering apples was the gateway crime to being a world-renowned assassin.
Well,
in your case.
That and they kill your father. I don't know. I haven't played enough of it to know. I'm having a hard time getting into it, to be honest.
I'll tell you what I don't like about Assassin's Creed. I can't stand that virtual reality bullshit they try to pull with the story.
Yeah, I started... The first one I played was the one in the Revolutionary War, which I think is 2 ago, because there's the pirate one and then the one you're playing.
Yeah.
And I liked it, but I didn't, like, there'd be a turn, right, where this guy was revealed to be bad. And I didn't quite grasp the gravity of it because I didn't start at the beginning.
Yeah, I may try the pirate one because I'm not really enjoying this one. It has a lot of bugs, it seems like. I don't know. The loading screens take, I'm going to say 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, and the screen keeps kind of glitching out. Like, I don't know, it'll freeze and stutter stop and stuff. And
I've got the pirate one, and I played it for maybe 2 hours and couldn't get into it.
I'm with Merca. I got the pirate one, too. That shit's garbage. Hot garbage. Fucking hot garbage on a wet day.
I did see the Worms, like Worms Battleground or something. That looked interesting. Some sort of Worms game for Xbox One. That might be fun.
So far, the Xbox One is the worst purchase I've made in the last year.
Really? What else have you played?
I mean, it's the message system was really fucking slow. None of my friends that had the 360 upgraded to it, so I have like 2 friends online at any given time. I mean, like when you play Call of Duty on it, there's like nobody there. The matchmaking is horrible. And I hear Advanced Warfare, which I don't have. I had Ghost on it. Advanced Warfare, you can't find a game because of skill-based matchmaking because the player base is so low on the Xbox One. It's a universal Netflix player.
Oh, dude, I love the Roku so much. The Roku's so nice. I wish I had it with me because the remote control is so intuitive. There's only like 6 buttons, and
you know what I love about the Roku? The remote control has a strap on it, right? It's great, and here's why. It's not because I need a wrist strap for my remote. It's because I typically have a bunch of remotes in a pile. There's like a TV remote, some audio kind of remote, maybe some other remote, I don't know. Oh, I've got one for like my ceiling fan, and then there's the one for the Roku. And I can just blindly grab the strap. And you know how like when someone throws you might be decent at catching a ball, but you're a fucking MLG at catching car keys. They're just somehow easier to catch than everything else. The Roku and the strap is like that for me. You know, I can reach into a pile of remotes and I'll come away with the right one every time.
What is a Roku?
It's just a little media player. So you can play Netflix or HBO Go or Blockbuster, any number of applications on it. And
is it like on your TV or like just an actual device?
It's a device it's a device and it's smaller than that phone. It's about 2 or 3 times as thick, but it's a smaller square, and it's just got an HDMI cable, a power cable, and then you got a little remote. There's also
it's comparable to an Apple TV. Is that what it's called, or iTV?
Apple TV is very similar, but the remote is the Apple TV remote is not much bigger than my pocket knife. Like it's so tiny, and it's got like 3 buttons on it. like one of them's multi-directional, but like it's got so few buttons that it's kind of annoying.
Well, the
remote's very tiny though.
The Roku's original claim to fame, although Kyle and I love it for the remote, is that it had the most channels, right? So of course it has Netflix and Amazon and HBO Go and probably some other big ones you know of, but it also has, there's like 300 different things that it plays. And you can just add them, you know, to your, like, yeah, I want to be this thing, I want to be that. I did a demo once where I searched, I could even do it now, but you just search on some movie, and it'll be like, oh, it's here on Netflix for free, it's here on Amazon for $1.99, it's on Popcorn Flicks for 99 cents or whatever. And you can just, it'll search all your channels for where this thing is, and you can pick where you watch it. The one downside is it's 1080p. And is the Amazon Fire at 4K now?
I honestly don't know, but I don't have a 4K monitor yet, so it doesn't matter to me.
It's starting to be so I'm moving houses and we'll probably redo a lot of our TV situation, and I'm trying to figure out, like, do I invest in 4K here or there or not? I know Amazon started streaming in 4K. Amazon Prime, which I also have.
Yeah, I like the Roku a lot. The Roku's I think it's my favorite device. It's just so little, and it's so little that it's not an issue to move from room to room. That's the other thing. Because, like, I was upstairs the other day watching a movie, and then I wanted to take it downstairs, and I was like, oh, that's not a problem at all. It's just this tiny little bitty box, and just it's easy to set up.
I think the best one is $99, and it's not that bad. I know $99 for some people is really hard to come by, and for others it's not a big deal. But you know, it's certainly no Xbox.
I mean, it's a end-all entertainment box. I mean, for $100, like, it does so much shit for $100.
Twitch?
Probably.
Do you watch stuff actually on it, or does it just let you watch different shit on your TV?
It lets you watch different shit on your TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
It has the apps that it plays, or like we said, like Netflix and other movie watching and TV watching apps. But it's just it's a one-stop source that categorizes them, and it lets you create like your own little homepage of apps. And like Woody said, there's the search feature where you could like search Billy Madison, and it'll show you the cheapest way to watch Billy Madison. So.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, because if you're just on your Xbox, like my options used to be either Netflix or like Xbox Video, or get off the Xbox and go watch it on a laptop or something. But now with the Roku, there's literally dozens of ways that I can watch that movie, and they're anywhere from $1 to you know, you could, if you want, the director's Blu-ray editions out there for everything, which I really like. I always like that if I can get like the director's edition extended, like 12 minutes longer version of Fight Club or Lord of the Rings or something.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I googled Roku and Twitch to answer Wings' question, and it looks like there are unofficial Twitch apps that you can put on there, but I don't know if there's an official one.
What's Twitch?
Twitch is it's like a streaming service that you watch video games.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think you told me about that.
Do you play games, Drew?
I used to try and play Call of Duty. I played Madden in college. Actually, I got hooked on StarCraft when I was younger. Like, to the point where I get excited now, thinking like, oh, if I can only play that for 12 hours a day again.
Yeah.
But no, other than that, man, I'm always running around nowadays. I feel old. It's funny. I feel 30.
I'd spank his ass in Call of Duty.
You would spank my. I can't even try and lie about that. You'd kill me in anyone who plays video games now at all and says it, like, they'd probably kill me in everything.
Drew, I remember. So stop me if you don't want to talk about this, but I remember you were working at that gym, and and then there was something happened, and you were asked to no longer work at that gym.
Yeah, Drew, tell us about that.
You should at least give him the story of how you realized you were fired. You should at least give him that.
I'm honestly, at this point, man, because I've been able to emotionally and professionally recover, I honestly would probably just, I'm comfortable with it. I'm cool with this one.
Yes.
Tell us a story, Drew.
Because and then I gotta invite everybody who knows me down here to watch this, so they can all get the real story too. All right. I was working at ISI and training there. Met a girl. She was a client, and we hit it off pretty well. But I was skeptical about taking it to a sexual level, because obviously I don't sleep with clients. It's just it's too much. It ruins the entire dynamic of everything. Like I can't see you in both lights. It doesn't work. Anyway, but for this particular time, I let it go. It was the first time I've ever done it, and afterwards I felt guilty. So every time people ask me about it at work, the people I worked with, I'd tell them no, I made a mistake, this and that. But then when I was with her, we had some serious feelings. Like it got a little more serious than just fucking around. So I had feelings, knew it was wrong, and just honestly I went back and forth. I'd tell the people at the gym, yeah, it's over, I nipped it in the bud, but then I'd call her, I'd see her, we'd hang out, and there'd be more feelings developed. So anyway, it came off like I was lying, which technically I was, saying I was cutting her off and didn't, and hiding it from them. So they let me go. I continued dating her for a little bit. It didn't work out for other reasons. She's a good girl, 100%. Wasn't really anything she did wrong. It just wasn't a fit on some levels. So then when they found out I was fucking a client behind their back, is how they kind of spun it. They,
those bastards. Don't they see you were just sleeping with a client behind their back?
I was dating her. Like we were straight. It wasn't even like dirty sneaking off after work or in between sessions. It was like a legitimate, met her parents, she met my parents. We did a lot. I know her sisters, all that stuff. But anyway, they went on this integrity kick about things like that. And since then, since we're on this topic, and I've never actually talked about this part. They've been through it's either 9 or 10 trainers since I left.
Really?
That's because
not for the same reason. I don't know why they're going.
That's because Adam Rice is a bad business owner.
Oh, name dropping. Yeah, he is. He's an adorable little business owner.
I don't give a shit. I ain't Adam Rice's friend.
Right. But the concept of the gym is awesome. A lot of the people that train there are great. It's just a couple people in there that they just weren't happy with a couple of things going on. So I got the boot.
Let me tell you a bullshit thing about Adam Rice. I looked at his contract.
Jesus.
And look, this
Who the hell is this Adam Rice?
We're about to find
Adam
out.
Rice was a Coastal Carolina baseball player, and he turned out to be a personal trainer. Now he's a washed-up Cadillac driver. But he had a contract, and Drew handed this contract to me, and the only way I signed this contract was Drew. I was reluctant as shit.
No, I reluctantly gave it to you because our arrangement was different. I don't know if y'all followed.
Yeah, but you've seen how big of a fuss I made about that contract. Like, I'm one of the people that will read contracts. Yeah, you hand me something, I'm going to read that motherfucker. I'm not going to be like, hey, what you doing? How's the kids?
Right.
No, this motherfucker has a clause in it that you got to pay 3 months in advance to cancel your gym membership. So if you cancel that day, you owe him $900 or something like that.
Who's paying $300 a month?
These are personal training facilities.
Oh, it's for the personal trainer. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a Planet Fitness.
It's not a Planet Fitness. It's a gym. It's one-on-one only. You go in with a trainer.
Well, if you're getting someone like Drew, then that is a steal. You're a fool not to get it.
No, Drew's got cheaper prices now. Drew's prices are dirt cheap right now.
I'm trying to give it away for just. I want to help people.
It's like $300 for 5 sessions a week.
That's my plug. I just want to, if I can help people, and the way to do it, if they pay for, if I do what people can afford, everyday people can afford, they can't train enough by normal standard pricing. Like 5 days a week, most people, that's gonna be $500-$600 a month, which is a fucking car payment or mortgage nowadays. And if they train, and if they just pay what they can afford, like I said, they're only training 1 or 2 a week. So yeah, I'm doing something cheap because honestly, if I get results out of it and people get results out of it, the business side's been coming along more when I just help. Like if I just jump in and say, yeah, let's do some stuff, let's figure it out. I'll get something you can afford going. 5 days a week is now my minimum. Like you have to train with me 5 days a week because I don't want to be part of people who are going to be there twice a week, 3 times a week, and then tell me it didn't work.
Let me contest about this. I was on the fence of 5 days a week because we were doing 3 days a week beforehand with ISI, and like when you do 3 days a week, you get sore on those off days, and when your body is naturally adjusted to 5 times a week, you don't get sore. You go in, you push harder every day, and you grow. That's how I went from 45 pounds to damn near 150 in a month on the bench.
But it helps to have a guy like Drew do that, right? Like you're not working the same muscle group 3 days in a row. He knows what he's doing.
Somebody knows what he's doing and not going to get you hurt.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's fun. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say it's tricky. Like I'm not an expert in working out, but I remember, like, for example, if you want to work your arms one day and your lats another day, it's kind of hard to work your lats without working your biceps. And you put them on back-to-back days, and all of a sudden, you're working your biceps every day, and it's not good. You need a pro. Give you a hand.
A lot of our workouts come from Larry Evans. I don't know if you know this, because like I look at Larry Evans and I'm like, I can do what this guy can do, and I can do it better. But obviously, I'm 150 pounds lighter than him.
Right.
But that's what I was looking at over here. Is like he's sitting there doing Tysons, and I told Kyle about Tysons. I'm like, I can do Tysons.
Which one's the Tysons?
Tysons where you basically you put your feet up and somebody pushes them down.
Oh yeah.
Over and over again.
Yeah. People love those. They work. That's one thing that. Do y'all know what he's talking about? We lay on the ground.
Yeah. It's an ab exercise.
Trainer will Yeah, exactly. It's one of the more effective workouts you can do.
Do you do the thing where you throw the ball at his belly?
Not yet.
That looks fun too.
I got
not yet. We got. Well, I'll tell you what. We should try it. That'd be fun.
I got them at the house.
We could do that. I mean, there's so many things that we can do.
Show them all.
Yeah.
Drew, do you
want me to hit him with a ball right now?
No, I want you to do what you think is right.
Drew's like, 'cause I'll fuck him up.
Because I was like, Kyle just destroyed 7 condoms. We can at least hit each other with a
Drew, on that whole girl thing, it must come up like, I just feel you're in a physical situation, right? With people who care about fitness.
Right.
I swear, I bet this is a really common problem in the industry. Like for a girl to like her trainer, assuming the girl's the client, and the trainer to like the girl, like you're spotting her, you're kind of like a mechanic working on a body. With your hands are going to be on there,
right?
Not in a sexual way, but you got to be holding her elbows up.
He's like, oh, it's sexual.
You just grab it. You're going to want to feel it flex right here in your taint.
Woody, nothing
Feel the
is
burn
more...
right there, up in there deep.
Yeah, nothing tests my morals more than holding a woman's elbows up.
You're joking, but it's like a real thing. Like I feel like at some point I don't know, she's gonna be working her thighs or something, and
it's funny. I learned a couple things. There's some things you can avoid, I guess, like environments or situations you can avoid. Like for instance, when I first started, if I don't know you, and a lot of people I train, I know I know them. I don't cold call. I don't advertise. Most people I train, I know, and are pretty, from somewhere. But if I don't, even funny things like instead of saying butt or ass or whatever, I try and say hips instead of chest. Stick your chest up or hold your chest at shoulders back. There's languages that get people to do the things you want without accidentally crossing it in. But at the same time, it's not my focus. It's kind of like. I don't know if you're always around it's not the same as if it's like I'm out at the bar or I'm at like a singles auction or something like that. It's I have a different focus. So squats, obviously it's a pelvic thrust. You want to do a squat right, keep your knees behind your toes, keep them over your ankles would be great if you can keep that kind of balance. Stick your ass out. Take the weight so you can feel it right where your hamstring kind of meets your ass cheek. Like that's where you want to feel that pull when you go past parallel. Then you roll your hips back on you. It's a really vain move. Fitness in general, like you said, it's a borderline vain profession. But people catch feelings until they kind of understand the demeanor. You can set the tone. You know what I mean? Like if I'm flirting and stuff like that, well then yeah, it's gonna go the wrong way. But at the same time, my focus is to get you to hit goals. So
there you are, viewers. How not to get laid by Drew.
When we were squatting, and I pushed up so hard I farted all over you.
Yeah, that was fun. That happens more than not.
I was going to ask about that. I wasn't sure how to bring it up. I'm sorry, Berger. What were you saying?
So, Drew, for example, if you were training a woman, you would say something when she was squatting, like keep your back straight and not get that cunt down to knee level. Like not
I have not yet used get that cunt down to knee level in a training environment.
That would not. Okay.
For lack of a better term, that may slip out now because of your gracious mentorship.
You're gonna be all exasperated working with some lady. Just get that vag down to knee level, will you?
Right, yeah. Hey, training gets intense, man. Sometimes Freudian slips come out,
Sometimes. Do you have a diet plan for wings?
Do I have a what?
A diet plan, like a meal plan, or
guidelines. It's a lot of guidelines. you guys know wings better than I do. If you give Jordy rules, he's gonna find loopholes. He's gonna find reasons to work.
Yes.
Kyle knows.
And he's good at it. He's smarter than I am. So I gotta evolve. Otherwise, this guy's gonna take advantage of me over here. But it's all guidelines. You know, timing. A lot of simple sugars when you're not gonna be doing a lot of work. Low carb is kind of a big general thing. A lot of protein, but if it's all timed right, well then when you eat something like a piece of bread, like pizza for God's sake, you know, Chinese food, pasta, I can't crack a whip on someone for enjoying food, especially with Jordy's scenario, because he loves food. That's one of his comfort. That's one of his comfort areas, I guess, which is why I want to put him around environments that he enjoys, because I think the enjoyment you get from food, you can also get from a good conversation. You can get from any good environment. He wants that feeling of pleasure. It gets it from food because there's not a whole lot.
I think you're wrong. I mean, like, I want the carbohydrates.
Well, there's a sugar high involved in that. That's why when you eat, if I had like a square of lasagna, I'm
but
happy
there's a
as hell
difference.
after.
Like, I could eat a Milky Way and I won't get the same satisfaction as a piece of garlic bread.
Not the same sugars, and
Like,
you're used to it.
The garlic bread's what I want. The
Right.
Milky Way isn't.
Right, and there's an anticipation factor that comes in. Like if you
Garlic
think
bread
about a
sounds
Milky
good.
Way, it's like, all right. But even if I think about garlic bread right now, I'll get hungry.
Yeah.
That's just something that we're in tune to do because garlic's fucking delicious for one.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, I can't go wrong. I'm Hispanic and Italian. Yeah, garlic works out fine.
You're black. Stop denying it.
We know what you like.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's all
Drew's
about.
got his hand in every pot and a card from every corner of the earth in his deck, just in case. For every argument. Aha!
No
Relish
matter,
here,
no
too.
matter what
He's just gonna break out and admit, all right, fried chicken and watermelon. I'm busted.
you got me. You got me. It's what I had on the way over here. How the hell does he know this shit?
Hey, we
Oh.
haven't made like a PK movie in a while. What's the last thing we watched together?
Episode 3 of Attack
We
on
need to
Titan.
get back. Yeah, we need to get back on that because
wanna see
apparently,
the-
Tucker told us that 4, 5, and 6 are like the when it really kicks off. So
Yeah, we got to do that.
Kyle, what is that square thing? Oh, that's the e-cig.
yeah, the vaporizer. I'm replacing cigarettes with this. This has got nicotine in it.
A very interesting looking handle.
Yeah, it's like a huge battery. The whole handle is like a I don't know. It's a battery. It's got super crazy long battery life. This is where like the nicotine stuff
Yeah.
is in this little.
That's an intense battery.
Yeah, it lasts forever. I don't know. It's like 2600. What is it? mAh or whatever.
Milliamps.
Milliamps. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I like the flavors that these things come in. I think this one's called Unicorn Blood. So
Really?
that's what I'm. Yeah.
My sister my sister vapes. I think I've heard of that one.
There's
That doesn't sound like something I'm mistaken. I think I've heard Unicorn Blood before.
I think I got like I got some elf tears upstairs. They're peppermint.
Are you serious?
But what's Unicorn Blood actually taste like? Like, what is that? How would you describe it?
Sweet and fruity, like a fruity tooty, like cotton candy, sugary, delicious taste. I don't know. I've got a bunch of them. Kitty ordered a bunch of them, so I've got like massive melons, which is like watermelon, and there's one that's like cotton candy, and I don't know. I got a handful, like different
Are
kinds.
these flavors named by 11-year-olds?
I think it's the same people who named the marijuana strains. They're just
Oh,
like
yeah.
just going down the list,
So
checking
what
them off.
flavors do you vape, Merca?
I like strawberry
Oh.
and mostly just citrus stuff, like orange
You know what
or
my problem with
strawberry.
vaping is? It's
Tell
the
me.
same problem I have with pot. I feel like the people who act as if it's a healthy activity, like, oh,
It
it's
is,
ju-
though.
It's like drinking water. You're sucking on nicotine. How can that be good for you?
Nicotine's not bad for you. Nicotine's
Nicotine
no
is
more bad
not
for you
bad.
than it's no worse than caffeine.
Really?
It is a poison, so if you took like 5 of those jars and just took them like shots, yeah, you'd probably be in some deep shit. But as long as you're not doing that, you're going to be fine.
So
Nicotine
low
is just a
dosage
stimulant.
of a highly addictive poison.
Yes.
Are we sure this isn't bad for us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say highly addictive poison, a lot of things are technically poisons. Like nicotine, the tobacco plant produces nicotine from eating it, and that way it's a pesticide, and that way it's a poison. It's It's not bad for you. It's just not.
I think it's just the delivery system of cigarettes with the nicotine is what's bad. It's not the nicotine itself. That's what gets you addicted and keeps you sucking down that tar smoke, but it's not that itself that's damaging to you.
And the composition of the stuff that's actually in here, like besides the nicotine, is very similar to what they put in inhalers. So like
Can I call some bullshit on this? Because most people that vape and smoke cigarettes at the same time.
Well, if you're doing that, then it's not like it's undoing the cigarettes. It's not like one hit here and then on the vape, canceled out. Like that's not how people are looking at it.
And I've only got like 2 flavors with nicotine. I've got like orange and this one. They have nicotine in them, but the rest of them I got are just flavors. So it's kind of like a flavored hookah type thing. I don't know. I like how it tastes.
It's pretty much.
It's delicious.
Do you get any like? I mean, obviously smokers have that shortness of breath and everything. You don't get any of that with vape. I don't know anything about it, so I mean,
You're smoking water vapor.
You don't get you don't get any shortness of breath then or anything. Or
my lung capacity is pretty good. I held my breath the other day. I was having a little competition with somebody, and when I was in high school, I held it for like 3 minutes and 30 seconds one time.
Jesus.
And, I did it the other day, and I went like 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Dude, there's no way you held your breath for 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm calling shenanigans of 2.
Woody, how long can you hold your breath? You could probably do it for a long fucking time.
I mean, I think Kyle's numbers are higher than mine.
When you were like really into swimming, what could you do?
When I was really into swimming, I was...
Can't do it underwater. I can't do it underwater.
See, but that implies that you're cheating, I think.
All right, Kyle, let's hold your breath.
So what happens is I'll pinch my nose if that'll help. But like I've tried it in the bathtub. And like after like 30 seconds, it's like my heart rate is going fast because I'm under the water. It's not that like. Here, I'll hold my breath now. Let's see.
But
tell me when you're ready.
You need to pinch your nose and keep your mouth closed.
Okay. All right, I can do that. I'm gonna start a timer over here.
All right, this is going to be awesome radio.
You're gonna bang out a 2-minute breath hold.
So, Woody, could you hit 3 minutes? Do you think at your prime?
Oh, my battery's down.
Yeah, I was better than people who were good at it. Like there was a time when I was.
That's great. Hang on, my battery's 100%, Kyle. Let's go.
Hang on, I'm gonna get. Well, I want to be able to like visually see what I'm doing too. So I'm gonna quickly find like a stop.
That just blows my mind when people can hold their breath that long.
Yeah, we would train. Like it was just like everyone on the team. Like for example, whenever we were going upstairs, we'd all hold our breath as we ran up the stairs and stuff. And we would swim. Like you'd swim back and forth on 25-yard pool, 1 breath per lap, and I could do that forever.
Oh, okay. Sounds terrible.
All right, give me like a countdown.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Get ready, listeners. You're in for excitement. All right, so Kyle's got his hand on his nose, mouth closed. Hey, Kyle, can you move your hand so I can make sure you're not cheating with your mouth?
There,
thank you.
Beautiful.
Actually, just put the condom over your face. That'll make me trust you more.
All right.
Hey, Woody, that one lap.
He's legitimately gonna do this?
Yeah.
He's
Wings.
I wouldn't volunteer. I think he can do it.
Wings, can you give us 30-second updates?
Got this.
We're at 30-second point.
See, I'd probably still be.
30 seconds. All right. So he just swallowed. So maybe he's starting to realize this isn't going to be as easy as he thought it would. Maybe that thought's crossed his mind. This is great. Just talk, and he can't talk back.
Yeah, he has a feeling of drowning right now. Like based on what I'm getting from him,
of panic. He just wants to. That's what he wants.
I think he's beginning to tremor at this point. Oh, there it was.
We're halfway done. 1 minute right now.
All right, Kyle, I'm pulling for you. I want to see you do it.
Are you starting to get that feeling of kind of heat emanating down from the top of your head through your chest and the rest of your body?
Not he opened.
Minute 10, baby. Minute 10. I feel like I'm training now. Minute 15, you have 45 seconds. Get it done.
Drew's going to talk him up through this.
I'm going to stand up.
All right, goddamn it. It's not even fair.
No, wait. I want to see if I can beat his time. I don't know that I can.
Minute 24.
I literally started thinking, like, you're literally making me panic. I was like,
minute 24.
Yeah,
you want to try,
my
Woody?
head is starting to get hot.
I'll try.
Yeah,
But I swear, I'm not special. There was a time I was. But...
See, Taylor's like the anti-trainer. He motivates people the other way.
You want to count now?
Yeah, but don't start yet.
Wait, you're not doing it again, are you, Kyle? Because I need you to help me fuck with Woody when he's holding his breath.
I'm going to do it in a minute because I know I can do better than that. That was bullshit.
Give yourself more than a few minutes so you can fully recover.
Kyle, let me ask you this. Does 5 seconds seem like eternity?
5.
The last 5 do.
I've done it a lot. It's pretty awful. Eventually your lungs start doing this thing where they're like, "Give me the air," and it's pretty bad. But 2 minutes is not. It's just no sweat. I can crank out 2 minutes.
Is it easier when you take little breaths out?
Yeah.
Because
I'm ready.
Get some of the carbon dioxide.
3, 2, 1.
That was a short breath.
Somebody else is running a stopwatch, right?
I think
Yeah,
Woody.
Jordy's got it.
I got the stopwatch.
That's 10
Oh,
seconds.
Woody's got his eyes closed. That could be a good strategy. Trying to tune us out a little bit.
I'm not cheating.
Just
Look at how
Woody's right
tranquil
there.
he looks.
Woody, if you really want to pull this off, take the headphones off.
Tranquility that can only come with age.
I wish I had a nose plug, like a thing that would just pinch it.
All right, that's
30
30
seconds.
seconds. Woody, that's
you have the
30
condom.
seconds. You got this. That's the easy part. Get to a minute, then start concentrating.
Next contest, Kyle. See how long you can breathe in and out of a condom before you pass out.
I don't think it'd be that long.
Less than 2.
I think it'd probably be
50 seconds,
maybe-
Woody. Woody, nod your head if you want me to keep counting every 10 seconds. Good. You got
I
it.
bet Woody will make it 1 minute and 40.
No, he's got this. Minute.
What do you think, Kyle?
I don't
Say a
know.
minute 40.
All right, Woody, if you got a song in your head, keep that song playing. Just find a song, start singing along to it in your head. Minute 10.
Just sing the "What Does the Fox Say" chorus over and over and over. In your head.
Something slow. Sing something slow. Minute 20, baby.
Minute 20.
You beating Kyle.
You got
That's
me.
probably longer than I've ever held my breath.
Get your
honestly.
2 minutes. Get your 2 minutes.
Minute
Let's
30.
get it. Minute 30.
When I hit a minute, I feel like I've done a great job.
Yeah, you guys got me beat. Minute 40. There you go.
Almost 2 minutes.
Minute
Kyle, you're
45.
getting-
All right,
you're
it's a
getting
victory
blown
lap
out.
from now on. Just relax, enjoy it. You got 2 minutes easy. Minute
Just
50.
enjoy it.
You already won. So just hold it until you feel like letting go.
Yeah, but I'm sure that slight pain starting to develop in your lungs is a little irritating, right? You know, just
2
the
minutes.
soreness.
It's horrible.
There you go.
You got 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
That was good.
That was really unpleasant.
Now let me
I can't
ask
wait till all the comments on our,
You know
on our
what the
Reddit
problem
page
is?
about this.
I don't feel good about that. Like I didn't die. There was no
Woody,
reason
take
I
a
had to
big
stop
breath in.
right there.
I didn't mean to cut
You could have
off,
kept
but
going?
yeah, take a huge breath in.
I'm like, I like.
Kyle's
Why
getting
couldn't I have
motivated.
gone 10 more? I don't know. I was just like, Drew set the target of 2, and then once I got there, I let myself off the hook, and I didn't have to. So we'll see if Kyle beats this.
Are we doing it again already? This is a great new segment.
Am I motivating? Am I motivating Kyle now too? Kyle, you need motivation for this? You got it.
No, I
Well,
just
he's
need
going to need someone to offset me.
Let me know
I
when
know.
you want the countdown.
I just need a countdown.
All right.
Let me know when you're ready for it. 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Oh, he's already swallowing. He's in trouble.
He's already swallowing.
No,
He's
got
thinking,
it.
God damn it, I should have waited a little longer before starting this.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think he's feeling like, oh.
Kyle, listen. You made a minute 20 with a panic attack.
All right.
Now you know the same feelings are gonna come up. This heat's gonna come to your head. All that bullshit that beat you last time, but now it's not gonna surprise you. You know it's coming. There's no surprises. You can get this done. It's that simple.
Lift your hand up, cheater. I need to be able to see your mouth.
Yeah, that's so true. See, that
Lift
was
your hand up.
I tell you what, sitting up and holding my hand up made it tougher. Once I leaned back, I was like, I wish I had leaned back the whole time. Kyle, we can't see your mouth.
Kyle, put your hand up.
Oh,
Did he mute us?
I don't know, but this doesn't seem like it's an official run.
45.
45 seconds. I'll let you guys
but-
play judge.
This is just a competition of how long can we watch Kyle hold a hand in front of his face, because I don't trust him. Oh, he's going for 3 minutes. Ooh.
Oh, he's beating David Blaine's record at this point.
Get past 1.
Yeah.
It's a minute. He can't hear it.
Oh. Got that tight. That chest is starting to feel like a snare drum, just so tight, yearning for air.
Actually, you can probably see his chest move if he breathes now.
I don't know. Let's see. I can't wait for this justification for why he did this with his hand in front of his mouth.
Yeah, I sat up straight with my mouth shut. I just saw his mouth move.
He just beat his old record.
Hey, Woody, can I do it next? Just ready, set, go.
Minute 30. Minute 40.
Hey, while Kyle does this, you guys should check out the PKA Spreadshirt store. It's pkastore.spreadshirt.com, I think.
Minute 50.
And makes an excellent Christmas present. As a matter of fact, the best Christmas present that one could buy. pkastore.spreadshirt.com. Check it out.
Buy it for your mom.
2 minutes.
It's got 2.
If you get much higher than 2 minutes, Kyle, I'm just going to not believe you.
Minute 10.
No, he's fighting it.
No,
Don't move, don't move, don't move.
No, he's literally jumping
Minute
around
20.
while covering his mouth.
Minute 22.
Minute 22.
Or 2:22, rather.
2:22, I'm sorry.
Coming up on 5 minutes!
Yeah, we just saw his mouth wide
2:30.
open.
2:30. All right, we're going to call that 2:36.
Well, you just exhaled very largely at the end of that, so I know you were lying, because you inhale heavily after you hold your breath, right?
That was full of air.
Why'd you have your hand in front of your mouth, man? We
That
couldn't
isn't,
verify.
you know, Taylor, that's an when I finished, I inhaled, right?
Yeah.
When he finished, he was like,
Usually when you hold your breath, it's like depriving your lungs of air.
Dude, he was holding his breath. He was in panic mode there for at the end of it.
I beat Woody. That's all that matters.
all right, ready? I'm going to go for my 30-minute run.
God. I knew I should go longer. I didn't know there'd be a third attempt.
Well, I could go for nearly ever when I cover my mouth.
Kyle, do you swear on your sister's life that you were being honest there?
His sister's
Yes. 100% like hand on a stack of Bibles or Qurans or my mother's life or whatever. No breaths, no cheating. I didn't even exhale, which I wanted to. I feel like it's difficult to like exhale without it seeming like cheating, but I really wanted to like unpinch my nose and like let some of that pressure out because I took such a huge breath and it's just my chest is just as full as it can be. So like it's just pressure in there and I wanted to let it off. That's why
demand around
It's
2
kind of fucked
underwater.
up how quickly your body can just degrade and fall down when you don't have air.
We need water. Then there will be no question. If we could just, I'd even settle for a basin of water, right? We could put our face in the basin of water, and now you know, no one's breathing.
There's a really good.
I mean, like this could escalate. This wants to get some big bowls.
Yeah, let me get one of those Men of Honor style like diving helmets to put on. Get that going. Fill it up with water, like so we can stare off with each other till the blood comes out Woody's nose.
That would be ideal, but.
If you want to see a really good thing about holding your breath, watch the TED Talks that has David Blaine in it, and he describes how he did his whole breath holding stunt. They looked at every way they possibly could to fake it, and then they finally decided the best way would just be to do it for real. And it's a really good story.
I've seen that. He trained his ass off for that.
Yeah, like over a year.
It's true. I've seen it. I'm just naturally skeptical about it. Like, hey, I'm a magician, and I happen to be the world's greatest breath holder that we've ever seen in human history so far. It's like, I don't know. It just seems like a pretty big coincidence that a guy who's good at magic
Didn't he
tricks...
hold his breath for like 7 minutes?
It was like 30
Like
or
7 minutes or something like that?
It was a long time. Maybe I don't remember.
Oh, yeah. But wasn't something like some of the
You can't go
training
that
he
long
needed-
without brain damage, can you?
Yeah, they explain all that. They
creeping
talk
up.
about
The way it is, you got to not use the oxygen your body has and just kind of like ration it out really
He
slowly.
was in
17
a tank
minutes.
of water.
Yeah, he held his breath for 17 minutes.
Yeah, that's made up. That's not true.
If you watch it, he talks about the whole process he went to training himself to do this thing.
Unless he's knocking off 30 IQ points after every attempt at that, it's not. There's no way. Like, you cannot deprive your brain of oxygen for 17 minutes at a time
Well, he's not. That's
and
the
then
thing.
just be the same.
I think he would lose consciousness if his brain didn't have enough to keep him going. But he's got a dwindling amount. I feel like he's
There's
just right on
another
the verge.
person, I'm sorry to cut you off, who did it for 22 minutes.
Yeah, like it's a thing. It can be done.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know.
There's those free divers who go down, like those islanders who go down for like 10, 15 minutes to fucking shellfish and spearfish all the time. Like it's.
And that's even more impressive because they're down there doing shit, not just like floating.
Well, I read like as much as I say, and it's true. Like there's something about water that really kind of makes me panic, and my heart starts racing. But I from what I understand, there's some sort of mechanism in which when human beings and other marine mammals go underwater, there's some sort of biological process that helps you hold your breath longer.
Well, it has to be true because whales were once land animals that moved on to sea, and they can hold their breath for hours.
What are whales?
Whales at one point were land animals that moved into the sea.
Do you ever see that thing on Animal Planet where they try to suggest that mermaids were real, and that human beings like were driven to the coastal regions and evolved to be mermaids?
No, they didn't.
Hey, yeah,
they made that.
That fake documentary thing.
Yeah, they made it seem.
Were they top half human?
They made it seem like this was like well founded and like scientifically researched. Like it was such bullshit. I remember sitting in a hotel room.
World War II, people were catching them in nets and shit.
Yeah, like that may have even come up. Like they were talking about it this like it was real. And I remember being in a hotel room, and like we were watching this on Animal Planet or whatever, and I was just like, mermaids aren't fucking real. And my friend goes, I don't know, they're making a pretty good argument here. I'm like, mermaids aren't fucking real. He's like, you know what? Mermaids aren't fucking real. What are we watching? I'm like, I don't know. Those cocksuckers. Like, there's a lot of people who think mermaids are real now, and they're just not.
Was it like a long con that Animal Planet pulled? Like, they knew it was horseshit.
They were talking about sea apes, dude. Like us, like us evolving into these like marine mammals, and you know, shedding our legs and bullshit, and talking about how like longer and longer we'd be able to hold our breath for longer and longer, and then the gills come, I guess. It was absurd. It was so silly.
Fishing mermaids, that would be really effective for a lot of industries if they did exist. You can get kidneys from the human half, then sushi from the bottom half. A lot of options.
I'm just saying, like, whales haven't even developed gills yet, and they've been in water a lot longer than us.
Well, we haven't been in water. I mean, we don't spend much time in water.
We're a semi-aquatic animal.
Was that amphibious?
I mean, when you go to the bank, you're not wading in, so not really.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider us semi-aquatic either, because if you consider humans semi-aquatic, then that has to extend really far. That has to include dogs. That has to include like horses are semi-aquatic because they can swim a little.
Swim. Yeah, we can swim. I don't think we can live.
Yeah. I mean, we hang out in trees.
Probably semi-aquatic. Like, what is an example of semi-aquatic?
I'm thinking of like a beaver, a seal.
Yeah. An alligator. Something like that.
The beaver is just like us. It can swim. It just happens to swim a lot in water.
But beavers like exist in water. They make dams. They
can swim a lot better than we can.
Yeah, beavers are graceful. Seals are another one. That might even call them.
I'm looking at it this way: if human life naturally needs to be next to water, that's why towns are built next to rivers, and that if you're lost, you usually stay next to the ocean so you can, get fish and things of that nature. I mean, water is part of our everyday life.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure to be like aquatic.
If we didn't have like central air and housing, we would be next to the water and be in the water almost daily.
Yeah. But we can climb trees as well. Do you think we're like semi-arboreal?
I don't know what the word arboreal means.
That's like tree dwellers, like a lemur. Like we can do that. We can kind of swing, but we don't spend any time up there. So I wouldn't say we're arboreal any more than we are aquatic.
Neanderthal, and that's of the grade 8 family. So yeah, maybe.
Well, yeah, but Neanderthals didn't live in trees.
They didn't. They were nomads, but.
Yeah.
Well, I think what set us on a different path was not the development of the length of our arm, but we have the ability to settle. You know, we can build and we can settle. We don't need to climb trees and we don't need to fucking make dams.
I'm just saying, if beavers had central air and like fucking Porsches, they wouldn't be underwater building dams either.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Beavers have the paddle in the teeth. We've got the prefrontal cortex.
Well, like the ape cousins,
fair trade.
We gave up like our jaw muscles and shit like that for a bigger brain cavity. Like that's how we evolved.
I'll take that all day.
And like apes can bite like a motherfucker, and we can't.
Yeah, we don't need a bite because we're not hunting anymore.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy to watch like chimpanzees do anything on video and then just like they can do anything? Like even like a female chimpanzee that's almost dead can still like lift more than the strongest man out there, and just easily, just with their huge arms, just.
Yeah.
But they're ridiculous.
They're
like,
what you said?
How many? Sorry, I think I interrupted you, Drew.
No, I was listening to you.
Oh, flattered. But yeah,
You glorious anti-trainer.
yeah, my anti-training.
Merker used to be jacked. I mean, what happened to Merker?
What do you mean? What happened?
I remember when I first met you. I seen you in like it was Woody and you were like doing a tussle, and like
Merker
you
was
were like
fat
fucking
back then,
jacked.
wasn't he?
You know what I'm talking about? Like
I'm not a small guy, but I mean I've lost a lot of fat since then. Because a lot of that was just like illusion muscle, where it's like that guy looks pretty big, but it's really just like an eighth of an inch of fat surrounding the outside, you know, the illusion fat. But yeah,
I've always had you pictured as like this guy that can bench press like 350 holding the bar in the middle.
Damn.
No.
How big are you? How tall are you?
Between 6 foot 6'1".
Oh shit! How much do you weigh?
Right now 180, probably 180, 178, 180.
He can't really bench 350 with his hams in the middle.
No, he can't. But,
I'm about to say, all right.
No, I cannot.
Wings is funny because sometimes he has like wildly off body perceptions of other people. Like I remember at one point he was saying that Kyle was heavier than Lefty. Now you don't know Lefty, but
Right. I've seen him on PKA, but
I only ever see Lefty sitting down. So we gotta be a little bit fair here.
Come on, I'm pretty slim here. Look
Yeah,
at this guy.
I bet Kyle.
I don't mean to say anything negative about Lefty, but the fact is it's not close. Lefty's significantly fatter than Kyle is, and and for
Trying
Wings
to
to
be
get
all nice and then use the word fatter.
You could have said Kyle's just a specimen. God damn it! What can I say? Genetically speaking, I mean he's a bit of an Adonis. Like when that man gets naked, and I've seen him naked. Wow, I have a hard time controlling myself.
if you know what I mean by hard time.
That's what Woody meant to say.
That's what I was going for. But the fact that he had those mixed up, it's like a projected body dysmorphia. Like I swear I could put several people in a room and Wings wouldn't be able to stack rank like most to least fit.
And sometimes it can be a little bit difficult. But yeah, I agree with you there.
A situation here with Lefty, a guy I've seen like twice, like a full body shot, versus Kyle, somebody I've met.
Well,
like,
even with Merker, you're like, I picture Merker as a guy who could bench
Merker
350 with his hands together.
4 years ago when he
Merker, I would estimate that you could do that with like 130. Who's closer?
With hands like that.
What, a bench press?
Yeah.
Hands like that, yeah, definitely closer to 130 than 350. Because hands together is ridiculously hard.
Hands together, 130. Now
Hands
I'm gonna
together or hands closed? Like together, that's serious. That's
All right,
Yeah.
show me with your hands, Wings. You're talking about hands
hands
touching?
together is like this right here.
All right, give me one
Together
second.
bench press. That's
I've
he's
never
got-
tried a bench press like
weight
that.
bench right behind him. He's
Maybe
looking to
got
see
some
if he
big
can do
arms.
it.
He should point the camera at it. I guess it's too late
I
for
don't
that
think he's gonna drag the
suggestion.
bench out here to point the camera at it.
I mean, you look like you could do it. I don't know about 350, but you look like you can handle yourself.
I was exaggerating when I said 380. I was just somebody, like I'm like, well, he's just this big dude that could like probably do something like that.
Just like he's in good shape.
Who's with me? Does anyone else think Kyle should be sitting on the Brazzers black couch every week?
That would be funny.
That would be great.
With that desk in there too, that he turns the camera around towards every so often, and there's just that weird, what is it, like an Italian dude sitting there with one leg up there and just looking creepy as shit. I hate that guy. I hate those videos. They're so uncomfortable. It's just always like, yeah, come over here. And it's just like the girl just doesn't want to be there. She's trying to find rent money.
And the whole basis of it is like he's tricking her into thinking that she's about to get a job. And he's like, I'd hire him all if I could.
And you have
Right.
to be completely retarded to think that's real in the first place.
Right,
You
right,
fooled
exactly.
me into sex under false pretenses. Aha, you'll never catch me. Just leave and then do it in the same room 2 days later.
and of course they're all like pros and
Yeah.
the whole thing is fake from the start.
I've never done this before. Is this exactly how you want me to spread my butthole? Like, this silliness.
You had a virgin, Drew?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know. I've seemed to be getting nothing but virgins lately.
Virgin.
I'm sorry.
It's fucking stupid, dude. It's like on Plenty of Fish. There's like 3 types of girls.
Okay.
There's girls that want attention. No, that's the whole reason they're there is just to
All
get
of them.
attention.
Look at
So
that
they
smile.
don't even want
He
to.
did 135.
They're not even looking for a boyfriend. They're just looking
They're
for
just
attention.
there. They want attention. There's girls that are crazy. That's the ones I usually date.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the virgins, girls that nobody wants, or some kind of like. He's gonna show us now. Look.
Oh.
What's he do? Are you seeing something? I'm just getting couch.
Look at it. Open his thing.
Oh,
up. He's
God.
dragging the bitch.
He's drug a bench into the background.
I don't know if that's 135 though.
I'm guessing the bar is 45. Hey, Drew, what's the deal? Is the bar 45 or the bar with the little ends is 45?
The straight free barbell, freestanding barbell is 45 pounds. If you put any like a Smith machine or something on it, it's probably less.
So I've got a 25, a 10, and a 5. By my math, that comes out to 125 pounds.
25, 10, 5, 20.
And you're gonna attempt it with the hands together?
Yeah. But you wanted 130, right?
135.
That's 245.
Those are just numbers that Wings pulled out of his ass. Like, I do whatever number you want.
Let me see if I got 2.5 so I can make it right.
Actually, try it way heavier than you think you can handle it. It's funnier that way.
That's called suicide.
I'm almost certain Kyle has 245 plates he can just slap on there.
Is that where you used to train?
Yeah. You got a couple really nice machines in that room.
I gotta say, Kyle's really stepping it up for this show. I appreciate. In case anyone else hasn't noticed, he broke like 7 condoms on his face, and now he's weightlifting.
I was trying to get hit with a damn medicine ball. Y'all didn't want that.
Oh, well, I feel bad. Let's make that happen. I want it.
He's pushing it up.
He's getting it.
He's doing 125 without much trouble. Is this
125
number
heavy
4
now.
right here?
Nice.
And I'm gonna give him full credit for hands touching. Uh-oh, he's stuck under the bar.
Now he's stopped.
All right. So
Oh
now,
boy.
oh, he just was able to spread his arms and put it back.
Let's rip on him when he gets back here. Because he knows he thinks he just did it really well. Let's make fun of him. Call him a
Completely
bitch.
discredit him.
Yeah. You start, Drew.
All right. Kyle,
Yes.
it might have been blurry from my angle. There's no way that was more than 95 pounds.
It's 25, then a 10.
It's more just the form that I was turned off by. Good God. First time with the bench?
It was.
I don't
You
know.
told me to. What?
Is that Kitty's
That's really
bench?
hard. That's like a diamond push-up, Kyle.
I don't know, man.
They don't. How can it go down any farther? Like,
Can
at
you
some
bring the
point-
barbell to the couch and try it? It just didn't look.
It didn't look
I could bring.
100%.
You know,
Which part did?
it was supposed to
part
be
of your-
a bench press with your hands together, right?
Uh huh.
What were you
It
doing?
looked like there was a gap. It looked like there was a gap between your hands. It looked
Between
like-
my hands.
yeah, it looked like you were kind of doing this, not this. This, not this.
All right.
He left.
Now we all got to pick one argument, so it looks like we're all saying
Yeah.
the same thing.
We'll have to pick it while he's doing it.
We have to keep
That's
manufacturing ways to get him back there until he's really tired, and then ask him to do the hold your breath challenge again.
He's gonna bring the bench. All right, listen. I think that cable is attached to the bar, offsetting the weight.
Oh, good
Oh,
call.
just straight bullshit. See, when the bar leans one way, it's taking the weight off.
Someone's off.
No, make up
camera holding
a
that.
workout. Make up a workout word for it, like a weight assist lever or something, and say that that's what he's using, even if it's not a real thing, just so he has to defend himself against something that's not real. I'm enjoying that.
Like a deceleration
He's
stop.
showing us the plate.
He's showing us the plates.
All right. So this is what's on each side.
Let me see.
I can't see the other side.
Oh, I call that a bitch disc.
Oh,
There's 10.
he is.
There's a 20.
There's 20. All right,
There's
so it's
45.
it's
What were the
legit.
2 small ones?
5s.
2 5s and 10.
2 5s and a 10s. It's 45. So it's legit weight.
Do those seem like? I'm not sure those are real weights.
Plus the 45-pound bar.
They're not
What's the,
sinking that chair enough.
What's the standard that does measurements?
The
We-
Imperial? Is
we need
that
a-
what they-
Metric or Imperial?
No, we need a seal from the national weights and measurements
Yeah,
that should be on each weight to certify that's legit.
I think that one's
Can we
too
bring
obviously a joke.
scale over each weight individually?
We need a representative from the national measurement of inches and pounds.
We had to find
Yeah.
something wrong with the way he did this.
Okay, I got it.
I'm gonna leave this to you because this right here is fucking hard. I couldn't do what he's about to do.
That's.
No, we lost Ted. He'll come back. This happens sometimes. That's one.
I can't tell if he's using his chest or his triceps from the
perfect,
angle of the camera.
Kyle's arms looks like they're almost like
All right,
scary.
what was wrong with that one?
Kyle, it might be the angle, man, but I can't tell if you're using your triceps solely or you're using the primary mover as your chest. It just looks funny. I think we can give you credit, but
Half credit. Like I think he was kind of tricepping it. He should have been.
I can't tell if
should have been pecking it.
It's just the depth perception on the camera. It just looks like perhaps you're almost rolling it instead of pressing.
He's trying to say the angle that we're seeing at looks like you might be cheating.
What did he say?
He said
you
you were rolling
it looks like you're almost more rolling it.
Yeah.
Because I can't tell how far away that bar is. If I knew it was moving through one straight plane of motion, then it's legit. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
We need a side shot. What we're saying.
My arms are so long that once I've got my hands together, they came down until this part of my wrist touched my chest.
It was like a tricep-based roll instead of a bench.
It was
How hard is that, Kyle?
It's not that hard.
I think it's because you have a consistent kinetic change.
You did three a while ago.
But I stopped. I stopped with it on my chest and then went up.
Can you hold your breath for 2 minutes while you do it?
No, don't do that.
Let me do one more
on
thing.
your chest this
Try
time.
one more, but if you can
All
find
right,
a
I'm
way.
gonna stop on my chest this time, and I'll try to make it as awful as possible. I guess I don't know.
All right.
If you can just find a way to make it.
A consistent kinetic change? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. He wasn't listening anyway.
Hey, that sounded real.
Too many syllables. Just go with it.
I loved it. The fact is, he's doing more push-ups back there.
All right.
Watch how long he's gonna stop forever on his chest now.
He is really just really trying.
See, look.
I got him. With his feet down like that, he's actually using his hamstrings to push through that.
Do it.
Oh, that's true. Do it. Say you have to have your feet out straight on a bench or something.
Off the floor.
Yeah, off the floor. Crossed on a stool.
Kyle. This is not a great first day with us, man. You're gonna hate me. Listen, I was just thinking. I think it was moving through one straight plane of motion on your upper half. However, I think the reason you're able to do that with your hands together at that weight is because you got your feet flat on the floor, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're using your
What you're
hamstring.
doing is you're shifting that kinetic energy through your hamstrings when you push off the bench. Like when I have Jordy bench press, and I've done it myself, my feet are off the bench, off the floor rather. So the only point of contact I have is straight through my arms through the bench press. You know what I'm saying?
So you're telling me that if my feet were off the ground, it would have counted.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Do you have a recliner or something you can bench in?
Do it with your
I've
feet.
done
on the
5 of these now. They're
No,
not
just
easy.
do one. Just do one or two, because
Just
I
do
don't want you to
one.
get tired out, man.
Oh, dude, Drew, you're a master bullshitter. This sounds real. Excellent.
This is fantastic.
Excellent job. The kinetic energy from your hamstrings through to your hand. How is he buying this? What witchcraft does he think
He's
involved?
normally such a smart guy.
I'm going to hell.
No, you're not. You'll get to
He's got his legs up like a slut.
Now I got to think of something else. With his feet, he's gonna fall.
He's got his feet on the bench though.
He's gonna fall off that bench.
Oh.
Kyle has his feet 100% up in the air doing the bench.
I think his knees were under the bar helping him lift it.
No,
I gotta
could be.
count that. I can't think fast enough anymore.
I think that was proper form, right?
Are you? That was
I don't know what more you
on the
want from
Reddit
me.
front page tomorrow.
that was decent form. Are you sure that bar moved in one straight plane? You weren't circling it around.
The bar is going straight down.
Right.
But when my hands are that close, then it's literally like this.
Right.
And then I'm going straight up.
But your chest isn't. Oh my bad. I hit the mic. your chest is staying, or your back's staying on the bench, right? You're not lifting your chest off the bench.
Right, yeah, I'm not doing any of that shit. No, it's just my arms.
I don't know.
I mean, your feet were up.
Fuck you, America. Like, I've jumped through hoops. I've broken a sweat now. Like, this is actually... Like, I'm not working out regularly. Like, I'm fucking tired
I know,
now.
dude. You just kept making things up to get you to go back and do more.
You should rewatch this portion.
Motherfucker.
I gotta be impressed. I only can do about 20 of those with a wide grip.
Now, Kyle, now that you've got a little bit of a cheek glisten, you want to try that breath hold again?
my throat's all sore now. Like, I was like, why would my feet need to be in the air? This is...
It was fantastic because eventually we've got Kyle doing this.
Yeah, like some fucking... What's
Yeah,
that?
you looked like you were at a OBGYN.
Yeah. I give birth and bench press this
Yeah,
thing.
getting your pap smeared. Or whatever.
I'm impressed, man. How'd you stay on the bench? I thought you were gonna fall off.
That was awesome.
I never get to do that to people in real life.
Probably would be bad for business if you did. Like,
Yeah, right?
Some other trainer, and you're like, watch this, I'm going to tell this jackass to use the curling things like this and bicycle his arms or something.
Take the
just
lat
keep
pull
going, I'll be
downs
back
and
in 8 minutes.
That was
Don't
like a
stop.
trainer's vacation right there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Do you ever do that? Like, I picture trainers doing the same thing that, like, kindergarten teachers do, where they just put a movie on when they don't want to deal with it. Is your version of a movie, like, just get on the treadmill, I'll be back fucking whenever, and then just walk away?
Kyle's a competitive guy. Drew can do 27 of those without stopping. Think you can beat him?
27 of what?
27 benches of 135.
Feet are on the bench. All honesty, my feet are on the bench, not on the floor.
They're on the floor. But to be, I'm also, the fact that he's a personal trainer leads me to believe he will do better.
I don't think I can compete with 27 at all. Like, if I worked out consistently, I could probably 10 would be pretty easy. I think 10 would be like sets of a workout, but like once you get up to like 20, then it's a real fucking burn.
Then every one is incrementally, or not incrementally, exponentially harder than the previous one.
Yeah,
Both
getting to
incrementally and exponentially. I do it more. That's the only difference. If you did the same thing I did day in, day out, man, you'd probably do it like 32.
I don't understand it. Like, his arms aren't that much bigger than mine, but he can do.
My arms aren't bigger than yours at all. I'm not.
I mean, like
my bicep is the size of your forearm.
Yeah.
Like that's.
It's because there's just
But
so
like he
much
can pick up
muscle.
so much more weight than I can.
Well, yeah, but he's been doing it for a long time. He's a personal trainer,
Yeah.
and there's no fat there. That's just muscle.
There's no fat in the forearm.
Yeah. No magic.
I love Wings' forearms. Wings would be like, you want to see a forearm? Look at that motherfucker, and it's legit like this big. Like Wings' forearms are like they're like this. They're like two of mine. They're hard fucking core. Like if he could ever come down and slam you with one, you'd be dizzy. His forearms really are big. They're big.
You got a tape measure here. You want to measure his forearms?
Yes.
I?
We need to throw a ball at his belly. That's a thing that has to happen.
Yeah, and throw a ball at his stomach, and then we'll call it a show.
I'll say we've been hanging out for
You need
a
to
while.
keep this right here because
4 hours.
it don't work.
No, we have.
I gotta take a shower now.
All right.
Kyle, I really want you to come back and re-listen to this part of the show.
You guys
Yeah.
all right, how are we gonna get him to do more?
Yep, that was
Yeah,
basically
that's
it.
essentially it.
Well, let's find ways to like discount his
I knew you would continue to do it to spite me and to impress Drew, and so we just played off those cards.
It wasn't that. It was just you praised the 135 close in. I was like, I don't know if I could do that or not. And I tried it. It seemed really easy. And I was like, yeah, those aren't that hard. And then nobody believed me. And I was like, but really, they're not that hard. Well, that's because you're not doing it right. I know what I'm doing.
We were like trying to agree on the various bullshit reasons we'd give you, like brainstorming. What are we gonna say now? Drew came up big.
You got straight up bamboozled by Drew with his kinetic science speak.
We need to reposition the camera and get Wings to do the ab exercises with the medicine ball.
Oh, he wants me to drop a medicine ball on your stomach.
Oh, that's
I
Like
want
a
you to
boxing
throw it
training.
on his stomach.
Oh, just like throw it on me?
Bang, bang, bang,
Yeah.
breathe, bang.
You've seen that done, Wings, right? That's a real exercise.
Yeah, we've done that.
Oh, by the way, Wings has 15 and a half inch
What's a 10 or
forearm.
14?
That is a huge forearm.
That's
It's bigger than my bicep for sure. 15.5 inches.
That's wow.
Right.
That's that.
I'm all sweaty now. Fucking hell.
You were doing a good job.
Kyle, they put me up to it. I didn't want to do it.
It was his idea. He asked.
I was like, why won't they believe me?
That was great, Kyle.
So how heavy is that medicine ball?
That is a 12-pounder.
12 pounds.
There it is. All right, now is the U.S. Measures of Standards and Means certified? That was one of the things we were going to say about Kyle's weights.
I gotta figure out how to do this.
There's no stamp
Oh, well,
on there.
if you had said that, I'd have been like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's why
like,
we got rid of it. I'm like, that won't fly. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
What
It's just
happened
been
to the
certified
camera?
by the Harvard School of Heaviness.
Like, I'd quickly bring them in
Do you
here.
guys
like,
have
look at
Wings'
serial
camera?
numbers.
Just plug it in there because we're gonna have to.
Oh, okay, he's fixing
No, I
it.
won't work on that. We gotta go in the back. Oh, we'll go in the back.
Start off with like 3 gentle ones to the base of the belly, and then just a hard pitch to the sternum.
Here's the bad thing. I have abs. They're just under big mounds of fat.
Well, I can say the same thing, just a smaller amount. I think everybody has abs.
I'm just saying. I have to do like sit-ups to get out of bed and shit. So, yeah.
All right, now it's.
Really, I just levitate out.
Can you see it?
No, I'm just getting your.
camera.
I'm not getting your camera. There it is.
Oh.
Outstanding nostrils.
Very symmetrical.
All right, so I gotta make sure I'm out the way, but so you can.
What's your shirt say?
My shirt says Thunder Buddies for life. All right, Drew, coach me through this. What am I supposed to do? Just tighten my abs up?
Hold your breath.
Okay. When I hit, you gotta flex as if you're about to. Like if you were standing up and I was gonna try and push you over, you gotta flex everything from right about above your knee to about chest level. Flex that out.
Just like that?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm gonna place this on you. I want you to try and just flex to get used to that hit.
All right.
Okay. Are we doing 1 or 3? How many times are we?
I don't know. I've never done this.
10.
20!
I'm going to say let's do 3.
Until he begs for relief.
Yeah, I wish every time I said again, he just did another one, regardless of anything else.
You went through. We owe you
Just
this.
do a free drop.
All right.
Don't put weight on first.
Free throw. They can't see me until it hits you.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Not that bad. It's not that serious. Could y'all see it okay?
Yeah.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
I'm gonna throw it. 1, 2.
That was
Got him.
awesome. Did it go to slow-mo for you guys?
Keep going. But, Drew,
Like-
I want you to count all the way to 5 and throw it at a random number on the way to 5. Keep him on his toes. So, like, 1, 2.
I want Wings to catch it and then throw it back up.
Oh, he can do that all day.
Yeah, I can do that all day.
Yeah.
Right here. Just,
We do that with 20 times.
Well, no,
take
like
it to
hit the
face.
belly and then return it. Yeah.
I mean, that's. Here,
we normally do this with a 20-pound ball.
I'm gonna try and move this so they can see how high it's going. You are pretty good at that, actually. Please say this is magnetic.
It's not magnetic.
Please say it's not magnetic. I have no idea what you guys can see now. There.
Wings is kind of
I'm
caught.
trying not to hit the light. I can throw it and hit the ceiling.
That works.
That works.
Does that work?
Yeah, I like that. I've been waiting to see this for a long time.
By the way, if you notice, this logo right here, that is the International Measurement of Inches and Pounds Corporation, so we know it's legit. That's not
so
on
that's
Kyle's weights.
That's really 12 pounds. Okay.
That's really 12 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
The Yale School of Heavy Things has certified it.
You ready?
Yeah.
Pay attention now.
I mean, that's coming up with some force, too. He's getting...
It bounced.
That's it, Wings. Get him. Wings, nut shot.
I wanted that so bad.
What do you say, nut shot?
You want me to hit you in the nuts with it?
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Keep him on his toes, Wings.
There will be none of that.
I'm on my toes right now. This is a bloody nose waiting to happen. There, 2 more. 1.
I'll tell you what. All goofing aside, you can tell Wings has been working out.
Yeah.
He
honestly,
couldn't do that months
better
ago.
than I thought it would be.
I ain't broke
Stick with it, man.
That's when we do.
Yeah, we do that with the 20-pounder on chest day.
Yeah, he does. He busts his ass in there. it's gradual, but once he gets some momentum, I mean, you really do get unstoppable. The fun part, actually, if I want to get in, if we have time to get into this real quick, the getting tired thing.
Yeah, let's
Go
hear
ahead.
it.
What happens to most people is they get tired, and then they can't do, like, if we gave, all right, well, Kyle, perfect example, man. If we had you bang out 20 of those at 135, and then said, all right, we need you to do another 20. Immediately after you get done with the first set, you can't do it. And physically you can't, so psychologically it's not happening. But you give it like 2 minutes of rest, a little bit of stretching. You're in almost an entirely new mindset, and you're working with not a new body, but you know what I mean? You give yourself time to recover a little bit, you can do those reps again. So if I say to you, all right, Kyle, we're going to do 4 sets of 20, 135, wrist touching, feet up in the air, you know, picking your nose and holding your breath and all that bullshit.
Then he would.
Yeah, 4 sets of 20 is impossible. 4 sets of 20 is impossible, but doing 20 and then taking a minute and then doing 20 more and taking a minute and doing 20 more, you know, you kind of almost baby step your way through it. And that's where a lot of people kind of either lose or gain ground. Jordy can do a lot more than he thinks he's capable of, especially when he's tired. You get someone tired, they're done. You give them 2 minutes, let them recover, they'll come back and do it again, which is why a lot of people go to the gym and then they might kill it for like an hour, 45 minutes, whatever, and then quit as soon as they're tired for the first time, and then they don't feel like they got to work out. If you give yourself a little time, recover, you can do a lot more.
I go in then with the mindset I want to get sore the next day.
Right.
That's when I know I got a good workout. If I can go in there and get sore, that's when I did my job.
Yep.
That's good.
Because like I can go in there some days, and if we just like play it too close to the chest on the weights, like don't go up enough or don't do enough reps, I get nothing from it.
Right. And then you know for next time too.
Yeah, like
So
one of
you're more
my favorite things we've been doing is doing the dumbbell presses, where you take
confident. On
like
the floor, yeah.
where you take like some 40s and just because that messes with your forearms, this muscle here, and also like when you do bench presses, it hits you right here in the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Where you do those, it hits you right across the chest.
Right.
I mean, because you got to keep the weights together.
They're both moving, so you got to almost stabilize. Your smaller muscles kick in because both weights are falling at different
And
speeds.
it's funny about the medicine ball. The medicine ball is the first time I felt like I actually was gaining something.
Oh, because we added.
Because we went
double
from 45 on the bench, and then I got up to like 105 on the bench press.
Right.
And I hadn't done the medicine ball since like the first week. And then you throw it on me, and I'm like, give me the 20. You're like, this is the 20.
Oh, I remember.
I thought you were fucking with me.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it's good gains. It's good to see that progress.
And it's like, fuck, dude. I actually got stronger. It's the first time in my life I felt like you felt that I've gotten stronger. I've become a better person.
How'd you find Drew?
The money Kyle got me to find a personal trainer. I went to a Planet Fitness, and I go like, look, I'm not here to sign up for a membership. I don't want a membership. I want one-on-one training. And the guy, we can help you. Well, a guy comes out in the parking lot after I leave. He goes, I got a guy. His name is Drew. Here's his number.
Really?
Yeah.
That was lucky.
That's the story of my life, man. That kind of stuff happens. All that weird, fortunate timing, right place,
And the
right
guy,
time.
what was his name?
Ian.
Ian. He didn't even know Drew that well. Like he wasn't like a close friend. He was just like a passing accomplice.
I was a casual acquaintance with his roommate. So if I'd come by and, I think his roommate borrowed a couple of books from me because I'm really into like personal development and motivation
We
stuff.
got to talk about the book too.
Oh yeah. After 4 hours, I wrote a book.
Really?
I published my first book last month.
This week.
Oh, good for
Oh
you.
yeah, well 2 weeks
Nice.
ago.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much. I'm excited about it.
Where can you buy it?
It's right now. I
tried to get him to put it on Amazon so he can do it digitally.
Right.
He hasn't got that confidence yet. I'm like,
It'll be up as an ebook soon. Right now I've sold my first 10 copies already. Just handing them out. Like really, like I published a book. Jordy brought up a good point actually. The people who were really supportive of me probably would have given me the $10 just because I asked for $10. But I was able to give a little value and bring a little value for a profit, so I'm all for it. But anyway, I let some kid borrow a couple books. His roommate was there. It was like, hey, this kid's got actually he's not some random black guy. He's
he's
got a mind
or something.
Yeah, it wasn't Woody. It wasn't that Woody mentality when I walked in the room.
You're thinking of Lefty.
Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting.
No, you were right.
So, but anyway, yeah, it was just right place, right time, man. It's how it's always been for me. I've always been that fortunate and that lucky, so I'll take it.
Just for the record, Lefty wasn't racist either. It was just an ongoing joke.
No, I could tell.
Know. Yeah.
You're not giving yourself enough credit because, like, I mean, Drew obviously ran into the gym problem, and then we fell apart. And, like, Drew tried to come back and get me to train again, and, like, I just kept pushing him away. Because I was in that stage in my life where I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to use all my money, I'm going to blow my brains out. And Drew wouldn't say no for an answer. He'd show up at my house randomly.
Really?
Yeah.
Couple times.
Couple times.
I mean, it was just, it's funny to see growth in people is huge. You know, I feel good because I've always been active, so I never had to lose weight. I never had health problems with fitness anyway, and I feel good. It feels good. Like Kyle, you probably feel good right now after just putting that weight up a little bit. Got a little blood flow, a little adrenaline. I mean, it's a good feeling.
You probably sit there thinking to yourself, I'm gonna do this shit again tomorrow, and it just happens.
It's a good feeling. But one thing that I really found does it even more is when I can help someone else feel as good as I feel on my best day, and it's something that you can actually give someone else, whether they're in a bad mood, good mood, whatever. If you can help someone, if I can help someone else feel as good as I feel when I'm on a good day, I mean, that kind of grabbed me. So, I mean, I knew I could help you feel good. I didn't know if I could help you lose 250 pounds off the bat, like, you know, like that. But
if that happens, it happens. But, like, I'm going to the gym more for my mental sake.
Yeah.
Because, like, after I quit walking, my body went down straight the fuck down. I went from being able to walk 4 miles a day. I was walking two and a half some days, but I could do 4 miles a day if I wanted to. I don't know how close to the mic I am. But pull the mic closer. But I quit for an entire month. It's like, fuck it. Entire month quit. I got to the point where I'd sit in my chair and my back would hurt. Like, the back just gave out that much. He was like, fuck it. And I was like, I didn't expect it to degrade that fast. I didn't. I was like, fuck.
yeah, so now
So we had to start from basically scratch, and I went back with Drew, and, like, I'm back up to easily doing a mile. I can do a mile now and then get right into a workout.
Yeah, miles. We do a mile just to kind of catch up and talk.
Yeah, but like the first week, I could walk the parking lot and then be in, like, gripping pain. Kind of like the first day I walked to Kyle's house. First day I walked to Kyle's house, he thought I was going to die.
Yeah, that was a rough day. But it's like everything else. I mean, you make progress faster than you think you do. It's consistency, and you know that. It's just hard.
Drew, of your clients, how many of them are like projects, right? They're like wings, and how many are like Adonises when they start with you and they just want a trainer to partner with them? And
I'd say majority of them are like guys that are already in shape that want to be that next level.
Well, I guess it depends on what kind of training I'm doing. Like, there's no one that's quite like Jordy, physically, psychologically. But I've got a lot of clients who just need to lose weight. But I also have a lot of athletes. I deal with a lot of young athletes. Like, I'm talking elementary school, middle school, high school, a couple college athletes. Never really worked with professional athletes before. Obviously because they have their own facilities and their own everything. And I don't make the cut on that level. But a lot of people, I see similarities no matter what. I guess that's kind of, I hope that answers your question. Like, although you all come from different areas, different walks, different journeys, the progress is very easy to measure. It's all numbers, so weights, times, fat percentage measurements. I love fitness because it's so easy to measure progress. There's no subjectivity in it. You either push the weight or you don't. You make the time or you don't. You have the inches or you don't. So it's easy to be accountable, even if you want to bullshit around or you want to take it serious. But everybody, once they enjoy it, like once they see a little bit of progress, everyone gets hooked. Everyone does. Who wouldn't want to have success in a bottle or like a science to feel good? And that's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, like I have my own goals. I have a couple goals, and one of them is a Kyle goal. I still want to walk Mount Currahee, and like I'm still going to go do that. And
actually, you talked about that the other day.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We talked about being Currahee strong. And another goal for mine is like I want to get to 200 pounds on the bench, repping it 30 times. 10 sets, and I want to be able to do lunges with weight added onto me. Whether I lose weight to get to that point or not, I think the act of turning myself into that person will result in weight loss or at least body changing regardless.
It's clear that you're getting fitter in a lot of ways and you're getting stronger. You can't exercise away a bad diet, though, right? Like, is
Yeah,
that going okay?
My diet's horrible, and a lot of that comes from my mental stability right now.
Right.
I have no foreseeable future financially, and like it's like fuck, it wrecks me. It does. Like I sleep a lot.
I was gonna say sleep schedule is another thing that, like for me, sleep schedule, inconsistent diet go hand in hand. And I was just reading, I don't know if it's bro science or real science, that a bad sleep schedule, undoes a lot of the work you do in the gym and at the kitchen.
It's bad. Sleeping inconsistently will almost slow or halt your recovery. It won't necessarily hurt your gains. You know what I mean? So if you kill it in the gym, you're gonna sleep like a baby. And if you force yourself out of it, it's not that you're not getting the results. There's a lot of recovery mechanisms that kick in through REM sleep, and if you don't get them, it's harder to keep going on that level of intensity. Now, 9-to-5 jobs or anything that maybe is less physically strenuous, although psychologically it's just as stressful, you could probably do without sleep for a couple days if you really had to. But as far as like even personally, when I hit the gym hard and I don't sleep because I got to either do something else with something else, I can't get the same workout, or I crash and I force you literally just fall asleep.
When I have a good workout, I sleep twice that day.
Yeah,
I usually come home, take a 3-hour nap, and then wake up and then go back to bed.
Well, that might be a bad thing though, Wings, right? Like if your second one is literally a good sleep, then not. But I bet it's not. I bet when you come home, take a nap, now you're up really later than you hope to be, or you don't get a full sleep that second time. I wonder if there's an easy solution. Like sometimes for me, if I want a 3 p.m. nap, I'll have a coffee, and that'll get me going till 10 or something when it's a better time to go to sleep.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Showers.
Showers, you say?
If it's like 2 p.m. and I'm just doing that thing where I'm drowsy and I'm just like my eyes are literally falling down, and I'm just like, I know that if I went back to bed and curled up, I could sleep for 3 hours right now, no problem. I go take a shower, and like I'll usually do both. I usually do coffee and a shower. I love my Keurig coffee machine. That thing is awesome. I love that. So like I drink a good bit of coffee. Nothing like Chiz and Kitty because they drink scary amounts.
I don't drink coffee. I probably have a coffee a week, something like that. Like that's not a lot.
I have about 2 a day.
Yeah. I could probably count the number of coffees I drink with one hand.
Bang. Yeah, that's all the time.
Maybe once every 3 months.
Wings. The thing about coffee, like. You could do the math. You could sit down and add it up, and if you drank like a cup of coffee a day, just the added heart rate, I bet it adds up to like pounds lost over the course.
It's an appetite suppressant.
Like I started out at 421, I'm at 431 right now.
But coffee's an appetite suppressant, and it helps you get your sleep chart. It obviously can ruin your sleep schedule too if you take it at 10 p.m.
I know we beat this like a dead bush, but like I don't eat because I'm hungry.
Oh right, I remember.
I eat because it's something I enjoy, and like when I'm feeling really shitty, I want something I enjoy.
All right, but that's also the side. Okay, come my bad.
No, go ahead.
I was going to double back around. That's why, like you said, you eat to feel good, and when you feel shitty, you look for food. I think you're actually just looking for something to make you feel good, which is why we want to get you as many positive experiences as possible, so you feel good.
There's a difference. Like if I was at like an amusement park all day, hanging out with somebody I wanted to hang out with, I could go that whole day without eating. But if I go to the gym for like an hour and a half, and then I come back home and I sit here in this room looking at these 3 monitors, I'll be wanting to eat at least 3 times at that point.
Right, and that's natural. I mean, I don't think you should go without eating just because you're having fun.
That's something I got to work out myself. That's something you can't fix.
A lot of it, no, but my job is just to keep you, well, not job, but my goal is to keep you in a positive mindset. Because when you're in a positive mindset, if you do eat, it's not that guilty, sloshy garbage. You might not eat great. You might not be eating, brown rice and perfect pairing of chicken breasts and vegetables, but a lot of times you do too. I remember you told me the other, when we first got started, you got in touch with that with the dietitian, and you were killing the vegetables. And,
I still eat. My lunch is still broccoli and a protein shake.
Right. But it's just the consistency. Kyle, you were talking about that earlier, man. You stay consistent. The only thing that can happen is success. If you stay consistent long enough, it just kind of becomes way of life.
Well, I guess that talk was inevitable.
Yeah.
I try
No,
to
that
keep
was
it
good.
upbeat.
I think that was upbeat. That's good. That seems like there's a lot of positive things coming, and you're keeping your head straight. And it's a long road. You gotta walk there.
That's the
It's
thing,
just
right?
Consistency.
Yeah, I like it too. It's not going to be the sort of thing where you're like, hey, you know what? Since we last talked, now I'm perfect. Nah,
Yeah, right.
The road from where you were to where you're going is a long one. You get there.
I'm still disappointed that the walk series didn't work because toward the 90-day period of those walks, I was feeling like I could beat the world, and then people wanted to start seeing the scales, and then as soon as the scales start going up it destroyed all my motivation.
Well, I'm glad you're doing this bench press thing. I remember, even before we did the thing at my house, one of my ideas was that, I felt like because you're so heavy that when you lose 10 pounds, when I lose 10 pounds, if I feel like I've gotten a little bit chubby and I drop 10, I see it. I look in the mirror, I'm like, yeah, that 10 pounds went away. I totally see it in, everything. Those love handles are gone. But when you lose 10, I don't think you can see it. But I always thought that, with something like bench press, which is kind of like the bro workout anyway, everybody likes, where do you bench? I felt like if you got on that and you were like, I've been working out for 3 weeks, my bench went up 15 pounds. 3 weeks later, it's gone up 20 pounds. And you could see, actual results in steel on the side of that thing. I always thought that'd be good. So I'm glad you're doing that.
Shit, I'm trying to get 200 before the end of December. You're talking about 15 weeks on 50 pounds in 3 weeks.
He'll get it.
I've just whatever your results are, they're always faster than you think they're going to be. Are you taking any supplements at all?
Yeah,
anything
I'm
like
taking
that?
protein powder.
Okay.
I wish I could somehow tell you and have it work to push through the adversity a little more. Hey, you know what? I weighed myself, and I think you were at 411, and then you hit 409.
I hit 404 at the end of it.
And then someday you're back 5 pounds or something like that. You put some back
up
on.
to 409.
Okay, so you went from 404 to 409, and you were wrecked, right? But it's not supposed to be like that. And this sounds harsh to say it right now, but the line I tell myself, because I'm harsh with me, is you can't let a loss turn you into a loser. But
my problem is I didn't know where the loss came from. It was literally nothing.
Well, dude, you're a big guy. That was like a 1% swing in your weight. 1% swings happen. You let a single loss turn you into a loser, and but that's not the only time. I've known you for years now. This is something that we've seen before. You hit these bump in the roads, these hiccups, and you're just I'm done. And it shouldn't be that, right? It should be shucks, what do we do about this? Or if I keep my head down and push forward, I will eventually go forward. And I don't know. I wish that there was some way I could say, hey, Wings, just don't do that, right? And have it work, because clearly that's not going to do anything. But you're going to hit a bump in the road. Someday you're doing these bench press gains, right? And you're getting, I mean to say this insultingly, but you're getting your beginner gains, right? Right off the bat, you see some progress and things are going. You're getting stronger and your form's improving and everything is great. You're going to have a plateau. A month from Drew will know when it's coming. I don't know, but you'll hit a plateau at some point.
Coming the way he's training me.
I'm sorry.
We're doing pyramids.
Well, what he's saying is if we keep doing exactly what we're doing now, you're going to hit gains, but eventually we can't keep going on that linear progression.
Yeah.
But the fun part about that is we can once you start, and everyone will see it. Once you start hitting that plateau, you start to do something else to make you new again. I'll make this one quick, but I got another client, and she had the same thing. She lost 42 pounds. But the way we lost 42 pounds, she's not going to lose another 10 doing the same thing. We had to completely change up everything she's doing. We were doing cardio, a lot of boxing, a lot of this, a lot of that. Now we got to switch it up again, and I think that's going to be, there's going to be steps. Like you said, there'll be disappointments too, but there's also going to be steps. Once you get to a certain plateau, then we'll either change the methodology, we'll change the approach, we'll change the balance, we'll change something, and then you may not top out at 300 pounds on a bench, but you'll be able to run a mile, then jump on the bench, drop set, whatever, pull-ups. There's so many things that
I'm just going after my
are out there. Yeah.
It's awesome that you've got a pro on your side. It's cool that he has methods for dealing with the plateau. But the next time you hit a bump in the road, don't let that loss turn you into a loser, right? Just be all right, bump in the road. How do we beat this thing? And instead of I feel like you do sometimes the Monopoly equivalent of just flipping the board upside down and saying I'm done with this game. And,
you gotta nail it to the bar. You're like Mac trying to flip it.
Yeah. In Charlie McDennis.
I love that. I've seen
a good
every episode of it. I'm sorry to really sidetrack this whole thing with my
Go
Sunny
ahead.
in Philadelphia reference, but I love that show.
It's actually a good metaphor. You
Very
know,
good.
Let's nail that Monopoly board down. You'll be disappointed a couple more times, but what you do about it. Actually, we're just joking around about this quote. You know, what you do about what happens is what's going to shape you, not what happens. You know, I mean, I bet if we went down the line, everyone's got a story where we should have probably offed ourselves a couple times just because we were so shot or depressed, or something happens where you could probably legitimately say this is what happened, and no one would blame you for just giving up. But it's what you do about that. I mean, you know, mine was I have a couple things myself. I don't know. I could have gave up a while ago.
Yeah.
You'll get it. You'll get it. I mean, I think you're done quitting because I think you're sick of quitting.
I've been sick of quitting.
You know,
I was sick of quitting at Kyle's house, and I quit twice since then.
you'll be all right. We'll be faced with that choice again. When you get the chance, you'll make the choice to keep going.
There it is.
Yep.
Well, I want to. I think that's a show, right?
Yep. It's a long one.
Well, I want to thanks Wings for coming on. We always
Yep.
enjoy having you back. I think we had you for 200, and this is 10 episodes later. I think we need to keep something rolling like this, some sort of regular having you back. I love catching up. Drew, I really appreciate you coming on, and it was good to finally get to know who Drew is. And you turned out to be even cooler and nicer than we already thought you were. So
I agree, dude. You're a tight motherfucker. You should come on again.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was really fun talking to you. You remind me a bit of Andy, our friend Joe Lozon's associate. You're a really upbeat, positive guy. It's cool to talk to you. But I want to talk, before we close the show out, before any more salutations between the group, about DollarShaveClub.com. It's very important. We do multi-month contracts with these guys. This is the last month. We'd like to do a good showing, so hopefully they'll come back and work with us again. So if you shave, if you're the kind of guy who's out there buying razors, there's really no excuse for not using Dollar Shave Club, because they're high quality razors, they're cheaper, and by going through them, you support the show here. So check out DollarShaveClub.com/PKA. There's a link down in the description below. It really is a good deal. It's easy to do, and it's worth it.
It's one of the few
Check it
times
out.
in your life you'll buy something that is both cheaper and better.
Yeah.
Yep.
True.
So,
And next week I'll have an update about how these one white Charlies, if they truly are one white, we'll see.
very good. All right, PKA episode 210. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
See you later.